Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. 웃으면 네의 빛은 starlight, 언제나 반짝일 my heart for you. 영원하자던 그 말로 서로를 비추던 시간 속을 걷던 우린 너무 아름다웠어. 환하게 비춰줄게. No, you won't have to cry, 'cause I'll do the grieving while I'm by your side, like always. 또 다른 시작일지 몰라, darling. 잠시 머물던 우린 스토리 안에서 난 더 흐릴 때 저도 괜찮아. 떠나는 왜또 everything goes on. 어둠 속 멀리 비춰줄 뿐인 여린 빛을 지킨 너의 마음. 나를 잊어간대도 don't apologize. Memories stay forever. 그걸로 충분해, you and I. 그 언제보다 아름다워 넌, darling. 화려히 반짝일 널 story 안에서
Welcome, everybody, to another day of the LCK. We are here on a wonderful Saturday afternoon for Fred Brion up against T1. And this one, Wolf, on paper and from what we saw the last time around, definitely a bit of a one-sided matchup. We'll have to see if Fredit Brion has something new today.
Yeah, we saw the really cool Wombo combo draft from T1 when they did face off against Fredit Brion just 2 weeks ago, against the Seraphine draft that Fredit Brion tried to put together. I think the real question on everyone's minds tonight, on mine as well, is will T1 try hard the draft, or will it be a very fun series we're looking for here tonight? Because Fredit Brion could upset, but that is not the expectation.
Definitely not the expectation. I think that T1 fans will watch and maybe hope that they'll play something interesting. You know, obviously when they play Yasuo, Diana, and the Senna, and all the Wombo combo, it is very fun, but we'll have to wait and see, guys. Let's take a look at the points of the match here. 1-10 versus 10-1.
The mirror, we're looking at the opposite side of things, the dark side of our standings here, Valdez. 1-10. Fredit Brion trying to escape last place. And of course, it is still technically possible, I believe, to make playoffs, but we're getting down to it not being possible very soon. So that is also still a thing to consider here. Taking this win would be something that only one other team has been able to do. Is what will T1's draft be? Yep, we talked about this a moment ago.
After the forbidden comp, yeah, you can see it there on the right. We did have the brothers and, of course, the Yasuo Diana combos and the Lee Sin. It was all a lot of fun. A lot of fun in games for T1 fans and for T1 themselves, but obviously it was a bit embarrassing for Fredit Brion, so we'll see what they can do to stop that from happening. Lord Morgan versus Ricky Zeus. This is a difficult one. Zeus right now uncontested POG first place with 900 points. Definitely, I'd say at least top 3 in terms of all players in the LCK. Yeah. Everybody has kind of differing opinions. A lot of people say he's first, he's the best right now, and, you know, sometimes it is hard to argue when you do see his play.
Yeah. I think most people are really putting it between him and Chovy right now, but there's some conversation to be had about Ruler and Owner as well. So,
yeah.
Owner, of course, on his team, so a very strong
Unfair.
And, yeah, it's not going to be a fair matchup right now in terms of the stacked roster that T1 has found success with over now 3 splits in a row against Fredit Brion, who really had a decent spring but have not recovered since. As, I mean, look, when you're looking at a 1-10 and a 10-1 differential here, it's not going to look pretty. But I think the really big sticking point here is that T1 is significantly faster at team fighting. Their champion kills per minute, or combined kills per minute, depending on who you ask. Here is very high versus Fredit Brion. Very passive, very slow, and when you fall behind against a team like T1, you need to be fast-paced, you need to be ready to punish if T1 makes a mistake, because T1 are just so good at taking early leads in the macro, which is then further illustrated in their goal difference at 8, 14, and 25.
Yeah, I mean, you look at some of those numbers, probably Genji might be ahead of them, maybe a team like even Live Sandbox or Dom1 dominating some of those early games. As here's Fredit Brion, still smiles on their faces. They have fantastic jerseys that are very new. And yeah, I mean, still here, still trucking, you know. What else can you say? They have a lot of fans. Especially Mr. Giga Chad. He is always looking out for them, no doubt. And everybody likes to make that very well known. And I just like to see them at least in decently high spirits, you know, coming out here, still playing, still practicing, still going hard, even if things aren't always looking up.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, like, both Fredit Brion and Hana Life Esports have looked pretty prepared for their matches and have come to play every night. And it feels like if you just remove the scoreline, if you were showing up tonight, you didn't know what this team was, you would have no idea that they're 1-10. I can't say the same about Nongshim, we'll be playing later on tonight, but I think their spirits are as high as you can be as a 1-10 team. As their opponents, though, for the second time, not a big break between their last matchup and this one. T1 looking cool as they do in the walkout here, as Curry is just ready to sit down and play.
Yeah. I got greetings today from both Gumayusi and Keria. I was very happy to say hello. And Zeus looked extremely comfortable. There are times that T1, after they win games, they don't even go into the coach's booth and look over the games. But I noticed that in their last match against Guangdong Freaks, where they did drop one game and eventually went on to win the series, that they did actually go into the coach's booth and do a little bit of analysis there. But sometimes when they get in, even against the match against Reddit Brion, they go for the forbidden composition. They don't even look. They're like, yep, we just destroyed them, and let's move on to the next one.
Yep, very true. I think tonight we're not going to learn anything deeper about T1, about their recovery from what was a closer than expected series against Guangdong Freaks, because this is a much different caliber of opponent. So we'll see what we find out, but this is the top matchup that's been designated as key player. The one thing I want to zoom in on is the forward percentage here at 14. Morgan has the lowest in the league. Normally, this is a stat that actually you don't criticize a player for, because often they just play weak side, right, and their forward percentage is lower. But we're talking about a team that is not playing around Henna, who's not finding success on the bottom side. Guma and Carrier are playing strong side, bottom side a lot of the time. So when you compare these two things together, it's like he's playing a little bit more weak side, is losing lane a lot. You can see those stats here in terms of CS. Goal difference, not great, but also not finding success on the bottom side. So T1 kind of winning everywhere, and if Zeus gets a counter matchup here, it definitely could be potentially disastrous for Morgan. You can see his kill participation stat is one of the highest here of the stats listed, just showcasing that even though his laning stats are not great, he does make a pretty big impact for his team in one-team fights especially. See if it does end up mattering tonight here. We'll see what he's given. His trademark Ornn is his most played. Hasn't been able to play the Renekton just yet.
Yeah, you know, maybe tonight is one of those nights, you know. Renekton definitely has fallen out of the meta, and even for a guy like Lord Morgan, it's just not really a pick nowadays. But we'll have to wait and see. You know, maybe tonight is the night. Maybe now is where they take some chances, they have a little bit of fun, see if something new works out, new relatively, for this season, of course. As, you know, zooming in on a lot of the matchups, I think part of the reason why they were able to have some success last season was just, I think some of the players were just playing better. I think Lava has not had the same season. I think that even Delight and Henna have fallen a little bit, even though they weren't, you know, at the top of the rosters. And guys, this is, by the way, T1's former CEO, John Kim's father and wife. They are here sending support to T1 on behalf of John Kim, who unfortunately did pass away about a year ago. So please send them your love, and hoping that T1 can have a good match tonight.
I know he'd be proud of what this team has accomplished this year. An incredible run in spring, going to MSI Finals, 5th and final game. Now dominant, fighting for first place here in summer. Maybe get a back-to-back title here if they can pull it off in the end. T1 looking to take a 2-0 or bust tonight. That is what you are absolutely trying to get as a Lord Morgan fan here in the crowd.
Rage. Oh man, yeah, I think that's definitely the vibe coming into this one, and I think that's certainly the last match that they had against each other set that kind of tone. As let's get into the draft here. It is going to be Reddit Brion having the home team advantage this time, so they do select the blue side, and we'll start there for the first game.
We'll see the Talia taken away here, which is a bit sad for me personally, because one of the things I really wanted to see from T1 in this series is a little bit more flexibility for Owner, because he's been playing a lot of comfort this season, which has been extremely successful. But in a series like this one, you're 10-1 against the 1-10 Reddit Brion. I would have loved to see a flex Talia pick, maybe put Owner on a different champion than the Lee Sin, Viego, Shinjao he's been playing pretty much exclusively. Only has played one game of Poppy this season, believe it or not, has played no Trundle. I want to see a little bit more looks from Owner, as we will see the Sylas ban on red side, leading to a very safe and free first pick Gnar here for the Lord himself.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it goes nowadays. It's a little bit awkward because you feel you have to ban Zerion, right? I mean, that's not really negotiable, and then there's so many other strong picks, such as the Corki, that the Gnar often just has to go through. So Gnar very, very often here just in that B1 spot. There was no Tom Kench ban for Reddit Brion, which I did notice, so maybe we'll see that here as T1 in their match against Bro even the last time around. Game 1 was a relatively normal draft, whereas Game 2 was the forbidden draft. So
yeah,
wouldn't be surprised if they do the exact same thing tonight.
And I wanted to point out, this is another pick I was looking for here for T1, just as a, let's see what we can learn from T1, how much can we show, like how much depth is seen, is the Aphelios pick that almost every other hyper carry, 80 carry player is picking up right now. Guma we wouldn't put in the same basket as players like Prince and Ruler are aiming right now because his playstyle is more about lane dominance and late game scaling. But he's going to pick this one up early. This gives the Kalista opportunity over to Henna. And career, Henna, this has been basically his favorite champion. He's prioritized it in metas where it wasn't strong. It's a great meta for it. He's played it several times this season. Hasn't found the success, unfortunately, as many other players have. But I do want to see how Aphelios Kench is going to work into this Kalista Amumu lane here for Gumusi and Keria, because it's normally been either in a very tough matchup for them, meta scaling pick, or a Draven, banned away this time. Now they're playing Aphelios Kench into a matchup that Kalista Amumu can dominate, and we have seen some shakiness from Guma Keria in terms of the early laning phase. So maybe an angle of attack here potentially for Frederick Brion in this early game.
Yeah, I do like it. Maybe you get something for Umpty that's really strong for the bottom side, maybe like a Trundle where you can just visit the bottom lane over and over, or like a Lee Sin, you know, someone who can kind of camp and try to get a lot of plays down there, because the double bandage toss from Amumu very early on, level 1, can be very difficult for both Aphelios and Tahm Kench, and Curse of the Sad Mummy as well. Sometimes you catch Aphelios and Tahm Kench separated, and then you can't get the Devourer off. So the lane dominance is pretty huge when it does come to that 2v2, as we are banning junglers now for T1.
Wukong has been like basically the only champion that Umpty plays, so I think that's a kind of a given considering how strong it is with this composition. I think that's an API bug. We'll see what they actually banned there. I wouldn't mind seeing a Trundle or Poppy in that slot, as Owner's Lee Sin is now taken away. Might be a missed ban here, but I don't think so.
Well, T1 have done it before. I feel like they're the one team that always seems to either mistakenly or on purpose miss a ban.
Yeah, we've seen Genji sometimes too in these questionable moments where I'm like,
Yeah, because generally you'd feel like missing a ban is always negative. Obviously, if there are only a select few strong picks available left, then you don't want 2 of them to get banned out. You want to get something strong. But in that case, you could just say, why don't you just ban, I don't know, Teemo?
Yeah, right. It's always strong to have a ban. There's like no
Yeah.
case where 0 ban is actually optimal. But if you don't have an idea and you want to keep a lot of options open, like
Yeah,
it might not
exactly.
negatively impact you, even though it could have been strong, because they could have banned either the Poppy or Ryze, right, in this case. But we're not going to talk about missed bans anymore. Poppy will get picked up here for Umpty. A dominant dive-centric lane here with Ryze as well. They just want to push Guma out of this game. The whole point of this draft here for Frederick Brion is to deny him farm, deny him CS, deny him experience, get ahead and control the mid-game extremely well with the wave clear that Ryze is going to have, the Realm Warps. It's a pretty self-explanatory draft here for Frederick Brion, but that's the kind of drafting you want to see from a team that's 1-10. Doesn't need to be complicated. You don't want it to be complicated. We've seen Guma and Keria dominate with the very same 80 carry into Tahm Kench. Like, we saw this from Guma in 2 games, 2 iterations basically of the same game last week, where Guma just popped off and got a triple kill. The dive potential for this composition here for Frederick Brion is so strong, but they have to execute well on it. Umpty has to be pathing their bottom side. He's going to be fighting over the enemy blue buff. He's going to be trying to steal that one away. He is going to be camping. And if Frederick Brion get enough of a lead, this composition can work. On the other side, Gwen, side lane power. You're going to have, obviously, the Azir scaling. You're going to have the Aphelios angle. And if these dives fail, if Keria pops off defensively post 6 once he has his Devour, and then the Aphelios gets accelerated because of these failed dives that can happen, then the exact opposite scenario could happen where Frederick Brion could become doomed early on in the game if their dives do fail and Guma gets 2 kills early. So it's all about the bottom side here for Frederick Brion the first 8 to 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, as it oftentimes has been in many games for many teams in this meta. And I don't think this game is any different. Let's hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. And off we go onto the Rift. I just want to say I love the energy from both the global fans and also the Korean fans for supporting Fred Brion. There was a sign in the audience before we switched over to the game that was just like, let's have a positive mind. You know, let's go into this positively. And that's really the energy that you love to see. And speaking of which, level 1 here for Mumu is very good. It's very strong. They're going to get the flash out of Keria and the exhaust just in trade for the Ignite from Delay.
This is something that we've seen really popularized by Vista, but it's very strong right now with the Amumu, where you flash early for a attempt to either force flash cleanse out of the AD carry or the Tahm Kench is at this stage very defenseless. He doesn't, of course, need to commit the flash in this case because he's able to just walk up and ignite. And also, Hex Flash is disabled. Just another minor note. We'll let you guys know when that.
You'll notice it right there that he has taken the stopwatch instead.
Yeah. So once we do have that one back, you guys will know. But still, even without it, very popular start here on blue side to look for summoners. He's not able to get the 4 that Vista did when he had tried this last time around, but still, really nice start for him.
And this is the kind of thing you have to do as cleanse immediately. As, you know, second bandage toss available, doesn't even have to use it. Just going to hold on to that for the next opportunity because he already got value. And this is the kind of thing that you have to do if you are Fred Brion. You know that T1 has incredible laners. You know that they are one of the best teams here, so you have to get little edges like this very early on in the game.
Yep, longsword start here for Henna on the Callista, and he's just going to try to get an early kill, snowball that into an item advantage. And then when Poppy gets the ability to come over here and start diving, it's extremely powerful. Notice that Owner is hanging around here early. Wards are being dropped because Poppy can gank at level 2, level 3 super early on here if Guma and Keria are trying to play the level 2 out. Or he can just completely take the whole jungle, pass down late, and then still make that same impact. This is why Poppy is so strong with winning lanes, especially on blue side. And actually going to come over here at level 3, not doing a full clear first.
Now, T1 are extremely ready for this, right? They have a ward on the Raptors. They have a ward right here. So they know that Umti is going to want to play this kind of style. It is no secret. Owner is right here, clearing from top to bottom, as you should. And Fred Brion, they're not going to overcommit. They actually do clear this ward out, and they're just going to say, let's go ahead and try to steal the blue. You know, piece by piece, little by little, as the smite could come in here, and it will actually be stolen as Umti not able to get that smite down.
Still pulling Owner here early on in the game, and he paths well, defends his blue buff, and so we'll take a significant lead as a result for a moment. Is going to go ahead and go top side here for the scuttle. And now that level 3 is reached here for Keria, can defend Guma a lot better here on this Tahm Kench. His exhaust is coming back up here in just a moment. And now you're a little bit timid as Fred Brion to make a second pass at this with the Poppy. You cleared vision, but still, you do not know at this moment in time if Owner is just going to play the camping game we've seen so many junglers succeed with. Usually not on the Xin Zhao, but still going to be powerful at this early stage. And, I mean, we're literally only looking at this lane because it is the only thing that matters. If somebody makes a huge error elsewhere, like, we will definitely show it, but otherwise, everything is as usual. As here comes Poppy.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about. Xin Zhao comes down, is going to hide over here, and notice that Guma and Keria are trying to push this lane a little bit, try to bait the Poppy gank. Like, Keria and Guma know exactly what they are doing right now.
Yep. The wave is pushing away from Guma and Keria, so they know that there could be some danger. Umti right now is staying outside of vision as Xin Zhao should be around. There he is. Delight goes in first. A lot of damage comes out, and first blood goes to T1. 0 follow-up from Fred Brion. The timing and the communication just not there.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. The early game can be so strong for T1 if Guma gets a kill.
Okay, we're just going back in. Keria's getting pretty low. That should be a kill on the Tahm Kench, and there it is. Renzek comes in, and a flash out of Owner is forced as well.
Still think this favors T1 overall because Lava is going to lose a lot of minions in mid here. Will find himself falling behind here. Faker could just teleport straight back to lane. Lava already used his teleport, is actually going to now steal some of the CS away from Henna here on the bottom side to try to push that through. He will hit 6 here very soon, and they could try to set up for a follow-up dive. They could just roam warp over the turret and stop Guma from coming in, but this comes at the cost of the mid lane, so they're not going to commit to that. He doesn't hit 6 here. We'll just crash this wave in. But I think this honestly pretty heavily favors T1. And Aphelios picks up a kill early, and, you know, yeah, Keria does die here, but the scaling angle is definitely on the 2 champions who went out. Guma picking up a kill, Faker picking up all of this lane control. And, you know, I think this could have been way better timed if 6 is ready when they go in for this initial dive here. Because right now Lava's 5, and they want to force this, but they don't know where Owner is. Delight is just instantly going to die, and Lava does nothing in this first exchange because he doesn't have Realm Warp, he can't get in there. Now, in the second iteration of the follow-up, where they just assume Ryze is going back, he actually ends up making a huge impact here. Keria goes down.
The second iteration of setting up Tense 101 in the bottom lane. As you mentioned, it is the only lane that seems to matter in this meta. Even though Faker did get a little bit of a lead, we're talking mostly about what did happen down on the bottom side. And speaking of which, there's not a lot of vision here, as actually that will miss. And Umti's only level 4, as, yep, just going to steadfast presence and get out of there. That is one thing that Poppy can do, but we're looking for a fight here as Lava is going to be forced to flash. Faker also rooted down. They want to go for this fight here, 4v4, but Lava's being isolated on the left side. He gets so low, and he gets out, though, as the trade goes on to Guma. Umti is so low as well, but he's totally fine. And look at the Kalista. Henna's just jumping around here, stunned into the wall. Another kill goes the way of Fred at Brianna's. Faker gets a bit close to the sun, but he is Azir and has Flash still, as Umti somehow still level 4.
Yeah. So this time, the trade definitely favors Fred at Brion. But I think the idea here is, okay, is Keria going to actually steal this? I don't think so. Yes, he does.
Wow.
Yes, he does. Is that top catch, or is that the best Yoshi, you know, in the world, man? Just yoinks it.
Look at Zeus here. He did not have to use his needles at all. Whereas Morgan went through his entire iteration of the entire Meganar, you know, cycle. And Zeus is still just zoning him here, as now the needles come out, as Morgan does get a little bit feisty. And Zeus will push him out of the lane.
Yeah. So, you were definitely correct. Use the needles at the last possible moment there. As okay. Oh. Doesn't have 6, so.
Okay.
But that's pretty significant back denial.
Very annoying.
So going back to that last team fight, which I'm sure we're about to jump into a replay of, as these plates, or at least one of these plates, will go over to Lava here, you have to imagine. He's going to rotate topside instead, because look who's here. Keria is saying, nope, Faker's staying, actually. The bottom fight would have been amazing for T1 if Faker hits Emperor's Divide, because at this moment in time, Realm Warp is a worthless ultimate, whereas Emperor's Divide is massive for a fight like that. But beyond that, when Faker doesn't hit a big one, the damage of the Kalista is way better at this stage in the game, and, you know, Henna is basically able to do the maximum amount a Kalista is looking for in that extended fight, so T1 do end up losing out. Now, Faker pushed away with a really nicely timed Mumu Bandage Toss will give Lava that plate I was suggesting before. He's going to even take these Raptors away, and they should have full control over this Rift Herald fight. Faker has his Emperor's Divide back up here. And I mean, in this small skirmish here without the Aphelios, just don't think this favors T1. They could try to look for a steal.
Yeah, they are coming over here. No needles just yet for Zeus, but very, very close, as the Rift Herald will go down. Collected by Umti, and they essentially just take it away, as everybody was rotating top except Guma. So he was able to push this wave in and get a nice back off. This is going to feel pretty good after a lot of the skirmishing that he doesn't necessarily want to deal with at this point in the game. Yeah,
I still think that overall, despite you know, a successful fight there for Fred at Brion around the Drake, the game state still significantly favors T1, even though they don't get Herald, because Guma gets a free early game, basically. He got a kill, yes, he did die the second time around, but he's up in CS, which the world we're supposed to be living in, if Fred at Brion are ahead, is that he was zoned away from his turret and wasn't even able to CS under it safely. And so you're feeling pretty good at this moment in time as T1. 500 gold lead before the Herald does crash. Of course, that will even things up a little bit here for Fred at Brion. But the scaling argument, you know, we're talking about it early here.
Yeah, and you know, you said in the beginning, like top lane, or you said lanes that aren't bot lane don't really matter, and I kind of agree with you there. And I feel like this definitely benefits the better laners.
Yes.
So in the top side, you see Zeus. I think he is the best top laner in terms of laning, for sure, 100% here in the LCK. And he has just made that lane look like his every single time, regardless of the matchup. He's played mirror matchups and then the reverse and won. Doesn't really matter. The guy always wins lane. So we have seen that. I mean, Morgan is keeping up, right? He's not falling too far behind, but it does look like every kind of skirmish that we do see in the top side is favoring Zeus.
Yeah,
so just your daily top lane update.
Yeah, and this is kind of the kind of thing that we were talking about earlier in terms of the forward percentage. If Henna is winning super hard and you're losing out here on the top side, doesn't matter. Now, as you say this, he does, of course, get his Mega Gnar, pushes this wave through very aggressively, grabs a plate, as Gnar often does, even when the lane traits have been looking favorable for the Gwen, because Gnar just is going to constantly get Mega Gnar and is ranged into a matchup that is tough for the Gwen to play out. But like you said, Zeus trading well, actually had kill pressure several times in this lane. This is not going to be one of those times, but that's okay. He's sitting on a Leeching Leer, and once he gets his first item, he will be able to trade better, and then after that, the side lane, if nothing changes, should become favorable for him. Morgan's doing his best. I mean,
yeah.
he's having a decent game up here. I wouldn't say great, but, you know, he's got another Gnar bar, and is going to keep putting the threat here onto Zeus. He's trying to pull jungle attention away from the bottom side of the map. And if Owner doesn't come up here to gank, then Morgan can actually get some gold. So this is pretty significant.
Getting in there for an aggressive trade even. Morgan looking pretty confident as the lane continues to push in, and he knows he's in zero trouble. He has total vision on the top side as well, other than, you know, a lane gank or some kind of side from the Krugs kind of gank here. And there is teleport available for Zeus, so he should be fine, but Morgan being very annoying, as Gnar does.
And look at what the rest of Fred and Brion are doing at the same time. This is a really great tempo advantage they have with the Herald. They're trying to group up here and force Owner's attention bottom side here, pulling Aphelios out of the lane. And this means that Morgan can, at this stage of the lane, continue to put pressure on. We'll force that teleport you were talking about, and we'll probably grab an additional plate here. We see so much demolish on Gnar as a result in this meta. It's falling off a little bit these days, but if you were given even a second of extra space here, sometimes you grab a plate. It's going to take this back timing instead. But, you know, the game is fairly even. And we'll just have to wait and see if Fred Brion can win an upcoming team fight to try to pull themselves ahead at this moment in time. You know, it's still looking like T1 are about to pull out of the trough that is this early game.
For sure. I think that Fred Brion's composition, I mean, you look at every single champion, and everybody's got some kind of very strong CC ability. And that's the kind of composition that, you know, regardless of scaling, as long as you're somewhat even from behind, like, it's great to have CC when you're behind as well, because sometimes you can just 100-0 somebody if they make a mistake, if they step out of line. As I'm
Owner is here this time.
A Mega Gnar, though. Looks like they're waiting as the Mega Gnar is popped here, but they don't seem to care as the red buff comes in, and the needles, maybe one more will come in. As Owner flies in from miles away with the flash.
But this is what happens when the jungler goes topside. So, again, this is exactly how this composition should be played out here for Fred Brion. You pull Owner topside, and yes, Zeus will get some plate gold here, but Henna's getting value bottom side. You know, again, still favoring the game state here for T1, especially as plates fall down. They're not going to be able to get any more value there for Henna, unfortunately. But, you know, I feel like despite T1 now also getting a value here in mid, I think Fred Brion played a great start with his composition.
T is coming on down, but he's just going to helicopter someone out as Keria does get a little bit isolated. Will have to flash there, but it's an entire mid and tier 1 and top taken. So this is the classic T1 thing where it looks like, oh, the opposing team is going to get something, but then T1 find a way to macro out leads elsewhere on the map. And yes, bot lane is really important, and this does mean that Henna is now 2-0 and has gotten CS parity now with Guma, but there's still very big wins elsewhere on the map for T1.
And notice, you know, as this is happening, the way that Fred Brion are setting up on the minimap down their bottom side to look for a dive, to look for a very strong collapse, which is why Guma is not on that turret, and why he lost, you know, a significant amount of his farm there for a moment. But the response after the Gnar is killed and the bottom duo from T1 backs away was very slow from Delight, very slow from Umpty. So the Gwen is probably going to get that top turret if nobody teleports or Realm Warps over there. And then, you don't defend mid either. So T1 are very happy with the exchange. At the end of the day, even though I think the setup play was good on paper from Frederick Brion, still T1 significantly ahead in gold now as we're looking for the second Herald fight. They have so many tools here. Emperor's Divide, Gale Force is up for Guma now, so he is ready to fight.
It's all about that second Herald nowadays. Shirley has taken rank 1 over Shelly. And it looks like Frederick Brion very slow to actually move into this one. Still looks like they do not want to fight over it. They want to get mid priority, but T1 are going to get this very fast. Let's see if they, they are going to move in as Zeus is leading the charge here and a bit of damage onto that turret, but in comes the Moonlight Vigil. Delight just has to get Fates called back. Zeus does take a bunch of damage here in the front as Owner now goes in. Crescent Guard just to try to zone them away and retake control of the mid lane.
Zeus backing right now isn't here, so with the next wave, perhaps with the wave clear that Frederick Brion have, they might just be able to force this one down. But very measured and very scary there for Frederick Brion if they heavily commit. That's why they backed away at the last possible second, because Emperor's Divide is one of the best turning tools, and because Baker went for Ludens, even his Sand Soldiers actually doing so much damage at the beginning of that fight. As Morgan
stepped up a bit close as Baker flashes in. Umpty is here. He's trying to get in position. Gonna knock the Xin Zhao into the wall as Umpty will save his friend's life.
Yeah, so nice defense here from Umpty. Morgan already flashless, didn't have to use it. Baker, on the other hand, will have to flash. So ends up losing a summoner there. Mid control goes to the Aphelios for just a moment. Here's Lava's trying to find some silencing against the Gwen. It's a nicely played tempo here from Frederick Brion. Like I just want to say the positive words. Like they're coming out of my mouth.
Positive mind.
I think this game is closer than I expected it to look. I thought really the bottom 2v2 was going to end up being Hannah falls behind because he tries for some dives. They fail. We did see that happen once, obviously, but still, Frederick Brion came super prepared with his composition while they are still trading down macro-wise a lot of the time here for T1, and T1 scaling is now well and truly starting to roll down. The snowball that they're going to be looking for in the later parts of the game with those items coming through is well and truly rolling, but still, I feel like Frederick Brion definitely knew what they wanted to do here, and there's still hope, because like you said, there's a lot of CC, there's a lot of ways to, if T1 disrespects you in a setup for neutral, take a fight. And T1 has to come to this next fight because it's soul point. So that's the 2 Drake advantage that Frederick Brion have. T1 would love to just be like, you know what, I think we're just going to wait for that second item for Aphelios, let's just back away here. But they won't have that option this time. They will have to set up vision and group up first. And so as a result, Frederick Brion get that one last hurrah potentially here where they could actually spin this game back into their control. If they win this fight, they'd get a massive gold lead plus soul point here for Infernal Soul.
Just like you mentioned, I think the next fight is going to be incredibly important because, as we stand, T1 do have a gold lead with the scaling of the Azir, Gwen, and the Aphelios, so they do have a nice position here. And they do have the Rift Herald, which is going to pull somebody down to deal with Zeus as they're trying to get on top of Faker, who is isolated in the mid lane, does not have flash, and he gets taken down.
That's half of your damage gone now, and basically all of your engaged. Faker has teleport, but he's not up for 30 here, and that Drake spawns in 5. You won't have Emperor's Divide. Now, they're going to try to push this bottom lane, but this Drake is way more significant here. Yeah, this is now so much pressure on Guma. Does have flash and cleanse here. But look at Frederick Brion controlling the choke point now. The flank is coming through here from Zeus.
This should be Frederick Brion's Drake. There should not be a question about it as Guma is going to back away. The teleport is coming in as Realm Warp as well flashes away from T1. The Crescent Guard as Owner has to flash too. Keep in mind that Soul Point was taken. Carry us back here with Zeus. They want to try to turn this as the teleport from T1 is coming in. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is going to catch 2 of them. Zeus is standing alone, 1v5 essentially, eventually gets devoured. As T1 are just kiting this out for ages.
So much damage on this Azir, doesn't have ult yet.
Yeah, he does stack up so many of those soldiers as now Moonlight Vigil comes out, forces some flashes, lots of low health bars as T1 The forever kite might just work as the Gore Drinker's big. The Henna might be bigger, but the exhaust is huge. They are going to take down that Callista, and it does look like T1 will eventually cash out here, as Faker just going to run it out, avoid all of that Rise damage, and T1 get a bunch of kills on the backside of the fight.
I do feel like we're back to where we were, though, before the Drake in a lot of ways, because now Fred at Brion, the next fight is their last hurrah. Like, this Drake buys them one more fight, which is the Infernal Soul, no longer Soul Point, as this is what sets it all up. Lava with a massive rotation here. Umpty ults, and Faker is caught. Does, of course, have no flash. Emperor's Divide doesn't save him. Then the subsequent fight here, they chase super hard. Guma has to use both summoners here. And I really thought the Realm Warp usage was quite nice, because if you catch Guma there, you are feeling amazing. But then Faker comes through. He has a ton of damage. Of course, did go for that Luden's build. And in an extended fight like this, the Azir damage is going to be so valuable. And, you know, Fred at Brion kite away to a dead turret. Like, I think they're like, oh man, there's no turret here. So they just decide to turn and hope to trade.
Yeah.
So you'll see the moment they realize, like, okay, nobody's getting out.
Second Rift Herald value, by the way.
Yeah.
Took out this bottom tier 1, and it does corral Fred at Brion into this just kind of awful position. At least a couple of them do get away, but
It was
T1 just a great game sense as well to just chase them for this long with Keria and Zeus kind of getting caught. They're like, well, we have to eventually try to turn this.
Rise doesn't have that same long-term damage, even with the Luden's build we're seeing here. You know, we've seen so much tank Rise that it's made our head spin a little bit, but Morgan, will he get caught?
It's kind of been a little bit of a sad Gnar in this one, but he's going to get away.
Okay, Baron group up here for T1, but you do not have the control to be starting this one. They will be seen and pushed away.
Yeah, they're kind of leaving Guma and Owner out to dry. I mean, this is in Pelios with no flash, and Keria just gets out of there. He's like, nope, see you guys later. He's going to use his Devour onto Zeus, who gets incredibly low. Faker tries to make a play, but I mean, he's getting pretty low on that back line, and nobody's dying here on the side of Fred at Brion. Look at the health bars. It doesn't matter, because 4 members at T1 go down, and Fred at Brion now are going to take the Baron.
I think Fred are now in full control of this game. It was still on a knife's edge after, Soul Point traded for team fight win, technically speaking, for T1, but T1 get greedy, start to group for a Baron. And it's crazy that one of the only teams that stops a T1 Baron group is Fred at Brion.
Yeah.
They just say, no, I'm going to keep you on this. I'm going to rotate over. Like you said, Guma is left out to dry, has no summoners from that Realm Warp play from just before, so doesn't have flash here. Great play from Delight, comes in, bandage toss into Curse of the Sad Mummy, and that's a dead Aphelios. Now, Faker rotates over, but this fight is 100% winnable here for Fred at Brion. They're fighting in a choke. They have this Gnar. Faker coming in for this one. Yeah, you end up knocking Umpty in, but he's very tanky. Lava has his stopwatch. I don't think it was the correct play. I think T1 should have just cut their losses and backed away, because now it's Baron and Faker's down. 4 kills for Fred at Brion, and they're in firm control. Soul is theirs too. This Baron gives them a 4-0 Drake Infernal Soul. How do you mess this one up now, Fred at Brion? I don't think you can. Like, this is basically the game in the bag if you play it out correctly from here.
You were talking about that last hurrah. I mean, now it's their game, right? Look at the items. The Zhonya's is completed now for Lava. We have Morgan's got the most XP in the game. He's going to be split pushing at level 15. T1 are really going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat to get this one.
Look at the wave stop. You can't push it.
What are you going to do now?
Oh, man. Fred at Brion came so prepared for T1's game style here. I love this game from them. They're like, no, you think you can just cross-map us? Not without a minion wave.
I wish we saw that last highlight as well from like 3 or 4 seconds earlier, because it would have really highlighted just Keria saying, nope, I'm getting out of here, and not saving Guma. Fred at Brion's comp can engage from screens away.
Yeah.
And now
Rise is getting an inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, T1, they might be able to fight over this one because Rise is getting the inhibitor.
He does not have his teleport active right now, is on exhaust.
Realm Warp available as see you later, Faker, and now we're going to trade mid laners, as that is going to be Owner stealing the Drake, but what about this fight as it is 5v4 and a massive Curse of the Sad Mummy comes in. The follow-up a little bit lackluster here from Fred at Brion, looking to bounce some of that damage as Umpty, he is
wants
poppy.
to lock the door, but yeah, he doesn't have his ult.
Yeah, he's okay. They're going to teleport to the bot side, actually, and this is a massive wave, so should absolutely at least be this inhibitor as T1 have to wrap all the way around.
They can't stop any backs, so there's no way Morgan can grab anything more, though, than the inhibitor. So really nice defensive back off there from T1.
I feel like that's actually a big win for T1.
Yes, 100%, because they stifle the Soul. I think this was very greedy from Fred Brion because they're both trying to win a Soul fight where they are ahead and they can win a 5v5, but they're doing it without Lava, who doesn't get inhibitor before this moment, right? So it's stolen away by Owner, and T1 win the subsequent fight. And yes, they do lose their inhibitor, but like, Zeus dies for it. And I think this is a one fight, though, for T1 because they get out of here. If they can't get out of here, then actually they just lose the game. So they sacrifice Zeus, which was a good turn by Fred Brion to punish him there, but you lose only an inhibitor, but T1 are like, oh, we just bought 5 minutes in this game with a better scaling pop, and we're going to actually get to fight on our terms.
Yeah, and if you consider the bot lane situation, right, the split pushing of the Gwen should win out in the 1v1. So they're actually mostly fine that the inhibitor is down. Yes, it is going to be some pressure. But you can use that to just get your Gwen even more fed. The Gnar can't
look at her
really
as you
1v1. Yeah, he's just going to push that. So he's not really losing much.
It's
he's actually
bounty.
getting more golds there. Now, Fred Brion are doing a good job pushing this top side, but you just look at the timing of the inhibitor and the Baron. Yes, there is going to be about a minute 20 in between the inhibitor respawning and the Baron spawning here. But who's going to deal with Zeus?
Exactly.
I think Morgan's going to try, as the rest of his team is coming in, and actually the Mega Gnar is pretty huge.
What?
He actually just got bodied.
He had stopwatch as well. Like, he could have played that one out, I think, a little bit more safely, but...
Well,
well, I mean,
I guess you can deal with the Gwen.
I guess you can if the Gwen is going to play it like that, and to get the best top laner, right? But did kind of tunnel vision there on making sure he could grab that bounty. But everything you just said, which was all correct, now no longer as relevant, because I was going to mention that because Zeus gets this turret, the bounty, and has that wave pushed, by the time that bottom wave would have been a threat or an issue, it doesn't matter that there's actually an extra minute there because he pushed the wave so hard, which is exactly his plan, as we're going to watch this from Morgan's perspective here, the Lord. So very early, actually, use of the mist here from Gwen. So she's immune to guarantee the turret, but isn't there to actually block the damage from the Gnar. So
yeah, and I mean, consider the builds here from Morgan as well. I mean, he's outputting a lot of damage, especially even cutting down on the healing with the chainsword. Like this Gwen, if he's not going to be attacking and dealing damage himself, then if Morgan even gets 5 seconds, then of course he's going to have a great time. So yeah, kind of just all-inning on that turret with Zeus. I think it's fine just because there was no objective. So Fred Brion, they don't really get anything outside of that. Other than wit's end for Morgan. So now that side lane could be more of an issue.
Yeah, that's what I think they get out of it. I think that's what Fred Brion really get out of this win and the kill there is actually now there's no one to deal with the wave. So T1 will not be there. Like we talked about the 2 minutes here or minute and a half inhibitor versus Baron spawner. Doesn't matter if Gwen gets away there and gets the turret and can continue to side lane. Because she's not there, matters a lot. Faker does have teleport at least. He's the one they've chosen to defend this. He's going to be able to clear this pretty quickly. But look at all the control Fred Brion is going to get here around Baron Vision in the interim. This is a Callista with 3 items and a stopwatch looking for this fight, but she is basically a second smite here for the Baron.
And T1 have to force something here. It looks like Fred Brion want to fight too, though, and obvious because they are ahead currently, and they do have this insane engage composition. So they're always hunting for mistakes. If anyone on the side of T1 steps out of line, they're ready to collapse and clap them. And speaking of which, Owner getting kind of close to the sun, but it is just umpty there. If that was Delight, could have been a little bit more difficult for Xin Zhao.
The longer this goes on, the better for Fred Brion for taking this Baron than getting the Soul, because Faker just teleported in, doesn't have that anymore. Someone has to defend. It's going to be Zeus. He has TP, but there's no time.
Later. And that's the power of Poppy. See you later, enemy jungler.
This is why we saw the Morgana as a counter, you know, and I mean, one of many reasons, but now it's Baron plus Soul, and Zeus dealt with the wave temporarily here. The inhibitor spawning in 30, but you just have to Hail Mary fight this T1. You're going to have to hope for the best. If you can't win this fight, the game is theirs.
They're giving it up. There's not much they can do. There's a wave collapsing on top. The inhibitor's still down, actually being much bigger of a problem than I even expected here. T1 really struggling under this pressure as Fredip Brion just owning the map, and now this Rise is gigantic as he finishes his Rabadon's death.
Yeah, it's DPS Rise. That's the other thing. It's a machine gun Rise here, so it's not like the angle of scaling for the Azir just default wins. Actually, the Rise does so much. Has CC and damage, does, you know, two things in a longer team fight better than the Azir does, the CC part, because the Azir has only got one big boom ultimate, but then isn't going to be able to offer anything else in longer fights, especially with the build here that Faker has chosen. Not going to be Leandri's, so, you know, I do want to say also in T1's defense, I think they have handled this super well. Like, if this was a chess game, Fredip Brion has put T1 in check like 5 times, and T1 is still maneuvering to stay alive here. Yes, Zeus' death on the bottom side really hurt things for them, and now it's Soul, so things are even worse than they've ever been. But T1 is still in this game, and all they need is one team fight right before Elder, and they could flip it on its head. But it's the Fredip Brion Elder flip angle. So, as a meme, it has been very good for them. Oh, man, that's so much control of the game right now. Still 80 seconds on Baron.
Here. Morgan is just owning it, as maybe he went a little bit deep. No, he's totally fine. He's very fast in that mini Gnar, and he is just kiting it out perfectly, doing a fantastic job. And every single lane is being pushed. Top, mid, bot. Morgan hits Mega Gnar. Owner's like, well, I got to try to do something. We can't just sit here and lose everything. So he comes in and will defend it for now.
And this is why I said I think T1 have to go for a Hail Mary, because otherwise they just lose their whole base to this push. And, you know, they just kind of sat back, waited, hoping for a mistake that Fredip Brion has not given them. That's one inhibitor down. Lava's rotating over. We're looking for 2.
Okay, that is massive. Aphelios damage does come in. A lot of low health bars. Zeus is considering going in. The needles are big. No steadfast presence is now Umpty. Being isolated, but they just back away and look at the base!
Look at Lava, he's pushing it. Morgan's got that second inhibitor down. And Lava's got Realm Warp. He can just get out of here.
The light flashes in, and Carrion and everybody is just going super low here. They're just getting isolated by Umpty and Henna as Morgan gets low, but he already did his job. Look at the base. Everything's going down.
This has been such a beautiful macro game from Fredip Brion against T1. Unbelievable.
Henna going forward. He's got a stopwatch. He knows he's totally fine. Carry a last-ditch effort, but Fredip Brion are gonna dunk on T1 here in game number 1 and take down this Nexus with the 1-0.
And everything about T1's composition was stock, standard, and meta. This was not the fun game we saw from them when they countered the Seraphine last time around. No Yasuo, none of that. I think the craziest part of T1's draft was Guma playing the Aphelios, which was something that we talked about in the draft. It's his second time playing it this season. He's 0-2 on it now, and he was caught and punished by Fredip Brion several times now. The second time he was caught on Baron, like you pointed out, he was kind of left out to dry. He was tricked by T1's intentions. Faker getting a little bit caught more than once this game, getting punished, and Fredip Brion played their early game extremely well. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, and every time they pulled Owner around the map, they made a play elsewhere. But it was at the end really just good macro games in the later parts of things that tripped T1 up.
Yeah, and Fredip Brion were in this game from minute 1 as well. Really gotta hand it to them, a fantastic preparation and strategy to come into this series. Obviously, a lot of thought put into this one. Everybody had a way to engage, a way to be proactive and make plays, and a lot of weaker teams against T1 will just sit down and be like, well, it's T1, what are we gonna do? The Fredip Brion have the exact opposite mentality. They come in and they're like, let's get him, you know? And that is really, really nice to see.
I feel like this was such a David and Goliath game where Fredip Brion was like, just never going to give up, always going to play every fight as well as they could. They had the slingshot ready, man. They were so ready to take down T1 tonight. They came extremely prepared. They executed on what they prepared, minus some small errors on both sides here. They were the better team in game 1. Blue side draft, very strong. They used it well. Suddenly, this series is hype.
Yeah, all of a sudden, we'll see what T1 have, as no doubt they'll select blue side for game number 2. We'll see what they can prepare in this small moment up against Fredip Brion, who are proving to be a bigger challenge than they expected. As guys, we are going to take a break and have the analyst carpet space. We'll be right back.
아들아 잡았고. 애들 탑 계속 해봐.
여기 봐줘.
그웬 노공이야 로하나.
집 가서 텔 타고 올게.
아, 오케이.
탑으로 텔 타러 하나?
우리 집 가보자.
천천히.
야 태훈이 물었다 얘네.
캐치 노공이야.
야 그웬 노공이야. 조하나 초시계 잘 써봐.
천천히 해봐.
괭.
오케이 그웬.
나이스 김모링.
나이스. 나이스요.
나이스요. 나 한 판 잘해보자. 이거거든요.
집중해서 잘해봅시다.
아니 미드 개망하면서 가는데 뭐야 바텀 안 먹어.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. 어스면 위에 비친 starlight. 언제나 반짝인 my heart for you. 영원하자던 그 말로 서로를 비추던 시간 속을 걷던 우린 너무 아름다웠어. 환하게 비춰줄게. No, you won't have to cry. 'Cause I'll do the grieving while I'm by your side, like always. 또 다른 시작일지 몰라, darling. 잠시 머물던 우린 스토리 안에서 난 더 흐릴 때 저도 괜찮아. 떠나는 외도 everything goes on. 어둠 속 멀리 비춰줄 뿐인 여린 빛을 지킨 너의 마음. 나를 잊어간대도 don't apologize. Memories stay forever. 그걸로 충분해. You and I. 그 언제보다 아름다워. 넌 darling. 화려히 반짝일 널 story
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. As Fred Brion manages to take down T1. It all started in the draft chronicler, but I just want to say that this is a +1 to the power of friendship that we thought may have evaporated this season.
I thought this was a great game. There's a lot to go into, so we'll go for the draft rather quickly, because if you look at these drafts, nameplates off, obviously Fred Brion is expected to generate huge leads in the early game, way more skirmishing power, rise to punish side lanes, Gwen needs time, and bot lane is going to be super bullied. So overall, I really like the composition, very cohesive, goes in hard, which is the way that Fred Brion likes it. But given the nameplates, I think this is the type of comp where as a T1 fan you say, take it easy early game, and then in mid game, like use your superior mechanics, your team fight setups, and your macro to run it out. And for the first 20 minutes of the game, it looked like that was exactly the game that we were going to get.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think like you and I, just to go beyond the fourth wall for a second, we were looking at these drafts going, this is like exactly the right draft for Fred Brion in this moment. If this was Live Sandbox, we'd be like, game's over. Yeah. It's just over. But it was Fred Brion. And so therefore we're like, T1 will probably win and they won't get punished for a more scaling draft.
And what I love is that this game, as we're going to see in the highlights, is a microcosm of both what makes Fred Brion good and what is one of the biggest weaknesses of T1.
Yeah, no, exactly. Let's get into our first highlight here. Is I do need to say, these highlights are about a minute apart. First, we're going to see T1 demonstrate that it doesn't really matter what kind of drafts we have. They're just very good at navigating a lot of these skirmishes.
Because up until this point, Fred Brion has actually been trading evenly. With this comp, that's a disaster. You can't trade evenly. And when then, at 20 minutes, sure, they pick up a Drake, but this fight happens, and T1 showcases that in longer fights, they are just better than Fred Brion. Like, that's just the reality of it. When it comes to individual execution, this team is just a step ahead. And with a comp like this, if you get a win 20 minutes in against a composition that doesn't really scale, you're feeling amazing, right? And this is the point where we said, okay, game might be over. I think T1 build up their gold lead here, and everything looks wonderful. You have a gold lead with a scaling comp against a team that basically needs to win in the early game. Big shutdown goes over to Gumayushi, and everything seems peachy.
Yeah, and there were multiple moments actually before this as well where it looked like Fred Brion was going to be able to create those advantages early, but T1 seemed to just always manage to trade evenly or up in those moments. And we're like, from this point, we're like, well, if Fred Brion's not going to be able to do anything, they're not going to be able to do anything. Let's get into our next highlight though and demonstrate that,
Because this is what has been one of the key weaknesses of T1, which is Guma is going to get caught here. And
I thought you were going to say the Baron pit.
Well, it is also. But like, Guma getting caught here is unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Like, this is, again, Delight, just an incredible game on the Amumu here.
Oh, yeah.
But this is unfortunate, but recoverable from. But then watch what happens here. Which is, they get out relatively, and then Faker goes back in. And this is what I think is T1's biggest weakness, which is, it's not Spring. You're not winning these fights that you don't need to take because you're right by the Baron pit. You got out, Owner's still alive, his smites are incredible. Just play it slow. Just back off. But no, instead they overforce, get aced at Baron, and from that point on the Fred Brion comp doesn't have as much of the issue of range because they can just walk over you.
Yeah, and they also managed to stack up those Drakes. They did at least utilize that early advantage to get a monopoly on Dragons. And as you can see, this was the moment we were talking about. T1 creating those advantages like we say.
With this
that fight at the Baron, it's over.
With this comp, like that's the whole thing. You have a comp that does so well. If you just played a little bit more patience, they couldn't do it.
They couldn't. A little bit unfortunate. However, beautifully navigated by Fred Brion as well. We do need to say that even though their early game wasn't as aggressive as we really wanted it to be, they still managed to take the fights that they needed to. I think they just played too respectfully. But then, when they did get their advantage, they ticked all the boxes that they needed to, the textbook open on the table, and they were going through answering all the questions. 10 out of 10.
And I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up still being a T1 win. As I said, I do think that T1 was in a major position to take this game. They can swap the blue side. Yeah. But I'm just happy to see Fred Brion be the old Fred Brion of Spring again.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really good development, I think. They look much more revitalized.
I also really love it when all of the Giga Chads that are in the chat that are there sarcastically then have to turn
Lovingly.
around and, you know, like there has to be like a Keck, wait, real Giga Chad, you know? Like, is that actually like the world that we're in right now? Because they did manage to win the game.
Casting Fred and Breen has become one of my favorite things just because it's so wholesome.
Yeah.
Everyone loves them.
The wholesome memes are my absolute favorite memes, so keep them coming, everyone. Let's get in, have a look at our POG for this one as well. It will be Delight! Not robbed this time around! Oh, Chronicler, beautiful work here. I thought the Lord might pick it up, but I think that Delight's play on this Amumu, starting from minute 1, was amazing.
I am extremely happy with this. Delight has, in my opinion, always been the best part of the Fred and Breen bottom lane. His Rakan was one of the big reasons why they strung together a lot of wins previously. And I think that he played the Amumu with exactly the complete reckless abandon that you need. Finding so many key engages, a couple of flash Curse of the Sap mummies as well to set up fights really expertly. This one, so just continuously actually using the double bandage toss and the Fate's Call also coming up huge.
Getting the stun and then immediately he was Fate's Called and then was able to go back. Really beautiful play.
Yes.
4 out of 13. I love this. This is how every Fred and Breen vote should be. Because it's the power of friendship, you know? And so he is actually tied with Lava. It has to be broken by Chronicler. Chronicler is the man that decided that Delight was going to win. Oh, that's just hilariously adorable. But ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 3, so T1 have a chance to fight back, and I think a lot of us believe they will. So let's head back to the casters here for game number 2.
Thank you, Spaceman, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, Delight will pick it up. The power of friendship, all 5 members in it together. And yeah, I think that T1 a couple of times have come into matches and said, we're the better team. We'll play standard at first and then we'll have some fun. But now it's all serious. Now it's time to really lay down the hammer.
I think there are a lot of things to discuss about that last game, and like, you know, the desk did a lot of it, we did a lot of it on the cast, but I think we still haven't even scratched the surface on the blue side angle, you know, how much this draft only really works like that on blue side because you can use the power of that bottom side control. You're very strong rotations there from Fred and Breen. I think they played a brilliant game, one of their best of the year. T1, though, now they have blue side. Rise is the POG vote I put down. I think T1 put the POG vote in that column as well, as they will just take that away here on blue side. Because the Rise was what allowed Fred and Breen to kind of cheat the game when their scaling ran out, and they were still winning fights, so they were able to then control the map. The inhibitors were arguably the MVP for Fred and Breen in that game. No longer going to be that issue that they will face, as we'll see the probably 3 Guma bans here. The Draven will be the last, you have to imagine, with the Lucian and the Zeri. And this means that Sylas is an opportunity here for Faker, because Sylas is on blue side, also not only a insane pick, but it guarantees you Gnar. So you're like, oh yeah, pick Gnar into this.
It's a very unique draft problem that I think just gives even more benefit to the blue side nowadays, just because both Sylas and Gnar are so strong in this meta. Yeah. And if you don't ban Sylas, then you get both. So red side has a big issue, but they would rather play into Sylas Gnar than Gumayusi's Draven. And I think that says a lot.
Now, Sylas has been picked as a counter pick, or we've seen it as a response to the Corki quite a bit, but I think that was really more just a symptom of the fact that Sylas was rising in prio rather than a real response to the Corki lane. So that's going to be picked up here for Lava. It's been his best champion this year, the one that he stayed on after everyone else said, I'm not interested in Corki anymore. He was long on it here. The Gnar comes with the Sylas, as we mentioned. And it's like the Lucian Nami you get when you're on blue side. It's just one of those pairings you really struggle to ban out when there are other strong picks like the Zeri and the Lucian that have to be respected. So we'll see that one come through. Kind of a no-brainer here. The Aphelios will be, again, Guma's 3rd game on it. Hasn't been his most successful. Let's say he's now 0-2 on it, and there's a lot of variance, obviously, with a Poppy on the other side. Might get Dove. Kalista is banned, so they took away 2 of the best tools that Fred and Breen had to snowball that lane. See what Fred and Breen want to pick up here in this 3rd slot. Will just be the Jinx counter. Not going to be a hard smash the lane, get the same prio. Just have some extra range. And this comp is so good at poke, so good at objective control in the neutral because they also have Poppy to try to bop Owner out. His Lee Sin is never going to be enough.
Otherwise known as Boppy.
Yes, otherwise known as Boppy.
Yes.
Aptly named.
Yes, makes a lot of sense. And now, we are going to get another ban on Owner's Lee Sin, so he won't get to play that here once again. He had to go into the Xin Zhao, which he has looked good on in the past and has a incredible win rate on, but didn't end up doing all that much, I feel like, in that last game. And yes, there were a lot of game issues and stuff happening within that game that made that happen, but now a couple of bans towards Xin Zhao, as also the Tom Kent will be denied. Neither side will get that with their scaling AD carry.
See what Delight ends up playing here. I think that without knowing what T1's jungler is going to be, it's hard to pick something here. Yeah, I'd like to see this instead. Try to play the Gwen into the Gnar. So it's going to be that mirror that you mentioned. Zeus will play both sides of it this time around. And did play the early game very well last time. Didn't end up being enough, of course, as we're going to find out what that carry pick is going to be. This is the most exciting part because
Why is Owner smiling?
Thresh heavily contested here because he's probably thinking about playing
Morgana?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. And I was going to the series saying, like, that's what I want to see from T1. I want to see the variance, or the versatility, rather, that Owner, we know he has, but he has refused to show us this season. It's like, okay, Xin Zhao, Viego, and the Lee Sin. Now he's looking for a Nocturne pick. Very greedy, I think, into this draft. Elise? Okay. And before he just locks in Xin Zhao, we shouldn't be excited about
Nocturne looks to be the pick. And there it is, locked in. And immediately we get Rakan here for Delight.
I think the Rakan pick is, you know, they're waiting for support last because they're like, okay, what are you going to pick to control bottom side? Do we want a defensive option here? Do we want a more aggressive option? Rakan kind of does somewhat of both, but if they had not picked Nautilus and had picked something like a Trundle, then something like Nautilus becomes insanely strong for Delight because he can, of course, stop that push in its tracks with his root. I will be, you know, honest, as we often are with these T1 series, you take the nameplates away. Not a big fan of this T1 draft, actually. I think it's very high variance, and Corki and Jinx, both champions that, you know, Nocturne would love to get on top of and delete. But we are going to see the stopwatch build from Corki later on. He will have package. He can actually pull the Nocturne away from T1 if he uses a Valkyrie or package correctly when the ult is channeled. Yeah, obviously lights get turned off. It's very hard to coordinate that type of fight. But I think T1's comp is very risky here. And it comes at the cost of, I think, a lot of late game scaling with the draft they had chosen in terms of sustained damage. You're really just an Aphelios here versus Corki poke, Jinx poke here. It's all about that Nocturne R button and how much value it gets done. So this whole game is about Owner. That's why he was smiling.
Certainly a lot of range value here on the side of Fred Brion. And I think as long as they get through an early game against T1 in that laning phase, they should be in a good spot. But let's hop into the Rift for game 2.
We have really just seen the tip of the iceberg, Valdez, of Guma, I think, and Owner in particular this season. Faker's played a ton of champions. He's played a lot of utility. He's played the scaling. He's played Lissandra. On the other side of the Rift, Keria has played the most champions on this team at 16. He's played this season. I'm like checking to make sure he's played Nautilus because you never know. Yeah, no, he's played it. He has played it twice. Only twice because he's played 16 champions. But I think that for me, what I really wanted to see most of all was, can Guma play Aphelios? I didn't think we'd see that today. Didn't think that was going to happen. Fred Brion took away his other power picks. And then will we see Owner on something else like a Morgana? Didn't expect the Nocturne, but we are going to see a different side of him today. He's not just going to play those 3 power picks we've seen all season long that he is dominated so hard with. We'll see a different look, and I think even for T1 fans are somewhat apprehensive about the 0-1 start here. You're at least going to be excited to see a different look. Owner's going to play this super hype champion, and let's see how he performs.
Well, first we are going to see a pause, and we are looking at the runes here. Actually, known as Strong is. It looks like he's cycling through to find one that perhaps might be an issue. Didn't notice any of them out of the 3 that we saw.
Yeah, I didn't.
Maybe the Nautilus didn't pick up Demolish. And I believe I am correct.
Yep,
Wow.
you are right. Well, at least we know it's Couria's.
There you go.
But
Yeah.
probably that's the one.
We did have that yesterday.
All right, can we talk?
Stick with us, guys.
This pause should not have happened had we checked the runes in the fountain. But we are going to, as nothing has really significantly happened here, review things and see what occurs now.
Arya looks pissed. He looks really angry.
I just don't know how many times we could talk about the runes anymore, because it is not an official rule, but it has become an unspoken policy in order to make sure the games run smoothly. Check your runes immediately upon entering the rift, so that if we need to regame, it will be done before anyone leaves the fountain. It seems that has not occurred this time around, Valdez.
Yeah, I was watching the LEC last night. I believe they had it in one of their games, unfortunately. So
I've really been enjoying watching the LEC this season. I did not, unfortunately, catch last night's games, but I'll be watching tonight.
yeah, LEC generally for us is like, what, 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., so
Yeah. It's kind of like
can be difficult sometimes.
It's the doom hours, but it is just one of those things where if I'm going to be up late, I'm definitely just going to be watching LEC.
Yeah.
I often get sad because I forget the schedule, and I'm like, I'll just turn on LEC. It's like, oh, not until tomorrow. I'm like, no! I can't sleep tonight.
Yeah.
I need my Medi-Vedi. Can't fall asleep.
By the way, it looks like Henna had like his wisdom teeth pulled or something. He's got some significant swelling. Hopefully he's feeling okay.
I was wondering
Definitely
about
looking
that.
a little bit tender. Not very enjoyable to have your wisdom teeth pulled, as Grimma's like, can I have my mic adjusted 2 degrees to the left, please?
Yeah, that was kind of odd. He immediately touches it himself as well after it was moved.
It's like, yes, that's perfect.
Came
She
here.
came down from Gangwon-do.
Yeah.
Gangwon-do is island.
Yeah.
I believe it is to the west.
Yeah, it's an island, but it's not like a traditional island you guys would think is, oopsie daisy. Oh, there we go. Oh, Sungmin, when are you going to get your ticket?
Oh, I'm lonely. She
lonely.
says, come on, Sungmin, get it together. Get the ticket.
Yeah. But yeah, going back to the island, it's like it's not like an island like Jeju where it's very far away. It's very close, but is still surrounded by a body of bodies of water.
It's not an island.
It's not
okay.
an island,
Thank
isn't
you,
it?
Ji-sun.
But isn't it like technically because of the rivers? Oh, Ji-sun's giving us the geography lesson in our headsets.
It sounds similar to the Western Island, but actually it's a location on the east.
Yeah.
Now me and Wolf look silly.
Yeah, we just misread, I guess. I feel really embarrassed when this happens because there's definitely a fan from that region watching us now, being like, "Really, guys? How long have you lived here?"
I'm just happy to get the truth out there, you know, even if it makes us look a little bit silly. Can win from Texas. Welcome.
Welcome. Coming from far away, but also having the lava sign there, so
Number 1 Texas fan.
bit of mixed signals.
Texas is a big place. I don't know. Like, did he enter the fan contest that was in Texas? How did he prove that he was number 1?
Yeah, that's true. It's got quite a large population, in fact.
Yeah.
Very diverse population as well. I've been to Texas only twice, but I enjoyed it a lot both times.
I've never been to Texas, actually. It's one of the places in America specifically that I absolutely want to go to.
Do you know they say everything is bigger in Texas?
Yeah.
When I got off the plane, I was like, yep. I was on the highway, I was driving around, I was like, yep. Definitely true. Another Morgan fan. There's so many Morgan fans in the audience this evening.
There's a bag there that says, "Hey, Neo, let's chillax." I don't think she watched The Matrix.
No.
I don't think she gets it.
I watched Mystic River last night,
Oh,
which is why I
man.
couldn't sleep, which is
Yeah.
why I should have watched the LEC.
You shouldn't have watched that before bed, man. That's a bit of a...
It was a fantastic movie, though.
Yeah,
It
it's
was-
awesome. I watched it recently, too. I think on the plane back from MSI, actually. Back from Berlin.
Yeah,
Awesome movie.
very, very good, very good. A star-studded lineup of actors.
Yes. Very dark, but still very good.
Jisun
Says
is also
Morgan, by
reminding
the way.
us. Yes, that's what that says. Jisun is reminding us that Gangwon-do is where we are doing the LCK finals.
And
is
it's
also
where the
you'll-
Winter Olympics
Yep.
were held.
Jisun just give us more geography lessons. I mean,
It's very helpful. I love it.
all right, this is like a coding joke. Is that constants? I don't actually know anything about coding, so.
I know nothing. I did learn some a little bit.
Lost 17 kilograms while coming to LCK, and base is like LCK. Observing the LCK is good for your diet, I guess, is what the idea for that sign was.
Yeah. You know, a lot of late nights. You gotta perhaps take that walk home, you know. And so this is a play on Henna's name, which apparently stands for Hate Night.
Yeah.
As in Korean, it's Hate Night, which,
Yeah.
you know, you
Yeah,
take the
so-
first syllable of each, it's he, and then na, so Henna.
And like not like something hateful happened at night, but he just hates nighttime.
Yeah.
There's a kind of a longer anecdote there.
Yeah, and yesterday I was talking with the chronicler about this with words that mean two things, but palm actually is not only night, but also
Yeah.
chestnut.
You guys mentioned yesterday that Bay is like the word for a boat or a ship, but also pair. But you guys didn't mention it's also the word for stomach. You guys didn't hit the full trifecta.
I can't believe I forgot that.
It's also a very common last name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is
Aria's 900th
Yep.
debut.
future
900th
congratulations.
Yeah.
Because it is on the 25th, and today is the 23rd. So on Monday. By the way, the reason his name is Hate Night is because he couldn't play League late at night from
Yes.
home. So, you know, to all the parents out there, you can still restrict your kids' playtime, and they still could become a pro gamer.
Wow. All the kids are going to hate you
I
now.
know. Sorry, guys. Yep.
Yeah.
It was like a father-son duo or, you know, any kind of duo watching together, and I'm like, oh, man. Sorry, buddy.
Don't worry, kids at home. You got your whole life ahead of you. Even
Yeah.
if mom doesn't let you play League now, one day you'll make your own choices as an adult. Whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, it's because I think the sign is designated towards that person over there. Maybe. It says Tosarimia. I don't know. I don't think so. Actually, after reading the sign,
It looks like
it was
a
just a
mistake.
camera zoom.
What
mistake.
is that?
Zeus? Us.
Yes, but
It's a monkey-looking like Zeus, the god, right? Like, which is what Zeus is named after. He just pronounced differently in Korea. And we also had a KT roster support called Zeus, which is why we call him Zeus. We get this question a lot. Please stop asking. Just live with it, okay? The other casters,
Yeah.
when they play at Worlds, etc., like won't say his name right, but that's fine. It's okay. There's multiple pronunciations. Some people still can't say Dom1 right, but you know we're not here to call everybody
it's all
out.
good.
It's all good.
Some of the more European-sounding names in the LEC I have trouble with as well.
We definitely
you
do.
know, some of the other IDs, it is just the way it is. We're all
So-
learning from each other. It's a very cool thing.
So if you're just tuning in, Korea had the rune bug occur to him, and as a result, at 90 seconds in, we had a pause, and now we are back
So
in the game.
the game was resumed, and it is recognized as a record game?
Yeah, so what this means is, for those who watched the last time this happened with Gumayusi in particular, where his runes were also incorrect because he took magical footwear, because things occurred in the game, like players seeing each other or seeing each other's items. Basically, if any event occurs, it becomes a recorded game, essentially, or a record game, as it's technically called, which means that you cannot, unless an extreme issue occurs, it cannot be remade. So, because he did not check his runes at the beginning, basically, he doesn't get new runes. That is the result. As if I understand this correctly, there was no remake. This is the original game. And if he had just checked his runes before they left the fountain, before anyone had seen each other, then he would have had another chance.
Yeah.
And I hope that players just are a little bit more diligent about this. It sucks because you shouldn't have to
Yeah.
be able to check your own runes, but it's a bug, and until it's fixed, it's just how it is, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate. The one thing I will say is that everybody's just trying to focus, and you'll note that, I mean, he wanted to take something else. And
Demolish on null is not exactly what you usually want.
yeah, so like you were saying, you know, if he had only checked his runes, but like, you know, nobody really wants to focus on the runes. They all want to focus on the game. They expect that the runes that they chose happened, but because of this issue that is currently happening, everybody kind of has to deal with it. So
yeah, it's kind of an unofficial rule, like please check your runes, and because it is a record game. I don't know what happened before, but a lot of people saw each other. Like, we were 90 seconds in. It's pretty unusual for 90 seconds into it for a game not to be a record game, which is how the rule states. So, unfortunately, he's just going to have to live with the Demolish. Maybe if they end up winning lane super hard.
well, he doesn't have the Demolish.
Oh, did he not?
Maybe
Okay.
he wanted to take the Demolish.
Oh, okay. I thought he did have it. Sorry, my bad.
He has like the extra shield, the extra damage when you have a shield, which,
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
he is Nautilus, so I mean,
It's not that bad.
and maybe he wanted to change something else. I don't know if it is Demolish, just a suggestion. But either way, little cheeky gank here, cheeky visit to the top side doesn't really do much. Morgan took a tiny bit of damage, and now Umpty is following up here. And the less that top ganks get expected, the more value that they get.
I mean, Zeus
So-
already used his teleport, so this is a great opportunity.
Oh man, fantastically baited here by Morgan as he's in his shroud, gets very close to the sun as Zeus tries, and he will be able to trade it back just barely.
That is super important that he gets that kill there, because without that, this is a great exchange here. Still is going to be pretty nice, of course, for Morgan here on the top side. A lot of minions are going to be deleted. Zeus does not have teleport. Just bought a call because he knows that is how this game is going to be now because of this death. At least he's just barely able to, with a really nice flash play, make that happen. But now without his flash, he's somewhat more vulnerable because Ghost is going to come up here faster for Morgan. So a lot on the mind is more, or Lava rather. I'll have to Valkyrie away.
Yeah. Saw the Nautilus carry it here on a ward, so totally fine. Even almost just baiting out the aggression, but he had Valkyrie.
Another thing here too, Valdez, is the gold trade is a huge trade up because it's first blood plus assist gold going over to Umpty. That's why you see Fred Brion holding now a 600 gold lead.
Yeah, and take a look at the CS. The teleport difference actually makes a big one as well, because Zeus tried to teleport back to make the play with the gank when Owner was up at the top side, so yeah, definitely a nice chunk of gold there to Fred Brion to start off this game, and that's exactly what you want if you are Fred. They have a comp that can scale really well, so if you can get ahead as well, it's going to be just double the bonus.
So this is going to be, from Morgan's perspective, selling the trade here, trying to set up the hyper proc. He's like, I'm going. He's like, let's go, let's look for it. And Zeus gets his Meganar. He has the stacked Q here. Really nice flash play here to actually hit the Q.
괜찮아,
And
이득이야.
just
라인
barely
너무
enough
이득이야,
damage
이거.
from Zeus. I think arguably worth that flash, to be honest. I think it was the right move here for Zeus. If he doesn't get the kill, it feels terrible, but I think it was worth the risk. It pays off.
Yeah. Little Gnar play. Morgan did the same in game number 1.
Yeah, the mirror just really feels like it's a true reflection of the game in a lot of ways.
It's pretty interesting to see a bottom lane like this because, of course, in this meta, as we were highlighting so many times, there's always so much focus to the bottom lane, but not necessarily in this one. I feel like surely Guma and Keria can get very aggressive, but don't necessarily have to look for dives onto Jinx Rakan just yet, so Owner up here again.
Morgan's just being so respectful, though.
Level 6 is hit as the mist is down. Waiting for the Meganar, perhaps the lane is pushing away from Morgan as this is a very tricky maneuver. As just going to get that fear down. Of course, there is no flash here for the Gwen as Meganar waiting for it. The paranoia is going to be enough. Zeus taking up the shots, and he will be able to survive.
That was
on
so
the
beautifully
backside.
done. Owner almost actually dies to the turret there. Zeus tanks it up there. Perfectly done to juggle that aggro back onto himself so they can grab the kill using the Nocturne ultimate, the paranoia. That was such a beautifully orchestrated dive. Waits for the wave to come back as well so that Morgan's in range. They know he doesn't have Ghost. That was very well played. So suddenly, top side here definitely swinging back into control for Zeus in this early part of the matchup. And picking up that kill is pretty massive in terms of what it's going to do to CS. It's going to be a low CS lane with all these deaths, 3 in the early game. But yeah, like you said, the reason why we see no focus on the bottom side is because it is a Jinx Aphelios, where we saw no focus in the past. But with this, awkward lane swap here, see if this works out. Because Gumayusi has Crescendo. So he's looking for a lot of plate value here, knowing Morgan was just killed. He's got this wave here. This is the trade-off, though, because Jinx is also going to be happy with this.
Saves, he's almost at Megalon. The knock-up is not there, but it doesn't matter because Umpty is here. So with Morgan alone, 1v2, he's fine. He almost has his needles. He has Ghost. There's no gank. Owner's doing Rift Herald. So actually, Fred and Brion are going to get a lot out of this because it's a free turret and a bunch of plates for solo Jinx, who is getting solo XP and solo gold on all of these plates.
Exactly. Meanwhile, Lava is going to have to Valkyrie away. See if they can force this into value regardless. Like, it is going to be split gold, as well, some of it. Zakaria walks away to see if he can give him that extra full plate, but Henna is going to be the real winner of this. It felt very experimental, what T1 were trying to do here. Like, oh, does this work if we swap the Aphelios early? Usually you have to have control of one of these lanes massively in order to pull it off. They do have enough control to send him up there, up the top side with that kill, and they have Rift Herald. So it will actually be all of these plates going over to Guma. Is going to pick up first turret blood as well. So it does end up being worth it in the long run here, but still, not a massive upswing from T1 because of the plates that Henna picked up bottom side.
Yeah, let's see if T1 doesn't look like they're going to be able to push into the second turret, but yeah, Rift Herald's going over there. Fred up Brion on the other side of the map earlier on with the gank from Owner in the top side. They were able to pick up a very early Drake. So that is what objective they did get on the opposite side here. And yeah, a lot of that gold split for the top side for the Aphelios, but still the first blood on the turret is going to be nice, as this is the gank onto Morgan.
Yep. The juggle here is brilliant as well. Zeus getting the aggro there as he walks out of it for just a second. Without that, it's a kill traded back for sure, as this is just a really nice follow-up dive. They CC him to death before that Gnar bar is ready. Very close to him being able to defend that. So if he defends that, survives there, maybe trades it back, and they get that top crash with the Rift Herald, it's a massive win for T1. It's still a pretty significant win for T1, I would say, at the end of the day here, as Faker's rotating up. Ping's coming into the mid lane. Lava says he's not here.
Yeah, it's the bully Morgan game, I suppose, as Ghost was popped, but the slow comes in, and Morgan cannot get away from this. Nice try. He doesn't even bother using his own needles. Just accepts that a nice roam from Faker is going to get the job done.
You know what's so cool about this game from T1 is that they banned away Henna's Kalista, right? And they were like, okay, we're going to play around bottom side control if he doesn't end up getting that one. But then Guma loses his Draven. And T1 just decided with this Aphelios pick here on blue side, with the Gnar they have, they're going to play around top. They're going to play around Zeus. No team is doing that right now. And T1 are like, let's go back to last year LCK. Let's go back to spring season a little bit. Let's play around, the best top laner in the LCK instead of playing around bottom 2v2. And we'll just let that Aphelios Jinx kind of sit down there. When Henna locks that one in, you feel pretty good about this strategy of just committing hard to top. Your opponent has Morgan on the top side, who's been a very inconsistent up and down player. Had a pretty decent game last time around, but so many resources have been committed to getting Zeus ahead here. So shutting down the Gwen's potential side lane power later on has been pretty massive. But it's also using the top lane to get Aphelios ahead, Put him up there. Like, T1's strategy here has been quite unique in that it's a different approach to using your strongest player to actually get value for your bottom laner.
As we have an engage down on the bottom side, Guma just going to get blown up here with the Ignite going down from Delight. Owner trying to follow up, but here's Umpty as well. Bit of a knock up on Takaria. Might be a couple of kills. He's getting extremely low, but the shield does come in last second. And with Owner nearby, of course, no chance of diving a turret. And now we have a Jinx with Kraken Slayer, a finished call, basically, and 2 kills and extra plates.
Yeah.
So all of this...
So they were
T1 are getting big map plays, but this is a bigger Jinx.
Yeah, exactly. So everything that T1 did to get a slight lead for Guma is now just erased, basically. That small lead they had is now transferred over to Henna with that extra kill going into his pocket. as Owner does have his Paranoia available, but just doesn't have enough vision to try to engage. They don't know where Lava is. He has package. This should be Frederick Brion with a 2 Drake lead, and I didn't think what this second game was going to be about was T1 just trying to really hard force a different way to get their bottom laner ahead, and then it all just gets thrown in the wastebasket when the bottom 2v2 steps forward. But that is kind of where we are now. Frederick Brion with this tempo advantage is going to grab that. As we're going to go back to this bottom side play because we kind of missed the beginning of it. Oh man, he just walks into chompers.
I mean, it was just excellently played from Henna. I mean, the timing was just so unexpected.
Yeah.
Well, it's just like never really a time. It's like he read that Aphelios is going to move forward to try to get damage on the turret, and Henna's like, no.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely, it was well played by Henna, but it was also extremely greedy to be that far forward at this stage, especially because even without those chompers, Umpty was coming down for a gank. So you have to be, you know, aware of this. I don't think this is the reason why that bottom side happened, but nice try, production. But Carrier is one of the 7.
Carrier's on the list. Ooh.
Yeah, he is one of the 7 losses in a row that Nautilus is suffering.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is okay. It certainly has. It's not like the insane prio that it had before in spring or anything like that. It's okay. Other, you know, even Enchanter supports entered the meta as the entire bot meta totally changed over the course of all of summer. I feel like it's changed 4 or 5 times over the course of just 6 weeks. So, of course, Nautilus and other, you know, just tank engage supports are going to fall off as things change up.
Look at the respect that Henna shows that Guma and Carrier did not, you know, essentially here. Obviously, this is a little bit more extreme, but Henna is willing to lose money and lose experience. He knows this is the setup. Now, Delight.
Come on. He took every precaution, and they just waited for about 1 million League of Legends seconds. And, yeah, actually it does pay off for T1 in the end.
Yeah, well, Delight also pathing that way means that he's going to do something.
Okay, Needles landing, flash, chilling smite. We got fights in mid as well. Here comes Delight looking for the play. That is going to be a dead Faker. As Zeus will get away, just barely. And now Guma is actually able to pick up a lot of gold here in the trade at least, but Brion getting the second Rift Herald is also big.
Yeah, this is the moment where I want to see the gold lead graph, actually. Like, it's so extremely important right now because I want to see where the money is on T1 because they have 1,000 gold to lead. I think most of it's actually on Guma. Despite the 2 kills for Henna, he picks up 1, gets all of those plates topside, that extra turret, now has all the bottom side plates. And for Frederick Brion, it's the Corki angle that you really have to be worried about here as T1 is when Delight comes down here like this, that's like the moment where one of them dies no matter what. So I think Delight definitely could have taken a safer path there, or maybe there was not enough communication from Henna. This is on Faker because he actually engages into this with his chains, and then it actually gets into range here of Delight and flashes for the charm. So this is Faker being greedy, looking for an aggressive trade, which in isolation is correct, but he doesn't have the information that Delight's nearby.
If it's 1v1, it's totally fine, as you're saying, but sometimes that recon can be very slippery, can come from many screens away.
I think he just expected Delight is backing there because Henna died, they're losing turret, and instead Delight goes for a roam mid.
Yep, nice timing from Delight, really just up to him to make that play happen. As Corki not really going to have the kill pressure at this point in time. Does look like he is going to go the Ravenous Hydra build, by the way, so is mixing it up, not doing the rush of the 3 items into Stopwatch and GA, and then essentially just going all in with packages and doing a ton of damage and all that good stuff, as we know. So a little bit more consistent, a little bit more wave cleary, and yeah, can do obviously some huge damage in the team fights anyway.
I'm not sure how I feel about it because I think the wave clear is obviously going to be massive for them when they're playing more defensively, as they have been around this Nocturne, but the extra survivability the Stopwatch could have had on Soul Point fight coming up here soon, or potentially even that Soul fight, is going to be pretty significant.
Okay, that is the flash down here.
Another chomper hit from Henna onto a Nocturne.
That one a little bit, a little bit more obvious, but that's heal and flash actually. So Henna really kind of panicking. He's like, no, please no.
Right before the Drake as well, you know, like the timing of this is massive because Owner, 40 seconds to go, is going to be close to his ultimate when this happens. And Frederick Brion might have to give this one up, honestly. Without those summoners, that is a big problem. I mean, Corki doesn't have Stopwatch either. Like, your 2 main carries in this fight, you have no package. I just don't think this is a realistic fight to take. I think it was a really nice proactive play from Owner, and is extremely going to pay off, as T1 are sitting on all summoners right now outside of Zeus' flash. And they have the faster group up here. I just don't think this is realistic for Brion.
Yeah. I love the builds here from Guma, by the way. The Bloodthirster is going to give you that shield, obviously, but also a ton of lifesteal. So you can survive against all of Poke, even regardless of the Drakes and the Ocean Soul and all that stuff. Like, he is going to survive a lot better against this. There's not too much tankiness outside of the Poppy as well, and I suppose the Gwen with all those resistances. So.
They left Owner here by himself, though, and this is a kind of split fight. I thought maybe we'd see Brion commit. Still, though, just looking for the wave and the second Herald drop mid to grab that turret instead. I think this is the better call. They have a nice setup here to prevent T1 from turning and trapping them, so they will guarantee the charge.
Yeah, charge comes in. Let's see if they do commit to this, as a bunch of poke damage does come in. The Poppy ultimate not amounting to too much from the side of Faker. That is better Poppy, as I like to call it. Sometimes worse Poppy, depending on how the ults go. But yeah, just a nice little trade, and actually Brion do not get the turret, so a lot of that gold still left on the map here for their side. Mega Gnar trying to get something done here. Zeus going very low for this, and not really doing much.
Yeah, also his Narbar expires here, so won't be able to push the issue any further. Actually kind of an awkward trade because it gives Morgan a lot of power here on the side lane at this moment in time, and yes, we'll be able to grab this Gromp to get a little bit more healing. That's pretty significant. I thought that last exchange of play, though, was really nice for Brion, because if T1 are even a little bit slow, you get the turret. They did not, but it's way better than actually forcing a fight here where your comp is not fully online. You went for the Ravenous Hydra, you don't have a stopwatch, you didn't have a package there. And last game, Drakes were super important because it was Infernal Soul. This time you have a 2-Drake lead with your Corki, and it's Ocean Soul. It's a single Ocean Drake going over to T1. Just look for a mid-turret, and if you don't get it, it's still okay. Like, T1 didn't really gain anything from this. That's why they were trying to so desperately punish and force that fight around Brion there mid. That's why Zeus was trying to get a blue buff. They're like, oh, just the Drake is not enough. We want to get something. And Brion just kind of sit back and scale. I thought it was the right move, and it's going to pay off potentially here.
It's kind of funny how everybody now collectively is just like, yeah, Ocean Drake is nothing. we don't really care about it. The Soul is like, you know, could be nice for T1 against this comp, especially with the Jinx Corki. You know, that's very obvious and all, but I think everybody on the Rift would have rathered something else. But it's not going to be the case here. No Hextech, no Mountain would have been hugely beneficial to both sides, both of those Souls. Not going to happen. And so we'll see just how long it takes. I feel like at the end of the day, even though, you know, Brion with their Drake lead, they would have really liked to have a better Drake Soul that they could have potentially snowball it into. I think they're fine because now they don't have to fight over Drakes.
Well, yeah,
you know, if they're giving away 3 Mountain Drakes, they're like, oh crap, like our Corki's going to lose a lot of value. But if they give away 3 Oceans, it's like, yeah, it's not great. But then it's 35 minutes into the game, and they have Corki Jinx.
Exactly, and we've seen the Mountain actually be the one so much against the Corki. It's actually been kind of crazy how many unlucky Corkis we've had where we've seen the Mountain Drakes be the real game changer. But the Ocean is significant against Poke, but I mean, if T1 have the time to get 4 of those this game, then something else has gone wrong for Brion.
Well, then you've got a 40-minute Corki and Jinx.
Yeah.
And yes, T1 do have some scaling too, but we've seen what late-game Corki especially can do. And even Jinx yesterday.
Yeah, I just want to mention, Owner has Stopwatch here, does have Stridebreaker available. Like, this is a very strong moment here in this neutral where if Brion try to push the issue here, they can be punished because Corki, he's got Flash, but no package. We'll have to rely on his Valkyrie.
We're K-ramming a bit.
Yeah, I like how T1, though, are trying to push a little bit of K-ram around this turret because the turret is actually what allows Lava to play the game. Like, so it's so important because he can just kind of be over here and be like, well, you can't ult me here, but if there's no turret, Owner says, yes, I can actually ult you, and you don't have Stopwatch, and I'm very aware of this. So this turret is really important for Brion to defend, but it's also very important for T1 to take, and that's why, for a little bit of time there, there's a little bit of a tug of war around that. And now we're going to go do some side laning. As Lava's like, well, this turret is also one I can farm under.
I like that you mentioned it, especially because it's Nocturne. Much like Zoe, you just want to deny vision and look for angles. A little bit different because obviously Nocturne is all in, whereas Zoe is more poke-oriented. But it's a similar idea where if there is no mid-turret, then you can go for Paranoias. If there's no top-side turret, if you're denying vision, then that Nocturne gains a lot of value.
And
T1
T1
want
want
to be very nice for him. Other than that, I mean, he's kind of just hanging around.
Yeah, and T1 want more than just crashing waves into this turret, because that's not going to kill it. I mean, it will in a million years, but right now, Fred and Brian are happy to be like, yeah, you keep pushing these waves and we keep catching them, we keep farming. Corki's on top side. He's got teleport and package available. This is going to be a very different fight than the last one. T1, ooh, that hook goes wide. T1 here, definitely not the same cushy setup that they had last time around. This time, Fred and Brian have all the tools. Stopwatch purchased for Lava. Package, doesn't even need to teleport here. This is the fight Fred and Brian absolutely want to take. They're saying, we're ready to fight. We've scaled up enough. We want to take that soul point.
We got Corki up against worst Corki, I would say, in this case. Faker's missiles not necessarily doing as much as Lava's at this point in time. Lava's build, still waiting for that as the engage comes in. They're going onto a Nautilus with stopwatch. That's not the play. The paranoia is forced, but now you're popping a little bit less tanky. You have a little bit less positioning as the package comes through. They engage onto this very hard as into the backline here goes this frontline for Owner, but look at Guma. He has so much of a frontline and he can do whatever they want because Fred and Brian went so deep with that package and forced this with the Corki Jinx. And now Umti's going to try to give himself up, but this is just a clean ace for T1.
Feels like we might be going to a game 3 here, Valdez. This is the fight that really breaks the back in a lot of ways of Fred and Brian. Stopwatch down here, package useless. T1 have gotten Drake parity. This should be a Baron they take after this as well, so full map control. No longer safe to side lane will be the Corki. He's not going to be able to side lane. He's not going to be able to free farm. And the fight, despite the really big tunnel onto Keria here, looked almost still winnable for Fred and Brian, but like you said, Guma could just run at them. He was in melee range of their comp, knowing that he has that Bloodthirster, he's got that extra shield, or the extra healing, and a shield. And yeah, nice try. But the fact of the matter is, he's just unkillable while everyone else is that low on health. He would actually just wipe them, so they kind of have to slowly kite away. And the fact is, Umpty flashed for the play, doesn't have a defensive flash anymore, and loses, like you said, 2/3 of his health bar. There is no tank anymore. And the package, unfortunately, isn't really that good. It divides T1 briefly. But watch this again. So Keria has stopwatch. That's the key moment. They have to disengage.
Forced.
They have to disengage
It's
during
just
paranoia. They can't follow through. And like you said, it's forced. Keria gets to use his hook to buffer away. And yeah, team is split in half. But look at Guma. Full health, got a shield, everybody's low, there's no tank. Doesn't matter.
Lava's in stopwatch the entire time. Henna's by himself. It's just, if I'm T1, I'm happy I won this fight, but at the same time, it's like, I think Chronicler said this on the desk. It's like, yeah, you know, better mechanically, better team fighting are the team of T1. So they kind of just sit around and wait for Fred and Brian to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, T1 won the fight, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. It wasn't even like T1 forced it to happen. They just waited for Fred and Brian to mess up. I don't know.
I mean, it was a good play from Keria. They reacted well to the package. The paranoia usage was also great to buy time there. Package was awkward, and I do agree that it was not like the sickest plays we've ever seen, and it was a mistake from Fred and Brian, but I think T1 handled it well. Now they have a really nice control over the map that I just don't think they will relinquish. I don't think Fred and Brian can take back this game.
I'm just, you know, on the side of T1, I just, if they are one of the best teams that we have here in the LCK, I want them to be like proactively making things happen, like making the plays, outplaying the lower teams, but it takes like halfway through game 2 and them just kind of waiting around for them to finally take a fight.
We did.
Yeah, not the best look, but still going to be a very big lead for them.
We did finally get to see the difference between Guma and Henna and Money, and yes, it was after a very dominant one-team fight there. 2,300 gold is his lead over Henna. The same to be true of Zeus, actually, over Morgan. So the side laning Gwen, who built Azonia's, you know, not feeling too powerful, not feeling too threatening. And with no turrets for this Corki to hide behind, you don't just default get to be better in scaling. Like, he hits his 3-item spike here after breaking his stopwatch, now has the GA. But it's not the Ludens. Like, he doesn't actually have that extra burst damage.
Yeah.
And so, like, Lava has to sit back to farm as he's doing now, which means T1 should be able to basically get every objective after this. The 4 Ocean Soul Dream, we were like, oh, something has to go wrong for that to happen. Well, something went wrong in a big way. And T1 get a Baron. And now You know, like I said, it feels like we're going to game 3 here because the Aphelios is basically unkillable. And it's just, I mean, it's just that simple, unfortunately. Like, there's no side lane threat. There's no way to get Lava into a more aggressive position. It's going to be, the scaling aspect of Corki will come in, but it's just going to take so long. It's going to be so difficult to get to that state that I just want to make sure everybody knows that it's not just like, okay, well, if we get to 40 minutes, Corki wins by default. No, not necessarily. He needs to get items, he needs to get kills, he needs to have pressure. And we might be in a 40-minute game that T1 wins if Fred and Brion slow it down because they have the ultimate control over the map.
Absolutely. I mean, with this huge swing over, and this is what we were talking about before when not much was going on, right? Like the Nocturne gets so much value, the Nautilus gets so much value, the Gnar, you know, all of these engaged and proactive champions that you have on the side of T1 get so much value. As speaking of engaged, they get in the backline and Kuma's gone. As down they go, it's actually Fred and Brion the ones that make the play happen, as now GA's gone on the Nocturne. T1 are fighting a 4v5, a massive Gnar ultimate comes in here, as we got frontliners sacrificing themselves, and Faker's gonna get 2, maybe make it 3 as he tries desperately to get it there at the end. Zeus not able to collapse onto Lava, who still has his GA, and somehow T1 come out ahead in that fight.
They do come out ahead, but they just did not expect Fred and Brion to fight without an objective. And that is exactly what Fred and Brion were looking to do. Good play from Delight to set this one up, but it's not enough in the end. Package now used defensively.
Uh-oh, it's a big one hitting them, as no engage onto Umpty. This can be kited out excellently by Lava. He has to be careful, though, as
Drake is up.
he's taking it one step at a time. Teleport available for Zeus if he wanted to back and come back into this fight.
And up for Morgan. He's up in 5.
Yep.
And unfortunately, Faker, when he does respawn, will not have it. So Fred and Brion should be able to take Soul Point here.
T1 spent a lot of time taking out that inhibitor turret, and now they're not going to be in position for this Drake. They are trying to get in position here, as the Gnar is going to teleport in. We got 5 people on the side of Fred and Brion that could try to take a 5v4, but they say no.
Feels really unfortunate. The package here is just wasted, because now T1 get this Soul Point. Their package will not be available for their Soul fight. So that is really massive. It's a huge swing here. Fred and Brion were just not able to, without Flash here on Lava, without a better prio setup here with the push that T1 had mid. They could not set up better for it. This is all Delight. By the way, does this flashless. I mean, I can't say it's all Delight. It is, in fact, also Umpty who's helped set this up. But they chain CC Gumayusi. So he's out of the fight. GA gets popped here early onto Owner. And it's Zeus who really saves this, because without his big Gnar here, Fred and Brion basically just went a 4v1 on Faker, then went a front to back. But he buys just enough time here.
Silas is so ridiculous.
Silas is also broken. Credit to Faker where it's due.
Was excellently played, yeah. That you can just see him in the backline 1v4. He got more done than the Gwen was able to. Obviously, there's a big difference in items at this moment in time. So yeah, that's part of the reason why we see a lot of first pick Silas's.
One of many.
Is left available. Yep.
Yeah, one of many reasons. Very strong champion right now. Also guarantee. It's like, it's not even fair because it's also a Gnar pick at the same time.
Yeah.
Like, how does that work?
You get
All right.
both.
T1 here, no package for Fred and Brion. Lava has his GA still, didn't lose it there, flashed instead. But I mean, this is
late.
not. Yeah, you cannot force this fight. You don't have the engage.
Steadfast presence for Umpty will get him out of the way. This is Mega Gnar. Zeus, no flash, but still absolutely threatening a nightmare situation for Fred and Brion.
Burst damage on a Corki is great and all, but what Corki is really good at, more than anything else, the same reason why Ezreal is really good in these late game scenarios, is that in neutral fights, when both teams are posturing, a Corki puts a timer on T1. It's like, oh, okay, you guys want to take this Drake? Well, I want to take it too. We're both kind of walking at each other. I outrange you, I outpoke you, and eventually you will have to just run at us and hard engage because you're running out of health bars, because Corki will just consistently do that. But when you are behind on the play, and T1 is on a Baron, and they have strong engage themselves and have great turn, you don't, like, Corki feels worthless in these moments. Like, yeah, if you hit an amazing rocket randomly, maybe you could force a fight even if you lose Baron, but with no vision control, no setup, no way to really aim these rockets, Lava, like I said, now a 4-item Corki doesn't feel like a strong pick when you're behind like this, though. You just cannot use it the same way as it is in an even game state or from ahead.
Let's see how the defense goes. Going to be a little bit more difficult here against this Baron buff. A lot of pushing from many different angles. Zeus gets Mega Gnar again here for just a moment. And yeah, I think you got to keep your Jinx on one side and your Corki on the other, because that's where a lot of your wave clear will come in. As Fred Free on the side, they want to fight instead. As in the back line, here comes Owner. They're trying to peel for Henno, but they just cannot, as the fear seems to last forever. As Morgan is getting a lot of front-to-back damage done here. Lava's still alive, but it is a couple of guys taken down here on the side of Fred Brion. T1 up 10,000 gold and looking to end this game here. Can they do it against the Corki? That's one turret shots too. Oh man, Lava just barely going to survive there on the backside of that one.
Yeah, he's got his GA, but he doesn't want to lose control.
Morgan, very, very low, has to go to the stopwatch. He is going to survive just barely, but Delight has to give his life up for it, and I think it's just enough damage. We are going to have a game number 3, as T1 just barely going to pick up this victory against Fred Brion. Not as dominant as I think T1 would have liked, but a win is a win. They buy themselves a 3rd game, and man, Faker made the Silas. I think it's got to go.
It's got to go.
It's got to go.
It's got to go. Well said, Valdez.
At least when you're on red side, I think we might be, we're nearing a 2nd necessary ban, I think. Zeri, the first one, of course.
It's hard, you know, because I think that if it was Guma on Draven, the bottom side could have been so dominant for T1 that the game could have looked different, and poorly for them in a different way. Like Pyke becomes strong again as well, and it's tough to draft against T1. They have so many things they've shown already to be quite strong, and what I was excited to see was what else does Owner have in his wheelhouse. We got to see the Nocturne. Wasn't an amazing game from him, but it was serviceable. He played it very well, and it's enough to get T1 into control of the map. And I thought what was most impressive about how Fred Brion played this game out to me was they didn't follow the traditional rules of Corki package and how they wanted to fight defensively. Delight said, no, you can't just siege us. We'll use all of our engage tools and actually fight you at a place you won't expect, and almost tripped T1 up twice. And T1's crisis management in both of those hard engaged moments from Umpty and Delight was good enough for them to actually not trip across the finish line, and they were able to land on their feet. But that was a great game, I thought, like really showcasing a completely different side here of T1 in this draft. Owner on a Nocturne, Zeus pushing advantages, trying to get Guma ahead, using the top lane. Beautiful game.
Absolutely. Calling for the carry up POG. We'll see about that. I think Faker, Mr. Goat might be picking it up for this one. But either way, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break and come back with game number 3.
미드.
발만 돼?
징크스 나는 징크스. 볼만하다.
난 죽었어 일단.
징크스 높을.
티켓 봐. 많이 빠진 한번 보자. 징크스 잡았어.
안쪽.
왼쪽에 코르케 있어. 고엔 봐야 돼. 고엔 이거. 고엔이 딜이야 돼. 죽었다. 나 앞에부터 퍼부터.
위에 와줄래? 이거 코르키 잡을만해.
이거 톡 해야 될 것 같은데? 끝나? 안 끝날 것 같긴 한데.
잘하면 끝낼만해.
그래.
얘네 궁 다음
잘해봐.
써. 얘네 궁 다음 써.
코르키 4발
앞에
있다는데?
풀스펠이라 잘하면 돼.
고엔 누구?
위에 코르키
약간 끌었고.
왜 약간? 고엔 봐야 돼.
라칸 더블 빠졌어.
앞에 봐줘 앞에.
구엔.
고엔 존야 있을 거야. 우리 앞에만 지키면 돼. 고엔 마무리 해주면 좋고. 노공. 나이스.
코르키 이탈.
나이스.
민혁 킬 먹까? 킬 먹었네?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and we just had an extraordinarily slow game of League of Legends. Chronicler, do you want to have a look at the draft?
I'd like to call methodical.
Ah, yes.
Roll. And really harken back to the days of LCK Past, where we had a lot of yoga going on, a lot of meditation.
Yes, indeed.
Looking at these drafts, is that what you expect? No, not really.
No.
Because especially from T1, you have dive, and more dive.
You do?
Yeah, and then on the other end, you have a lot of kite back and a lot of poke. So ideally, the poke composition moves forward and tries very aggressively to get a lot of damage done. You don't delay a huge item spike till the fourth item, like we saw a certain Corki do, which is definitely not ideal. Because I think, jokes aside, if Fred and Brian makes it to like a mid to late game stage, they should win.
Yeah.
And T1 shouldn't let them. And I think T1 did a pretty good job, but they just didn't acknowledge side lanes at some point, really.
They did.
Which slowed it down a lot.
Yeah, in the early moments of the game,
They did.
there was one gank that Ona did very cleverly, sitting in that brush at level 5, hits level 6 off a minion, goes to the Paranoia gank onto the Gwen. It was beautifully executed. They then had a bit of a lane swap towards that top side. And then we had our first highlight. Let's bring it up onto your screen here, everyone. The highlight lasted for a very long time. Yeah.
And you might be thinking, is something going to happen? And the answer is no.
No.
No, nothing's going to happen. Side lanes aren't real.
Nope.
Booping for an objective that isn't there is real.
Yep.
And we have one team with a lot of hard engage, but the other team knows that they're there, so you can't really get a good angle.
Yep. And as we pan up towards the upper side, you can see a hook does fly off as something's happened. Excuse me. Can someone needs to poke Yundo.
Has he fallen asleep?
Oh, okay. I think he's coming.
Okay,
bring
he's
it back.
back.
Okay. Whew, thought we lost him there for a moment, but thankfully we do have some adorable polar bears for you to observe. It was definitely a very, very slow mid game.
Yeah, and the reason why we highlight this is because with T1's comp, ideally, I think you want to apply a lot more pressure in side lanes and then collapse with the Nocturne to force Fred and Brian to, as Atlas is distracting me by looking at the cute polar bear, is you actively try to snowball leads a lot harder. What happened instead was I think T1, justifiably so, said we're the better team, we're just going to look for a straight up 5v5 when we get a good angle.
Yep, and they did eventually find one. Let's have a look at that Drake fight that really did seal the deal on this game. Largely to do with the fact that Gumayusi's positioning was a lot better than Henna's, but also he was just untouched in this fight.
Yeah, and we have reached the point, we're very far into the game. A lot of engage coming through here on a Nautilus with Aftershock and a stopwatch. So a lot of resources are going to get used here, a lot of cooldowns. Ulta, yeah, you collapse on the carrier, but T1, they're very happy to take this trade. Crucially, Lava goes into his stopwatch very early after a play that doesn't really get a lot done, and then Gumayusi identifies correctly, every cooldown is down. I have Infernum, I got a bunch of items in my back pocket, flashes in, really nicely done, very important, and it kind of felt like T1 was just waiting for a moment where Fred Brian would make a misplay. Fred Brian make the misplay. From that point on, T1 just rolled over the rest of the game.
Yep, they absolutely did. A lot of absolutely amazing plays by the GOAT himself as well. Faker having some really key highlight moments towards the end of that game to really close it out, looking absolutely brilliant on the Sylas. And it's another one of these games. It's an example of pick a whole bunch of really good ultimates for the Sylas to steal away if you see a Sylas picked up on the blue side. We saw this from Damwon yesterday.
Yeah.
Guess what happened then?
As I mentioned between the two of us just now, I think that we got a feeling that red side drafting was getting a little bit more balanced. We saw some teams pick red side. There was a little bit of development there, but ever since Sylas has come through, which not only is like a blind pick that you can do, but also locks out the Gnar of being valid. The pick just has too much power, so you're always going to be in a very awkward position on red side. And It makes our drafts like a little more predictable and
Yeah.
I think really hard on red side. You got to take big risks, and none of them seem to really be working out.
Yeah, and what it basically does is it gives you a free Gnar as well. So it's basically,
Exactly.
you
Yeah,
pick
'cause you
Silas, you
can't-
get a first pick Gnar at the
Or you
same
get a
time,
free
or
Gnar roll.
someone picks Gnar into you and you're better Gnar anyway.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even really matter. A lot of our top laners are also very good at playing the Silas as well into the Gnar. We've seen, in fact, if you've watched any of Zeus' solo queue, he's like got a ridiculous record at the moment for the Silas top lane. That was theoretically a flex pick for T1 as well, as I believe we're getting closer and closer to the POG as well. So G-Sun, whenever that comes up, feel free to just put it up onto the screen. I want to be surprised by the GOAT coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think it might be Faker, but I also think Owner had a really impactful game.
True.
Same can be said for Guma that had a pivotal team fight, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a similarly split vote like we saw in the first game, although that was crazy, but it will be.
Yeah.
Will be Faker. That Silas play was just a little bit too good to him.
It was absolutely amazing. 32% of the damage share as well on any melee champion is very impressive. Of course, he gets to steal away some rockets as well as this gank towards Morgan on the top side. Another big moment here for T1, but this was the key one. This one, oh man, he just finds the back line and wins the fight almost alone.
That flash with the quickness active is just backbreaking here. The fact that he's able to trade as well. And yeah, Fingers is, I don't mind the Guma votes. The one Owner vote, actually exactly what we talked about. It's nice.
Yeah, we actually can't media Keck W because we already stated that we're okay with the owner votes coming in. But thankfully, we are blessed with as much League of Legends as we possibly can get out of our first match today. So let's throw it back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you, Sleepy Volabears, for that wonderful breakdown. Yes, a little bit slowly paced. T1 waiting for their moment to strike. And they did catch Fred Brion in that one. So we do have a game number 3. We'll see how that does go.
Yeah. I think it has to be said that T1 were pushed to the brink against Guangdong in that second series. That rematch ended up being way more hype than expected. And now Fred Brion coming in playing a fantastic series. They now have blue side advantage. They had it to start the series off, but obviously as it's gone 3 games, they will have it again. This is not the series that anyone expected. And with blue side advantage, there's a lot of picks that we could see going over to the side of Fred Brion who could give him an edge here going into the third and final game. I think everyone's expectations is still T1 will close this series out, but the fact that we have to kind of think about it a little bit is a little bit worrying for a team that's 10-1 against 1-10. Like, drop a few to Afrika or Guangdong, that is to say. Feel all right, but to Fred Brion, it's a little bit worrying. So hoping to finish here strong are the T1 fans.
And as we said, and as the guys on the desk did also say, the drafts nowadays on red side are really difficult. It almost feels like you have 2 necessary bans now. It's just not an easy place to navigate. And Fred Brion, of course, the home team, they're going to get 2 times here on blue side. So this might be their best opportunity to really surprise everybody and take an upset win over T1. So T1 have to be extremely careful to play their best game here in game 3, because as I was saying and hinting at in game 2, I don't think that was their best game. I think that T1 slowly ramping up today. They looked a little bit sleepy against Guangdong as well. And this is what I was talking about. You just got to take that Silas away.
And it's going to be an our first pick, obviously, as a result. This is where things can get a little bit more interesting. We'll see if Guma plays another game of Aphelios here, and third back-to-back, as Corky's still up, Faker's Azir still up. You know, Faker's Azir in game 1, not his greatest performance, but I still think Aphelios Azir here is safe and strong, very powerful into what Fred Brion has been playing so far tonight. And we could also see Aphelios Corky, where you have a little bit of power bottom side, and the Aphelios, you're not going to lose it to anything that's up, because Lucian's gone, Draven's gone, Kallista's gone, and then, you know, you're just happy to scale with the Corky in the later parts. But for the first time, Owner will look to prioritize his Lee Sin that's been banned away from him both times. Looks like that might be the go here for T1.
Yeah, I do like it. I think getting ahead of it and allowing that to go through. It doesn't look like Umti was very happy, even though he was smiling. Let's see how he feels about this one. As, yeah, I think it's a great point. We might just see Henna kind of priced into another Jinx lane, and we might see a lack of action down there. And T1 were mostly okay with that in game number 2. The Poppy, maybe a third game of it here for Umpty.
I'd love to see Poppy Rakan, because there's still a lot of picks that Henna can lock in. Doesn't necessarily need to grab an AD carry here. Now, if they really want the Jinx, you have to do it here. Will be Lava's Rise, it looks like, though, instead. Remember, Corki and Azir are still up, and he's picking this blind, if it is, of course, locked in. And I was mentioning the Rakan because I feel like Delight has had 2 pretty great games, and the Rakan was a huge reason why Game 2 was as close as it was. And will be the Rise, though, so see what Faker wants to play into this. The Rise is one of the only champions that can really put the pressure on Azir in early lane. This does discourage the Corki pick quite significantly. I think Faker still feels happy to lane into Lava on this Rise if he did want to play the Azir. He'll have to make that choice now.
I kind of like the Azir here. Let's see what he does go for. No, it's going to be Galio instead. So definitely can make some plays with that, but also can be very defensive against what they could be expecting here, because it's same style of draft as game 1 where Fred and Brion were able to get the win, but obviously no Kalista Mumu. So they're going to have to find some way to get that to happen. Rakan could be away.
I think that they 100% need to ban Ezreal, T1 do. They've banned away the Senna. Camille is never going to make it through, obviously, you know, with the Galio here. We've seen Galio as a response to Rise and as a response to Twisted Fate so much in the LCK. But the difference between Twisted Fate and Rise is that Rise will have perma-prio early here in this lane, and we'll be able to shove it into Galio repeatedly. So there's so much power with Poppy, Rise, and you get your pick of the litter in terms of 80 carries. You can outrange this comp. You have Ezreal, you take Cleanse. You know, you feel pretty good about a lot of different picks that could come in on the top side to try to pile on with this Galio. They ban away the Renata instead, which is another great deterrent, obviously, to Lee Sin Galio. Just drop down the ultimate and say, well, that's the end of your dive. But let's see what T1 bring in here. When we look at the supports for Engage, there is a lot.
We've seen the Gnar Gwen go head-to-head a couple of times now, will be denied, and has been a pick we've seen a lot of times alongside of the Galio as well. So could be the answer here, just to go for a top laner and then wait for the bottom lane, but instead, they might just want to prio Aphelios and Nautilus.
I think Nautilus here, because we've seen T1 run Galio Pike, as it's just insta Xayah Rakan coming in here. Not going to be the Ezreal, but another similar AD carry that can easily disengage, obviously, with Xayah's ultimate. Ezreal, obviously, will be able to disengage with his E. And there's no Camille on the board here, so you really only have to deal with one hard engage. If you get out, you get out. What I love about the Nautilus is it's multifaceted. Strong with the Galio here. The Gangplank is going to add a bunch of extra damage and slows to this. But Nautilus is also very defensive against potential dives we're going to see with Lethality Xayah. I think it is very likely going to be Lethality Xayah, as much as Atlas is rolling his eyes right now hearing that. And Rise pylons on the bottom side, where he's just going to Realm Warp down there with Poppy. Nautilus can root people under turret, try to trade back. Makes it very difficult to dive. He's got between his root and his hook a lot of peel on the bottom side of the map, so it's going to be very difficult for Fred and Brion to just push Guma and Keria out of lane, grab early plates, and get massive advantages there. So I think this Nautilus really, for me, is quite a key pick, actually, for Keria to defend that part, because otherwise you've got good scaling on the Gangplank. You could match some of those Rise rotations later on with Faker's Galio, which has been, in my opinion, by far our most consistent and best Galio this season. He was the one who made the Flash 5-man taunt happen earlier on this season, so I like the draft that Fred and Brion put together here. I thought it was very smart, and I'm still shocked. All 3 games, I'm like, wow, you guys really came prepared tonight. But I do think that the Nautilus hurt some of this draft's early game.
Yeah, could be. I'm a big fan of this sign of Fred and Brion. We'll see how they do fight their fights, though, because I think a bit of a blemish there in game number 2. T1, not my favorite draft. Not quite my tempo from them, but we'll have to wait and see how it does go, how Faker can pilot the Galio in an aggressive sense, as he has in the past. Let's jump onto the Rift for game number 3. Check your runes, please.
Yeah, I hope they did. because the moment that two players see each other, they will not be able to regame anymore.
Yep. Uh-oh. What? Fred Brion engaged, and the rest of the team did not follow up. So Umpty went in and had to flash away, and then they just gave first blood.
That was very poorly done, unfortunately, for Fred Brion.
That was almost like somebody wasn't ready, or the comms like weren't together. I don't know. It just looked weird.
It's a flash for an ignite, but first blood does go over to the gangplank. So guess what? Top side. Nobody has to guess. You already know the answer. Top side is going to be very tough. He picks up an extra longsword. He will be able to get a Sheen early. So the fight starts off with Delight here at the front. And
Delight hit the... Oh, they expected Faker to run into the bush.
Yeah.
But Umpty pushed him out of the bush.
Yeah, Umpty pushes him out. Also, like, I mean, if you're going to...
Not like this.
I mean, they don't know everybody from Team 1 is there, but if you see Faker like that, you have to expect that's going to be the case. Like, I don't even want to get into that
I
because
guess
it was very
Umpty
messy.
thought he would be able to angle it into the wall, and then if you follow up with, of course, the Rakan knockup, it's great. And probably Faker has to flash or perhaps even die. But instead, it just looked very silly. And T1 will benefit from that.
I really just... I'll make my stance on these types of plays clear. I think it's very high risk and high variance, this type of play, and wholly unnecessary for your draft to succeed. It's like flipping a coin, and Fred Brion have proven in this series so far they don't need these coin flippy, like, sick advantages to actually bring T1 to the brink. They beat them in Game 1, really well played. Game 2 was very close. And put yourself in a high-risk play. If Guma gets that kill, the situation is arguably even worse. It's still terrible that it's Zeus who gets it because this is going to be a very dominant lane for him. He has that extra stats, the extra stats from that longsword. We'll get a faster Sheen, and it's just a really tough game for Morgan to play now in it was arguably our biggest mismatch. That's why this was the key player matchup. We've talked about it all 3 games, and this time it's just not even fair. This is not Morgan's fault that he has to deal with this, but he will be dealing with it. And that's just how it is.
Yeah, we have a 6-game winning streak for Jungle Lee Sin. I think, who was it? Kingen played it recently and perhaps did not win. Piosik played it a couple of times and did smash a couple of games. So, DRX with another win over Damonkia. That happened yesterday.
Kingen did win that game, and I was like the only one who voted for him for POG. I was pretty sad.
So
That's the only reason why I remember that.
I wonder why they say Jungle Lee Sin then, because I think it was recent, right? It was beginning of this week, should be just Lee Sin and then 7-game winning streak instead of Jungle Lee Sin. As never mind about that, we're trading flashes. And at the end of the day, Faker low on health, you know, trying to abuse the fact that Lava's trying to put that pressure on. Doesn't amount to too much, but they do trade flashes here.
I guess the argument is just to zoom in on more of the more relevant role for Lee Sin, I guess.
Yeah.
And just exclude that one rogue game as Umpty is, I believe, seen for just a moment, but Zeus isn't reacting quickly.
Yeah, Zeus didn't see him. He was on vision, but I don't think Zeus saw him, so he has to flash.
That's huge here, and it's at the sacrifice, of course, of the bottom side control that Dumusi and Keria are going to have here. But, because that's conveyed to them, of course, hey, we're going top side for a play. You're not going to have jungle backup in a potential 3v3. It's not going to be a 3v3. So, Guma and Keria will be small victors here with this, but we do see, of course, Flash is taken away. Zeus now out of mana. Will, of course, be able to probably buy a Sheen on his first back, like we were talking about with that extra money and the faster longsword, but still does give Morgan some extra breathing room here, which is so important. He also is, of course, notified that Faker is missing and gets out of dodge.
Yeah, spotted there on the Scuttle Crab and just has to back off for a couple moments. Faker not really missing anything by doing this, just putting pressure on the map where he has to be.
Lava trying to hold this wave in a nice spot.
Oh, no. Morgan lulled into a false sense of security, and Owner will collect the free kill. Very, very nicely done by Owner.
Yeah, I mean, that is, you know, we've seen some really sick flash kicks from Owner, but he's like, I'm level 5. Have you seen my flash auto?
Not sure what happened here as Delight goes in, gets hooked. They try to get on top of Guma, but a double grab at him, and now Faker with Predator is going to get this taunt down. That is a dead Rakan. Umpty can do nothing about it, and now it's 3-0 for T1.
And Lava's going to push this mid-wave pretty hard here. Has been otherwise trying to hold Faker's wave into an awkward spot, but Umpty hasn't made a pass at Faker this game. You know, Faker obviously did have to expend his flash early on in the game, so I get the idea here, but playing the Rise into this, you usually have a little bit more control, and Galio isn't usually able to pre-6 to be able to make these types of rotations. He's made 2 now, as Faker's been given that extra freedom, and will only pay for his rotation here with a little bit of lost CS, but nothing too significant. It's a plate, obviously, that goes over to Lava as well, but the tempo advantage you get as T1 here is way more significant. As we watch Owner just, I mean, Morgan walks into turret range here. There's no two ways about this. It was greed. He was trying to push his advantage, and he walks so far forward that the Sonic Wave hits him. As, yeah, this was really aggressive here from the side of Fred Brion, and Faker is not mid. And you see Umpty is coming down. I think that's the idea is, okay, Umpty's going to come down. We're going to try to force this trade, then we'll surprise them. However, Faker shows up first, picks up the kill.
Yeah, carry a perfect response as well. The second that Delight goes in, he just gets hooked down by the Nautilus, and that's another place where the Nautilus can have some value there early on in this lane. As here comes Owner, has Carrier nearby, Delight is here. Probably not going to even see this happening, so a lot of the bottom side of the map going the way of T1, alongside of course, that gank on the top side, so Owner already getting a lot of plays done and action for his team.
And, I mean, T1 have the better scaling comp for a lot of reasons. I mean, the Aphelios and Gangplank are 2 champions that do a lot of damage late in the game. But they also have Galio, who damage-wise doesn't scale as well, but utility-wise and how much he could do for you in a team fight, his taunt, his ultimate is massive scaling in terms of utility, and the value of this pick can be very strong if you have the damage to back it up. Sometimes you see this weak Galio late game because there is no damage, and Galio also doesn't do damage, but not to be the case this time around. Owner has 6.
Uh-oh. He does not have flash, but they are trying to set this up anyway. Kick not going to come in. Delight very nicely responds immediately. And he will be okay, but Owner could just come for another pass and continue to put pressure on here. As Zeus, speaking of pressure, has a call up against a call, but a Sheen against a Ruby Crystal. Definitely going to feel very nice for the Gangplank now.
Yeah, feels bad for Morgan. He's trying to do what he can here in this lane and trade back, but it's like Zeus didn't have to make the choice between the Sheen and the Cole. He gets both because he's just got that extra first blood gold and didn't actually get an assist from that Owner gank earlier. I didn't even realize that until just now. It was only Owner who kills him as Lava desperately comes over here to try to clear vision. There is no commitment otherwise whatsoever here. Now, this is kind of cute. Crescendum is up, so they can both have the Aphelios here for the Rift Herald fight, but then also look to dive onto Morgan.
Oh, no. He's going to hop away, but
like, Owner could just take this and crash this right in if he chooses to, because Morgan, his Narvar is gone now. He is pushed away from this lane. And look where Zeus is going bottom side. They have to match the rotation. I'm a whole step ahead. And this is against a Realm War team comp. The Rise exists, but he's just not able to match the rotation. We'll stop them from getting more than just a few plates up here. But bottom side is free for the taking for Zeus.
Spotted the whole way, but it looks like T1 want to take the fight, but immediately Carrier goes in, and the rest of them are like, well, we can't follow up on this. Cleanse Flash from Guma just to get away, and even the Cannon Barrage, not enough to help him out.
So I guess the Realm Warp is going to work out here, Valdez, as T1 just do not respect it well enough. They were backing away, but backing away way too late. So it's a dead Carrier. Guma losing both of his summoners, as you mentioned. Faker will not secure a plate. Lava did have teleport, so this is the power of Rise, man, and why he was one of the big votes. Obviously, it did go to Delight in Game 1, but a lot of people voted for him too because his macro sense on this champion was so good. He makes a play bottom side, catches the wave mid with his teleport, and now the lane swap, it got some value, but not really because of the punish there onto Carrier. It's just a rotation of the bottom duos to the top side. Still T1 getting a better trade of things here, but it's not as good as it could have been.
Yeah, still up about 1,500 gold here at the 10-minute mark, so just cruising along. They are. They have that 1 kill on their Gangplank, 1 kill on the Galio, even 1 for the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin, I feel like in the hands of, okay, this is not going to be spotted by Owner. He has to flash and then kick for safety.
Different kind of kick flash here.
True. As Faker now, he's got another idea in mind. Flash forced here by Umpty. And the hook onto Delight. But this is a Rakan. Can they 100-0 him? No, they cannot because Poppy, Umpty able to hit a couple of them out here. As now the lethality damage coming in from Henna. He's got a big blade. Caller flashes in for that one. And he still can't get the damage done. The lethality just not enough against these two players. Unbelievable.
They're not
Faker
done
and
yet.
Owner gonna get away as Guma is sacrificed to the Wolves. Not able to get onto the right side of that blast plant, and I suppose Bro finally gets something.
Oh man, they almost get 3 off of this play. If they get all 3 of this, it's a huge swing for them. Morgan is still, you know, in control of this bottom side right now as well in this isolated 1v1. And T1 way overstepped their boundaries here. And this time it's not because a Rise is realm warping them for the punish play, it's because Henna decides he wants to pop off. He just has the single Dirk in terms of lethality, but it's a lot of extra damage at this stage. Can of course chase through the CC, using his ultimate as he did there, has the follow-up flash and heal. This is a great mechanical play from Henna. We're gonna go way back here though to the punish of Guma and Keria. As Keria decides to hook in and there's just no follow-up. Like if Faker is already ulting, you could maybe make an argument for that being the proper move, but you could also make the argument that he's trying to sacrifice himself to save Guma. But this is where T1 really overextend. They use the Nautilus ult early, and Fred and Brianna are ready to chase. Lava has no Everfrost, but does of course have a lot of CC here. And then look at Henna.
Poppy is insane, man.
Poppy pushes him away.
Hits the entire front line away, and Guma's like, what?
And then Henna comes over the wall here, has the heal to chase, and just barely is not able to take Owner out. His safeguard saves, and Faker gets a shield as well.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, he was just denied. Could not actually get up to the other side there. I think it was Lava who hit the plant to push him in.
Not Keria's fault. Just, yep, just got caught on the wrong side of that one. And yeah, I mean, the Dirk Zaya, not enough this early on in the game. Henna, of course, basically no items, but a fantastic play nonetheless. Another Drake does go the way of T1, as we do have Mountain Rift in this one. Mountain Soul going to be the choice, and both sides are going to love that. So a lot of fighting over that, no doubt. Keria is going to get locked up by the Feathers. Umpty around, but they don't know exactly where Owner is. They don't want to overcommit.
Nice sidestep there from Keria on the knockup as well. Goes to the left side. Does buy himself an extra second and can, of course, get away. 2 Drake lead here for T1. And despite that loss on the team fight, skirmish, let's call it, there, where Henna almost got a triple. It wasn't a triple, and Fred Brianna is still behind in gold. The lethality Zaya is not where she would like to be at this stage in time. It's just a Dirk, obviously, right? But see what he ends up building later on this game, because there's still some wiggle room here with this build he's chosen so far. But T1 are very happy. Not about how that last fight went, nor about the punish top side, but they're overall very happy, I think, about the game state that they are in right now, because the Drake lead buys them a ton of time. Zayas is uncontested here in this side lane because Owner is with him. They know this. And these split plates for Isaiah versus solo plates for the Gangplank, don't think I need to explain to everybody who wins that trade.
Wow, first turret blood. Looks like he got all 5 plates, too, so Zeus really getting a huge amount of value. Nice engage here. His Owner's over the wall, too. Morgan and Mininar gets caught, and huge amount of lockdown on the side of T1. You get rooted up, double time by Keria, and then you've got a Galio follow up with the taunt. It's just a bit too much, and you really got to watch your step.
Man, Zayas almost saves that turret, too, while he continues to push. And, like, Owner was doing so much all at once because T1 have enough wave clear here mid to threaten the mid turret, so Lava can't try to punish Zayas with his Realm Warp. And Owner is between 2 lanes. He is both protecting Zayas, which pushes Morgan away, but also setting up for a gank mid and potential kills there to guarantee the turret. Just love how he knows that there's just not enough damage to force that first turret bottom side, and that plate gold is split. This is just T1 having immense macro sense here, and Owner playing it so well. Don't know if we'll get a replay of it, but you know, if we do, I'll show you guys again. But T1 now in firm control of the second Herald. They have the choke point controlled. This is a very different fight than the last one where Poppy is able to ult the front line away.
It's going to be extremely difficult for Fred to fight into this, so instead they will just give it away. Probably the right call. I don't think that trying to force through the choke against a Fed Gangplank and a Fed Galio is any time going to be the right decision. So they're just going to hang out, farm it a bit more. They're spreading out. Actually had a nice little 1-3-1 going for just a moment.
Yeah. Calm and collected here are T1. Fred and Brion not taking any unnecessary risks despite having a 2 stopwatch set up here. This is not the fight they want to force. They'd rather force a fight on this third Drake. The soul point here for T1. It's Mountain Soul against Lethality Xayah. Feels bad. It is once again, of course, going to be Lava building for damage. Just want to highlight this because it has been a long time since we've actually seen Ryze be a damage dealer. So look at Owner here. Like I said, he's both protecting Zeus, but also setting up for a gank at the same time by just surfing between top and mid. And there's just nothing that Morgan can do about it. He can't handle the gangplank. He's too far behind. And definitely doesn't want to be when he doesn't know where Owner is. And then if they realm warp top, Zeus walks away, Owner defends him, and then they lose mid-turret. So catch-22 problem here for Fred and Brion.
Yeah, definitely just a really nice setup from the side of T1. Owner and Keria kind of putting their heads together. Faker there as well. And trying to clear out as much vision here before this very crucial fight. This could be the straw that broke the camel's back in this one, as has been chip by chip, as that is a Poppy in the front here. Ryze as well on the side, not really getting much value. Lava has to stopwatch and flash away. Here comes Delight on the follow-up, and Henna still not really doing too much damage. As now Guma, he's got a fantastic angle on the left side of this one, and that is just going to be another pick as the flash comes in from Guma. He's able to get it. Morgan hits nobody with that one, as Owner gets a little bit ahead of himself, but it's okay. Both junglers are down. T1 have total control at the moment. Probably are going to take this turret and the dragon.
I love how T1 played this. Like, this is the T1 we expected to see in all 3 games. We will get it at least in this third one here. They've got a strong draft. They have good win conditions here. But the way they're playing this mid-game is aggressively, assertively, and they are not going to just sit back and wait for mistakes. They have a lead, and they're going to push. As we go back to this moment here, Taunt does end up catching frontline here, so Umpty has to stopwatch early. Look at how much damage Guma does in this fight. He forces Lava's stopwatch, is untouched, Poppy ults, and then Guma realizes, okay, Lava wants to try to come back in here. I have Infernum, and they're all stacked up. His Infernum damage in this choke point here is massive. Then switches to Gravitum to get a lockdown. He's got the utility guns he needs for a siege fight like this. And then Owner overextends. We'll just ignore that one, because everything else about this was really great for T1.
Yeah, they got it down. It is a Mountain Drake and trade for the top turret, I suppose. Umpty trying to scrap together some of the enemy camps, whatever he can get here. Not really gonna do much else. And yeah, Fred and Brion are definitely in a bit of a situation now, because if you consider their range in this game compared to the last one where they had the Corki Jinx, now you're fighting into a Galio and a Nautilus and barrels and all this stuff, and you've got like this Ryze who's going damage, and then you've got Lethality Xayah against a lot of resistances and a tanky frontline. Where is the range of the damage really coming from when you're behind? I do not really see it here for Fred and Brion.
Yeah, notice the builds too here, Valdez. Like, Keриa's got an Even Shroud, and okay, Delight.
This Rakan is kicked there, and actually just flash on top of that. He will be able to get away. Owner as well. Slippery on the Lee Sin.
Hashtag things Rakan does, but that was a really nice mechanical play there from Delight. Does, of course, lose his flash, but Keria expended his in that exchange as well. But, yeah, like, the tanky Nautilus here, plus the Hex Drinker that Owner is building, they just know the Henna is not a big threat in this game, unfortunately. He's low range. They have the tempo control. They have a Galio. If Henna's in range, it's probably his problem, not his success, actually.
Yeah.
So they're just building a little bit of magic resistance. If they can stem the bleeding from Lava's damage in these longer fights, they should feel pretty nice. As Morgan will get some damage done, but it's not going to be permanent. Meanwhile, T1 full control of bottom and mid. Now, as Baron spawns here, I don't think they quite have enough damage to T1 it. And when I say T1 it, I mean just walk at the Baron and start it on spawn with or without vision control. I don't think that's what they're looking for.
They have a lot of damage, and they do have some tanky frontline, but I don't think there's any reason for them to risk it at this point in time.
If Henna shows bottom, and they're all grouped up, He does not have teleport. Henna's like,
Yeah.
okay, I see.
They are running in that direction.
Henna's like, I see. All right. I'll go. I know they're T1ing. You
Yeah.
have to respond.
Umpty trying to secure a blue buff. Can't do that. It's now a bit of a follow-up here, but Zeus, even he feels tanky with a thick health bar at this point in time. He's got the follow-up from the Galio. Not the cleanest fight here, but at the end of the day, T1 are just far ahead enough. His owner goes deep again and gets just assassinated. As if you get in range, it can be a little bit of an issue, as now Faker going in, he's got some support from the artillery, which is Gumayusi at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2-for-1. I guess it's Fred Brion successful Baron deny. That was not the
Think
cleanest.
positively.
Yeah, it was not the cleanest there from T1, and owner got a little bit greedy trying to go for the flashy play, but you can see the reason why he goes for it, because if he actually traps them there and they get a triple kill and he survives, then they get a Baron and the game is essentially won. It is very much in T1's control right now. They have Soul Point, but they're not able to take the Baron, and owner does, you know, if you want to be super critical, flub it a little bit there, but you could see that the reason why he made that play was a high risk, high reward, and they had almost control of the fight. As we'll watch it one more time. The Smite fight here also means that owner doesn't have Smite for this exchange, so I think Fred Brion could have played this slower. Is
Can't
okay.
lie, Faker's alone. I don't think he realized that there were about 17 Fred Brion members here, including teleports, but if you're going to teleport bot and make sure, I mean, this is double teleport actually, so
Realm Warp's up, but they have to come real quick over here.
yeah,
The Light has ult.
Faker, and now you might just give the Baron away.
The Light has ult.
Okay, let's see what Delight can do. He's over the wall. Nope, no
Can they
chance.
get out, though? But can they get out? Like, that's the question. Realm Warp's up. Delight's here. They don't know.
They know. They know now. That is a four-man knockup, but no follow-up here. As Umpty thinking about getting over the wall. They do not commit to the Realm Warp. Not grouped up, it felt like, for that.
Yeah.
Even though level 8, or 13 rather, they could have potentially, but not going to risk it.
They were so close to punishing that, but
Yeah.
T1 will, you know, the first T1 didn't work, the second T1's going to work here on the Baron. I think we just have to turn this into a verb because they do it all the time and they pull it off so consistently. As now the Maw Malmortius is done for owner here, so killing him is going to be a lot more complicated. Faker sacrifice is not in vain. And I mean, Fred Brion, can you even win this fight? You do not have Realm Warp, you do not have Rakan ult. I think the call to try to use both those ults to punish T1 was correct, but because they failed, the consequences now T1 has Baron and Mountain Soul.
It's like one of those things, you know, it can be seen as a loser's situation, but one of your options, you are taking a proactive play and you can potentially control it, right? So Faker's here alone. They're like, okay, we'll double teleport. Maybe Faker can teleport out in time. Doesn't get out in time, but it doesn't matter because, I mean, he pulled 3 people by.
Yeah. And even with Realm Warp, I think the reason why Fred Brion thought they would be okay here is they have Realm Warp, but we're at a stage of the game where the damage is quite high in the Aphelios. And T1 were already, like, kind of with one hand in the cookie jar on the Baron. Like, they were very ready to just start this up. Like, Faker knew that he might die, or at least force a lot of attention, but it might be at the, you know, expense of Fred Brion's Baron. And they almost turned it. Like, Rakan's flank there, like, the light was so ready. It's not enough. It's okay, Lava.
Okay, gonna force it. The flash does come out, and that's going very deep just for a rise. It's not going to amount to too much, just a flash trade, which is going to be valuable for the side of T1, especially from ahead.
Don't think that, unfortunately, Fred Brion could try to force anything here, though. And the Mountain Soul is going to get so much value against this Xayah, who went to Serpent's Fang expecting this. I do like that adaptation here, at least.
Steadfast Presence used, and so Faker just gonna flash on top of this one. He knows he's got the backup in terms of damage now, so that is a dead Poppy. And with the Baron looking to push and get as much as possible.
If there's no Soul here, maybe this goes better, but it's Galio. He's very tanky. He has his Zonius. He has an Everfrost. And, I mean, there's only so many things I could say to try to make Fred Brion fans feel like there's still a chance, or there's still a way, or there's still an angle, because, I mean, it's a very unlucky scenario that they're in right now in terms of how the Drakes fell. Like, if this was another Ocean Soul game or a Cloud Soul game, you'd feel a lot better about their chances to still win a fight here on the Elder. because it's Fred Brion. You're like, okay, it's the Elder Power Spike. Nah, probably not actually. Is look at how much damage Faker can take here in these types of fights. Flash is on the taunt. Look at everybody turns on. They're like, oh, we can't do this. Kerry is on the top side, grabs the light, forces him to dash away. And that's just it. Like, Cannon Barrage is layered on top of it. You have to walk away or you are going to get wiped in the game land. T1 has just kind of checkmated Fred Brion in this game. And we've talked about there's some variations of the lethality. The Serpent's Fang is definitely the right call here. But it's itemizing into losing, basically, unfortunately, because it's not that great except at taking away shields, which means that you're not getting anything else. And Lethality Zayat was a good idea. Didn't get those 3 kills he wanted. We keep going back to that, but...
He has 3 kills, but they weren't the ones he wanted.
Yeah, not the ones he wanted. Not enough of a lead here around the map.
Yeah. And it is almost a Jedi mind trick with how little damage he does sometimes, it feels like. It does feel bad, of course, but yeah, I mean, now up against the Mountain Soul and all of the resistances stacked on everybody. You know, you even mentioned the Maw, the Hex Drinker that was initially built on Owner. Kind of foreseeing that this situation would eventually end up the way it is now for T1.
I just think that
doesn't really do much.
The even Shroud here for Kerry is going to get so much value always, basically, too. Like, he could have gone for Locket, which would have been pretty strong as well. But, like, with all the CC that's constantly being pushed into him and his based CC as Nautilus, like, this is pretty common to see. But I think it's insane value into Ryze, Poppy, Gnar, Rakan. So I really like that build from him. Like, he's also now got his... I don't know, Glacial Shield, I forget the technical name for that item there. But it's just got so many resistances.
Shroud.
Shroud, thank you. Yeah, well, I mean, anticlimactic end of the series, I guess, in a lot of ways. But Fred Brion priced himself into this draft and then went for that level 1 fight, which I know he loves his level 1 segments. I think we're probably a pretty good chance you guys will be looking at that one again. But
could be.
Fred Brion, so many good ideas here, and I didn't even dislike the lethality Zaya. I do now, but you know, how could we have known? If you're playing to be like in a state where your Zaya needs to be doing crit damage, then why'd you pick Zaya? That's kind of how I look at it. You're playing a Realm Warp comp where you could try to dive and put that pressure on T1. They didn't know it was going to be Nautilus. They weren't sure. Very difficult. They fell behind topside. Zayas got that extra kill. I think Fred Brion's had an intelligent draft and really cool ideas with this one. The execution this time around, I think, was their weakest of the 3. And as a result, T1 just kind of stomping right now. There's not much else to say. So they're going to look for a second Baron. Choke points controlled.
Doing a good job of denying vision here. You see that Delight is... You know, in terms of tankiness, Umpty and Delight, they kind of have to be the ones that move forward as Owner looking for the assassination here as Delight kind of just going in there. He's got some allies around that Cannon Barrage used, and they will push Fred Brion back. Tons of damage right now on the side of T1, and immaculate turn. I mean, when you just look at Galio and Nautilus even together, not to mention Barrels, Moonlight Vigil, Lee Sin. Right.
Look at Zaya stand here with the barrel chain preset.
Just easily set up and just wait for the fight. Or just take the Baron if they don't come in here. As waiting for that. Okay, that's a gone Nautilus. Is now just going to try to burst this one down and then go for the turn. They take the Baron. In they go onto the Mega Gnar. The Gnar is not great. And Guma is just shelling out damage like a machine gun here as the follow-up onto Owner. Pretty nice. A lot of damage there from the lethality onto him, at least, as Umpty on the run very fast with the Poppy. But at the end of the day, it's a trade, and T1 get the Baron. Still feeling good for them as Flash is traded here once again.
Teleport onto that minion. Lava does have his Realm Warp available here, so should be able to get out just fine. I think Fred Brion were really hoping maybe they could trade back, have those better respawn timers, and then go for an Elder fight. But Elder's up. T1 have ultimate control here. Baron is still up for them. There's one Realm Warp angle. It's not a good one. And by angle, I don't mean like the actual geometry of it. I mean like there is one way you could maybe win a fight is if T1 really drop the ball and you just randomly Realm Warp win.
They don't even know that they backed here. And okay, we're just starting Elder. And I mean, they have a lot of damage, right? They have this Ryze, they have this Zaya.
They have a choke point.
And
Faker no flash.
Yeah, they're trying to get in there. The Cannon Barrage is here, but this is a free Elder to Fred Brion?
Umpty doesn't smite it? Like, that was a little bit concerning.
No.
That was a little bit alarming, but you know they're going to take it. Lava's going to
worse?
grab that in the end. I mean, you got to be ready for that one if the counter barrage is on top. But hey, they take it.
We were looking at Fred Brion's vision, but I want to see what T1 were doing.
Yeah.
I guess they backed to buy items after the Baron fight, right? But they teleported in, so...
So the assumption, and we're going to watch this fight one more time, is Morgan is knocked up here. The Gnar is not great. It's used defensively. They have a choke point here. And Fred Brion are hoping they're going to trade back onto Owner. They're like, ooh, charm him, knock him up. They grab the kill there. He doesn't have that much armor. He went for the magic resistance build we were talking about, and Umpty escapes, and that's enough for this to be like, okay, we're going to roam bottom side. And then what happens is, like you said, T1 expects Fred Brion is resetting, and they're going to hope to realm warp for the contest. That's a kind of greedy call from T1, honestly. They had Baron. They could have just forced the fight there. Didn't need to actually back, but they don't have Owner. So they don't have a smite. It's kind of an awkward moment, and Fred Brion just do not hesitate. They're like, well, this is the one way we could win this game. Might as well try, and T1 don't show up.
Yeah, that must have been it, as I felt like even the 4 of T1 were going to be enough, but they decide not to go for it, trying to wait it out, as now Elder against Baron.
Just going to try to knock them away for this turret. It's bounties coming through.
There's a couple of them. That's the bounty as well. Now, this Elder, it's not the longest. They're also up against 4 Drakes still the Mountain Soul. The Baron power play is not much of a power play, though, because they're down 1,300 after the entire circus that we did just have. 1,000 gold in bounties actually collected here as T1 pushing forward, but they do not know. The follow-up is coming in, and Owner is left to die again. Not much they could do about that one. The Elder, as you mentioned, 30 seconds still. It is just one kill, though.
It's wild how many times. Now, honestly, 3 of these 4 times that Owner has died has just been Fred Brion ready to punish him because he's been kind of greedy. And another time he is punished. Umpty.
Okay.
Trying to bait him in.
Yeah, the red buff taken as Zeus is a monster, but so is Morgan doing a lot of damage here with this Elder. Only 8 seconds on it, though. Trying to get some value out of this Elder Drake. Not the cleanest fight. They will trade the Poppy for the Nautilus as the saddest golf claps I've ever heard after that play.
I mean, the T1
lose the Baron now, or rather the Elder Drake after that.
The T1 side of the arena is pretty silent right now because this is a game that was basically theirs, and out of just one call to back there, then a little bit of an overextension here is, a little bit greedy from Guma, and Owner's the one who does end up getting caught here. Like, it could have been either of them. It's him. I don't want to blame him more than Guma because he could have been the one. Then this ends up being a ton of barrel damage, like you said, from Zaya, so it's not the cleanest fight here for Fred Brion, but they push this to the last second of their Elder buff. They take this advantage and they're like, nope, not going to back, not going to reset, going to just try to force this fight over and over again no matter what. And now, like, T1, they have somewhat of a magic damage problem here. Like, Faker is about to get his death cap, but the damage is really all on Guma. And because of the itemization against the Rise here from Owner in particular, he's got his GA, so it's going to be a lot better for him. But otherwise has been picked a lot, and it's still a winnable game here for Fred Brion.
Yeah,
like,
suddenly.
They have control of the map, and Sorelda's is done for Henna, so he's actually doing quite a lot. He's hit level 16. His ultimate is going to be fully upgraded here. Like, winnable.
They need Owner, T1. They need Owner to just stick with the team. You don't need to make the highlight play. You're actually not the guy that needs to make the plays anymore. We're here 35 minutes, 34 minutes into the game. You have Mountain Soul. Just chill out. You've got a GP who has full build crit GP, and you have a almost full build Aphelios. Just chill out. If you find an angle for a kick, maybe go for it. Don't go for anything too aggressive. Stay alive so your team has smite. And honestly, be fine.
Yeah, I think the two best the 2 best kick targets for him are the Rakan and the Poppy. And those are the 2, and maybe the Gnar, if he's hard engaging. But otherwise, just let the T1 comp speak for itself. It has the barrel setups, it has cannon barrage, Zaya's low range, Rise is low range. They have to come to you. Let them use Faker's taunt, use the Galio that you've drafted here to its full potential, and just try to play around range.
And Henna's been doing a good job of,
he's 4-0-2.
Yeah, he's actually, making those feathers really work. He's setting up those angles, as we were talking about. The geometry of this lethality Zaya is really nice. and he's been really good at setting up those fights and playing against the aggression of T1.
Serpent's Fang has gotten so much value too against this Mountain Soul, and it's just repeatedly being a problem here for T1. As I mean, we're just K-ramming here like
now as well. I mean, he's actually beginning to do some real damage just with the feathers, as this lethality Xayah will do.
And like the wave clear is insane here for Fred Brion as well. We're just K-ramming right now, but Fred Brion are happy to do that. They're closer to the Elder. It spawns in 30. This time T1 will actually fight for it, but there are so many tools here for Fred Brion. If they have the choke point controlled, the Xayah, the Rakan, how do you approach this as T1? If Faker can't ult onto anybody, can't get over that gap, he's just going to be a sitting duck. Has Zonia's, of course. I cannot believe how close this game has become.
It really has. And it is difficult now to engage onto the Fred Brion comp. They're kind of hoping that Fred Brion are the ones to make the play, looking to chip away at the structure, as here they do, and that's the damage. That's all you gotta do. Just sit, wait for someone to approach you, land your CC, and let Zeus and Guma do the damage.
Yeah,
they
this
do
is
exactly
a death ball.
that.
It's a death ball comp, and unfortunately for Delight, he doesn't hit his stopwatch here. Doesn't survive. And that should be the Elder going over to T1. They can just pull it back.
Umpty over the wall. The
No
damage is stopped. The steadfast presence there. He flashes out, stops that one, but they're trying to take the fight. Our T1 owner going deep here onto the Xayah, but he can't quite get the damage down. They finally get into that back as now Zeus is there too. And that will be the triple kill for our top laner from T1. They finally are able to break through the iron wall that was Fred Brion, and now that might just be the game.
Yeah, if Umpty has ult there, maybe there's an angle. If they could turn this into a 4v3. But it's not enough. There's no Rakan in this fight, and without him, it's just not a great angle to turn. 30 seconds on Hannah, 40 on Lava. There is no way you were going to defend this, Morgan and Delight. Delight's ult is coming up, but they could just walk at it. And then once the charms wear off, just be happy to end the game.
Nice try. Okay, well,
Like I said.
nice try. Good effort, I suppose. Yep, Morgan gonna be the last one here on the Mega Gnar duty, but I suppose he'll get a kill onto Faker. And that's about it. Umpty, not enough damage to clear any of this. As T1 going to be playing with their food here a little bit. They finally take down the Nexus and finally take the series 2-1.
And not one player on T1 looks happy after this win. It was a very hard-fought series against a 1-10 team. And it's the second time that T1 are tested against a weaker East Side bracket team tonight. Well, they are trying so desperately to contest for first place with Gen G. And it's only close because they beat Gen G themselves. But they have struggled now twice in a row against opponents that we almost wrote off. Yeah, first time Kwangdong won the series, but we were like, oh, but T1 got caught off by the Seraphine. Second time, it's a little bit weak. Now against Fred Brion played a phenomenal macro game, and they came back in this game off of Owner making some very critical mistakes. And for a moment there, it looked like T1 throwing this series away. They might have lost their second one. They come back strong. They play to their win conditions, like you said, play it slow, play around the Galio. They finally did, but the fact that this was so close, I think, for a team that demands such high standards, a team that is in second place in the LCK and will lost you or put them an extra game series behind Gen G. This is not a result you're going to be happy with. You could see it on the players' faces. It's a win, but it sure doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, it's not that ceremony win. You know, it's not Pioshik from yesterday with the victory over Damwon, doing the Lee Sin headset maneuver. It's just, okay, we came in, we won the series. We dropped a game, unfortunately, back to the drawing board. They do get the win under their belt. I think for Fred Brion, you know, props to them fighting through a grueling 3-game series. Obviously, many mistakes that we did point out over the course of this one, but they really gave T1 a run for their money. Definitely surprising a lot of us, which was very nice to see. So props to them. At the end of the day, T1, obviously the better team. They are able to get the game done. But as you mentioned, we want to see T1 kind of ramping into playoffs rather than struggling here in week 6. I mean, there's only 9 weeks of regular season. We want to see, you know, one of our best teams here in the LCK really stomping the bottom level teams rather than struggling through Kwangdong and Fred Brion. So I think it's back to the drawing board, back for week 7, and maybe we see that strong T1 once again.
Just felt like tonight Fred Brion wanted it more, and they came prepared and they played a really solid series, even from behind. I wasn't the biggest fan of this
Minus
one,
this.
unfortunately. Yeah.
Erase this.
We'll probably, I mean, look, I'm not trying to put death segments into Chronicler's mouth or hands or whatever, the screen behind him, but
Yes.
I do think we'll probably take a closer look at that one again. If not, you know, you guys could go watch it more at home, but I think that the first time T1 was beaten by Kwangdong and the series was broken, that was kind of a write-off. Like, we could write that one off. We could say, you know, I mean, look, they still beat Gen G. We feel pretty good about that. Then when it was close against Kwangdong, you could also, again, Kwangdong played at a much higher level than we expected to see. You can be like, all right. This one, I think you also probably can write off, depending on, you know, how deep you want to go down the kind of copium-hopium. But I think that, I mean, I'll be honest, but
Yeah.
I do think that T1 played a very sloppy series here with individual mistakes that you don't normally see. I think it's some of the easiest and smallest errors to fix going into next week of play. That I don't think this should be a series we look at and say it's a warning sign for T1. If they had lost it, I think there's a lot more.
Yeah.
But I'd rather say Fred and Brion came to play tonight. They kept T1 honest, and it was a much more exciting series than I think anybody expected to see. I really enjoyed this. We just keep getting these near upset bangers, man.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that's definitely the angle to take it at. Bro almost caught them.
아래 이겼어 아래 이겼어. 아래 높을 거야 높을
Almost
거야.
caught
높을
them.
거야.
Not tonight.
아래 이겼어 아래 이겼어. 방금 거 미드.
As T1, yeah, just kind of cleaning up the rest
Yeah,
of that
notice-
fight. Pretty straightforward. No celebrating, you know.
Notice we also did not hear the end of those comms, where the players looked frustrated. You saw Zeus shaking his head. Headsets were put down pretty briskly, and T1 walked away. I just want to add that as, yeah, Zeus doubling Guma's damage.
That is a thick damage bar, indeed. Zeus, he did a lot of the heavy lifting for sure at the end of that one. I think that Zeus, among the five, certainly, in my mind, the most consistent.
I voted for Faker. I thought he had some really nice taunts. His Galio was the reason why they were able to win those late game fights, but watching the highlights again, I kind of regret it. I kind of wish I gave it to Zeus, to be honest.
Sure. I mean, maybe we'll get a split vote and we'll have both of them honored at the end of the day. But either way, guys, we do have the analyst desk and carpet space and chairs ready to go with Atlas and Chronicler. Take it away.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and yes, welcome to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. No, we're not going to go over the level 1. If you faceplant Galio walking at you with Predator, that's on you. So we're just going to ignore it as best we can. Let's have a look at the draft.
Weirdest part, as we get into the highlights later, like that's not the only time where Faker just walks up and taunts people. But first the draft. I love the adaptation from T1. I think their problem in game number 1 was mostly that they had no tools to actually proactively get anything done. And I think the Galio and the Lee both mean that, especially aside the Amphidos and Nautilus, there is actually a lot of proactivity. You still have scaling elements between the Gangplank, which we saw did unreal amounts of damage, and the Aphelios. But to round it out, you have a lot more options in the mid game, and I think that I actually went with, I'm going to spoil it already, like my vote was Faker as well because of how much he actually get done, and that was the big difference maker, because overall, I don't want to talk about the Zyra Khan, because I'm not, I know.
I'm with you on that one. I want
I'm-
to skip it. Let's just get to our first
Yeah.
highlight and avoid lethality Zaya because it makes me very sad. Here we are. Here is the classic, I think it was originally coined the Huni Baron. This time it's Faker that's doing it here. The good old trade Faker, the best global taunt that we have in League of Legends. And then just pick up Baron for it.
Yeah, I actually love this TP from Faker. The only criticism, obviously, in hindsight, is like if he immediately TPs, maybe he actually makes it out. But that TP is wonderful because he realizes he's being collapsed on. And yeah, T1, they love that. They love Baron. They love Baron Atlas. And if you give him a free one, by also showing your jungler, then yeah, it's not going to work out. Realm Marp had already been used, and the light was also spotted, so T1 knows, like, we're going to make it through here.
Yep.
And everything's going to be okay.
Yep, and also, you know, Delight went for his big play. There was absolutely no one there, so nothing really happened. However, off the back of this, somehow Fred and Brion got an Elder Drake. Let's bring up our next highlight here, just to go over how this actually happened. And I think it was basically T1 caught on a reset, right?
Yep. And it's one of those moments, especially with Baron resets, because if if you have 4 extra seconds, then maybe you identify that this is happening. And this is the moment where as a T1 feel like, oh no, oh no, oh no, this is an anime moment. I've seen this one before. As I'm loving this, and this really does solidify to me that after the series against DRX and now against T1, are both those teams, well, DRX maybe not so much anymore, they're always inconsistent, but is T1 struggling a little bit? Possibly. However, Fred Brian also is looking better, which I think is very hard work.
They absolutely are. I believe we have player of the game ready. We had another highlight, but I think we can possibly skip it and just get into player of the game if that is possible here. Otherwise, we can just run the highlight. It is up to those of you with the power to change things. Zeus is going to pick it up. 10-0-4, gifted first blood in that level 1 play, and boy, did he use that effectively.
Yeah, I think Zeus and Faker will be the 2 votes here. Zeus for the incredible amount of damage
The boom boom.
that he did. Actually, I read a Reddit comment which I really like, which is Zeus invents a Gangplank build that isn't good. Everyone copies it, and then he just goes for the good build. Just shout out to the new person on Reddit that thought of that one, because it's actually, we see how well he does with the crit GP, and this is one of those scenarios where crit GP is really hard to deal with because there is a really big lack of effective range, and as long as you can't get engaged on, you can't really do anything. So, yeah, really nicely done here by Zeus.
Yeah.
1,000
1,000. We've actually seen POGs of the
Perfect.
season won by points similar to that. But yeah, it's going to be a very even split between Zeus and Faker. And that means that we now get an interview with the 2 of them. Both of the solo laners from T1 are going to be joining us, and that, in fact, is ready now. So here's Jisun, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisun for the POG interview, joined by Faker Zeus from T1, a team that's on a 7-match winning streak, and you are the first team to pick up 11 victories here at the Summer Split. How do you feel? I'm pretty relieved that we won. Well, I was a little bit worried because we dropped the game, but still it feels great. Well, I'm pretty bummed, to be honest, but it's a relief that we won. Zeus, you are now the POG leader with 1,000 POG points. You are extending the gap between the second place holders. How do you feel about that? Well, I mean, I'm on top right now, but the second, third places are also so strong. They are also monsters, you know, so they're gonna catch up pretty soon. So I think I have to keep working hard. And Zeus, Freddy Brian was able to take T1 down in game number 1, but how are you able to come back and get a reverse sweep victory? I think there were a lot of accidents that we were not able to expect and predict, but there were a lot of matches where we dropped the first one and still, you know, managed to close out the series on our end. So we tried to focus up for the upcoming matches, upcoming games. And Faker, in game number 2, you guys went for the B1 Silas, a very high priority pick over the globe right now. But this was your first Silas of the split. Well, Silas was definitely one of our options, and today we were in the right situation to play Silas. And there was a fight where you were able to actually take down 2 opponents where you are fighting 1v4. Could you break down this fight for us? I actually didn't use the skill correctly, so I was able to actually, you know, get all the kills there, but I made a mistake a little bit, so it's a bummer that I was not able to pick up 4 kills. But that could be a turnaround for Freddy Brian, but with that outplay, you were able to still keep the lead over them. Well, Guma got popped immediately, so which means we are outnumbered by the opponents, especially in terms of the damage carries. But Faker and Silas was able to actually play against 4 players on the top side by himself, so we were able to win that team fight. So Lava played Rise and got a win in game 1, and then he blind picked Rise in game 3 as well. So you decided to answer back with Galio. Not a meta pick right now, to be honest. So I want to ask you about the strategy behind that Galio pick. Freddy does like to fight a lot, So we wanted to kind of catch up and match with their kind of tempo. So we went for that Galio. And the synergy between Galio and GP was so on point as well. Zeus, what was that about? Well, I mean, Galio definitely was really good at setting up for the angle for me to do damage, so I really liked it. And I have to ask you about the level 1 invade of Game 3. You were able to get the flash shot of Poppy and even get a kill for GP. We were actually aiming for that Zaya, but I think Freddie Brian was a little bit sloppy reacting to our play there, so we were able to pick up the kill. Zeus, how did the laning phase go after getting the first blood? Definitely a great start for me with that first blood gold, but I don't really prefer that happening because I wanted to actually help my team to pick up the kill. I mean, starting off the lane with extra 400 gold kind of adds more pressure to my shoulders, so I don't really like that. And Zeus, despite being put into a situation where you don't really like, you guys are able to still win the game, but Freddie Brion was able to take an L there away from T1. Were you guys worried at that point? In the late game, I was not able to land any barrels, so I was feeling so small. I was losing my confidence, but my teammates were doing a great job in the late team fight. You know, they just went in, and then I was just like getting kills with autos and Qs. Somehow we won. So in Game 3, Zeus, you got 7 POG votes, and Faker, you got 6 POG votes. A very close war for the Game 3 POG as well. So who do you think deserves the POG in Game 3? Well, I think Zeus deserves it, but also I thought I was the POG, to be honest, you know, that's my idea. But Zeus also did a great job, so. Well, getting all the POGs is also good, so congratulations over to Zeus. I also think Faker also deserved the POG, but I'm the one who finished the game, you know, so I also kind of deserve the POG. T1, your next opponent is KT Roaster, a telecom war. Incoming. What are your thoughts about that? I think KT is having a great momentum at the moment, so I think we really have to do better in that series, and also Rascal is so powerful, so I think we really have to perform well. Faker, any message for the fans? Recently, we have been getting a lot of 2-1 victories, which is a bummer, so we will make sure to get 2-0 victories in the future from now on. And this will be the end of the interview from the solo laners of T1, and back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason, for the translation and for the excellent conversation between both of the solo laners. Faker correctly stating that he indeed deserved the dual POG for that one, but boom boom damage is boom boom damage, and Zeus definitely was correct when he said he was the finisher. That triple kill was pretty impressive. Let's check out the standings and see where this places T1 as once again they make their way up to first place. Gen G still with a match to play. If they win it in any fashion, they will reclaim that first spot, but for tonight, T1 will sit up there.
Pretty remarkable that T1 individually does seem to be dropping a lot more games, and it kind of solidifies what we already have established, which is that even though Gen G have only lost to T1, every other team Gen G seems to not have a problem with at all, and it makes a rematch between those more exciting.
Yep, although I think I'd probably still put my money on T1. Gen G just doesn't seem to be able to beat them. KT versus Nongshim is going to be coming up next, about 20-30 minutes or something like that. Not too long to wait before we get to that one, and we get to check in on the other side of the Telecom Wars form. It's going to be very interesting. We'll see you after the break.
스크립트 없이 오프닝 시작해봤는데 어때?
난 좋아.
얘는 진짜 한번하죠 얘는. 아니 근데 좀 아쉽지 않아? 꽁트 안 하니까?
동신아, 너는 항상 갈굼당하는데 꽁트까지.
그건 있어. 딱 봤잖아? 나도 약간 기대라는 게 맨날 갈굼 당했으니까 한 번은 이제 나한테도 기회를 주지 않을까.
동준아, 방법이 있어.
뭔데?
너가 티어를 올리면 돼.
너 마스터 가면 돼.
너랑 상면이 형은 못 이길 것 같아. 너는 얼마 차이 안 나, 너는.
그리고 오늘은
네.
꽁트 대신에
네.
저희 혓바닥 토스 애청자분들이 많이 생기고 있는 것 같아서 저희 한번 애칭을 정해보면 어떨까?
아, 저희가요?
네.
바닥이 어때요, 바닥이? 바닥이?
닥터스도 겹치고 혓바닥도 겹치고.
근데 약간 이거 듣다 보니까 내가 진짜 바닥 기는 느낌.
빠른 거 뭐 있어? 뭐 생각했어?
나 스붕이.
스붕이? 왜 스야?
왜? 이유가 있어?
그냥 스붕이.
나는 내룸이. 내룸이?
이런 거는 단순하고 귀여워야 돼. 그냥 나 같은 그냥 닭딱이들 뭐 이렇게 할 거야.
다 다양하기도 하고.
이거 보는 시청자분들도 뭐
아이하니까.
그냥 딱딱이들.
이거 보는 시청자 중에 부실볼이 있을 리 없다.
다이아급 지식을 가지고 계시다. 딱딱이들.
닭다기들.
그래서 오늘은 그동안 혓바닥 토스한테 궁금하다고 댓글들을 다 많이 달아주셨어요.
네.
댓글들을 모아서 답변해 주시는 시간을 가져볼 건데요. 돌림판을 보시면 질문에 수위가 있어요.
네.
하나씩 돌아가면서 돌림판을 올려주면 되고요. 걸린 분이 그거에 대한 답변을 무조건 하셔야 되고, 만약에 답변이 더 어렵다, 별도보다 청아님이 뮤직비디오를 따라하는 패러디 영상을 찍어주시면 그러면 질문 면제권을 드리겠습니다.
아니 뭐 춤추라고요?
네.
뭐 센 질문이 대체 뭐가 있는 거지? 하나 뜯어보고 싶은데.
그러면 뜯어보고 네가 답변해.
그건 안 돼.
아니 해봐. 어차피 다 뜯어야 돼.
안 돼.
나는 근데 사실 이거 보면 여러 장이지만 질문 하나 들어있는 거 아닌가. 이거 진짜가 아니야, 진짜?
진짜 아니냐?
그럼 두 개 뜯어.
뭐 얼마나 어려운 질문이 있겠어.
그치.
그냥 다 답변해주면 되지.
먼저 돌려봐 그러면.
가위바위보로 정하자고.
가위바위보. 가위바위보. 보.
예!
먼저 하면 되겠다.
하지 마.
이렇게.
이렇게 하라고?
나쁘지 않네.
아 이런 미친. 먼저 맞는 게 낫다. 하나, 둘, 셋.
아, 나 근데 이거 답변 못할 것 같은데.
아이 설마 걸리겠어.
야, 떴다. 떴다.
노란색. 설마 걸리겠어. 이거 주장이에요. 이거 주장이 맞아요.
자기들 아이는 난 상관없어. 빨리 골라.
나만 아니면 돼. 나만 아니면 돼.
저만 일단 볼게요. 잠깐만요. 아니 근데 이 정도야 뭐. 각 라인별로 역체는 누구인가?
난 못할 것 같아.
역대 최고는 누구인가? 일단 뭐 미드는 사실 적을 필요가 없네요.
분명하게.
아니 근데 어차피 이거 개인적 견해잖아요.
그럼요.
그치.
아니, 내 말이 정답도 아닌데 뭐.
근데 책임은 네가 져. 책임은 네가 져.
아니야 나는 은퇴한 지 꽤 지난 사람이라 별로 영향력 없어. 그냥 말하면 돼.
오케이.
일단 서포터 마타. 마타. 퍼포먼스를 봤을 때 우승까지 끌어올리는 그 포스가
그 누구도 범접할 수 없는.
원탑이었다. 정글은 전 그럼 그냥 지금 현재 뛰고 있는 전 캐니언 적을래요. 볼 때마다 그냥 감탄만 나와요. 와 진짜 저렇게.
미드는요?
아니 미드는
미드는 그러면 캐년이랑 같이 뭐 섞이는 거예요? 아니면?
뭐 이거는 뭐 프로 없잖아. 나는 그냥 페이커 적을 거야. 이 사람의 커리어를 깰 수 있는 사람은 지금 당장 아예 없어요. 지금도 폼이 좋고. 근데 원딜은 기억이 잘 안 나는데 원딜은?
본인 말고 생각해본 적이 없다던가.
아니야. 내 세대 때는 프레이 선수가 참 잘하지 않았나. 내 세대 때는. 탑은 큐베 선수. 이유 단 한 번의 정글러를 사용하지도 않고 그 퍼포먼스를 보여줬다는 거 정말 게임을 정말 잘하는 선수라는 뜻입니다. 그렇기 때문에 전 큐베 선수 좋겠습니다.
박수 한번 칩시다.
참고로 개인적 견해입니다. 전혀 어떤
그런 걸 중요하지 않아.
로아 스트리머입니다.
가나요? 오케이, 가겠습니다.
아, 왜 이렇게 약하게 돌려?
야, 이 느낌이 가야지, 지금.
제발 빨간색. 앞에서.
너무 약합니다. 빨리 줘봐. 빨리 줘봐. 혓바닥터스 분들이 각오로 돌아간다면 어느 라인으로 가시고 싶으신지 궁금합니다. 저는 미드? 다른 라인은 재미없을 것 같고 미드는 재밌을 것 같아가지고.
아니 근데 형 게임하면은 바텀 게임이라면서 왜 바텀으로 가고 싶어 하지 않지? 정말 중요하다고 하는데.
이유를 알 것 같아.
왜?
바텀 가면 너 같은 이 만나니까.
이거가 맞아.
같은 애가 뭔데?
왜 연습이 없는 날이 있는지는 모르겠는데 보통 어떻게 지내시나요? 보통 연습 없으면 다 같이 영화보러 가거나 여자친구 만나러 가거나 좀 그랬던 것 같은데.
아니면 뭐 솔랭 하거나.
아, 솔랭 있었다 맞다 연습하고.
아르비얼 제발.
내가 대신 돌려줄까?
아니 잠깐.
형아, 네가 돌려봐. 그래.
아 잠깐 우리가 돌리면 안 돼. 책임 회피. 무조건 책임 회피. 얘 어떻게든 빠져나갈 구멍 만들어.
어떻게 날 이렇게 잘하냐?
빠져나래 빠져나.
떴다.
안 돼.
선수 시절 때 제일 편했던 아니면 제일 힘들었던 메타 이런 조합은 상체가 답이다 하체가 답이다 같은 질문들을 남겨봅니다. 메타적으로 봤을 때 제일 힘들었던 메타 스탠너프를 진짜 심하게 받아서 바텀에 블라디 가고 스웨인 가고 딩거 가고
비원딜.
근데 그 메타가 진짜 힘들었던 이유가 뭐냐면 원딜러들이 그 메이지 숙련도가 너무 낮기 때문에
그러면 그때 당시 LCK에 뛰고 있던 선수들이 못했다?
전 북미 기준이에요. 네가 제일 나쁜 놈이야.
왜 이렇게 살살 돌려? 센데 골드면.
근데 이거 이러다 그만 하나도 하고 딱 말겠는데? B 선수 출신 감독은 선수들보다 내적컬이 좋은가?
빨간색 아니야 이거?
근데 이거 뭐 코치도 아니고 감독 자리잖아. 사실 감독은 피드백을 잘할 필요가 없기는 해.
그럼 코치로 바꾸죠 이거.
질문이 감독인데 B 선수 출신 감독은 선수들보다 내지컬이 좋은가? 이건 아니야 생각해. 그러니까 좋을 수도 있고 아닐 수도 있죠 당연히. 단정 짓는 건 말이 안 된다. 물론 근데 확률적으로 낮다.
선출이어도 현재 뛰고 있는 선수보다 그 뇌지컬적으로 좋을 수가 없어요. 라인전 상성이나 이런 거는 선수들이 직접 배우는 거기 때문에. 근데 이게 꼭 그 이해도만으로 그 감독이나 코치가 엄청 뛰어나다 이런 식으로 할 수도 없는 게 팀의 전체적인 시스템이나 구조나 애들 관리 이런 거 게임만 알려주는 게 아니고 결국에는 팀을 만들어야 되기 때문에 그런 걸 잘하시는 분들이 있어요. 그래서 이게 뭐 꼭 비선출이라고 좋다 선출이라고 좋다 이런 식으로 나눌 수는 없고.
저는 근데 그건 있어요. 비선수 출신은 그거 절대 공감 못해요. 압박감. 선수들이 느끼는 중압감이랑 그런 거.
왜냐면 경험을 해보지 못했으니까.
경험 차이가 있긴 해.
헬리오스가 비선출 출신 다 나가라네요. 저는 그렇게 말한 적 없고요. 이거는 캡틴잭이 말했어요. 이거는.
뭘 돌려 그래 걔가 나
아니야. 팀 단합력을 위해서 수학여행 같은 거 가나요? 간다면 가서 예능 같은 게임 하나요? 예! 무조건 갑니다.
해외 팀들은 안 하거든요. 한국 팀은 좀 이런 거 많이 하는 편인 것 같아요.
근데 사실 게이머들이 대부분 좀 아싸 기질이 강해가지고 이런 거 안 좋아해요.
아니 왜 이렇게 쓸데없이 긴장되지 이거?
롤드가 사실 그 말 차이가 없을지도 몰라. 아니 이거는 근데 이거
저거 아니라고?
정면에서 봐봐 정면에서 가운데 있다니까.
야 지금 맞는 거 아니야?
뭘 내가 만져.
다시.
다시 하라고요?
진짜 다시 해요.
이제 앞으로 감독님이 심판을 봐주실 거예요.
오케이 갑니다.
다시 그만 걸리고 그냥 당당하게 하자.
걸리는 거 아니지?
아니지. 그렇지.
아니요.
이건 어쩔 수 없다 이거는. 오히려 골드랑 별로 차이 없다고 생각하면 마음 편해.
그러니까 봐. 존나 세. 젖었어 이거.
내용 보자. 내용이 뭐야?
컴바다터스가 생각하는 내년 아시안 게임 베스트 팀 5위는?
와 이건 좀 많이 매운데. 말이 베스트 5인이지 그냥 형이 생각하는 5명 뽑으면 되는 거야.
여기서 뭐 우리끼리 웃자고 하면서 뽑는 거니까 바로 갈게요. 탑은 일단 제우스. 정글은 킹형 갑니다. 미드는 페이커. 그리고 원딜 룰러에 서포트 캐리 하겠습니다. 이런 느낌. 이 정도면 근데 좀 모두가 솔직히 만족하지 않을까?
그래서 지금 시즌 1등인 젠지는 왜 한 명밖에 안 들어가 있지?
그러게 우리 젠지는 왜? 튜닝까지만 해볼까 그러면? 튜닝까지 뽑아볼까 그러면? 만약 그만 여기서 하나 더 나오면 이제 그만은 이제 걸려도 땡인 거죠. 네. 마지막 그만 주인 좀 궁금하긴 하네.
빠른 별이다. 돌리자. 또 약하게 돌리는 거다.
됐다. 내가 빨리. 어려운 질문인데. 어려워 질문이. 얄미워. 스타에서는 다들 이윤열 선수를 최고의 재능충으로 꼽던데 각자 생각하는 최고의 재능충과 최고의 노력충이 궁금합니다. 이거 왜요? 빨간색이요. 그냥 재능충이 아니고 최고의. 제가 노력충은 모르겠어요. 노력은 뭐 선수들 다 똑같이 노력하니까 재능충은 페이커.
페이커는 노력을 안 했다?
뭔 소리야?
페이커 순수하게 재능?
재능과 노력. 둘 다 페이커.
둘 다 페이커.
왜냐면 꾸준하게 롱런 하고 있고 우승도 계속 하고 있고 아직도 되게 잘하고 있고.
그 다음을 뽑아볼까 그러면?
네, 그렇게 안 적혀 있어요.
마무리 시작. 단돌이 시작은 그냥 이제.
아쉽잖아. 여러 번 만지면 부정이야.
걸린다.
리그 오브 레전드는 언제 섭종할 것 같나요?
너의 생각은?
예전에는 근데 난 롤이 망할 거란 생각을 안 했거든. 요즘은 조금 무서워.
이유 좀 이유 같은 것도.
솔로 랭크가 무법지대가 됐어.
옛날에도 똑같은
이 정도는 아니었어. 남타 심하고 생배 심하고.
근데 나는 롤의 흥망성쇠가 그런 뭐 유저들 간의 채팅으로 이루어질 것 같진 않은데? 그건 어차피 사람 간의 문제인 거지. 그게 게임이 망하고 안 망하고는 난 별개라고 봐.
몇 년?
7년. VR 게임 같은 게 많이 나올 것 같아가지고 이제 VR 리그 오브 레전드 나오는 게 아니면 좀 힘들지 않을까.
그 시대상의 메타에 따라가지고.
그치. 근데 벌써 또 10년 넘은 거 보면 뭐
아니 거뜬해 근데.
라이엇 대표님한테 한마디 해주세요.
패치 잘했으면 좋겠고요. 생배 없애 MMR 패치해. 그리고 욕하는 애들 잡고.
욕하는 애들.
이거 제일
걔네가 날 그렇게 만들었어.
나고 걔네들도 그렇게 생각해.
마지막 바퀴.
마지막 바퀴요? 네.
실버가 한 번도 안 걸렸네.
강찬밥 챌린저 찍기 가능? 불가능?
야 이건 다 같이 할 수 있겠다.
하나 둘 셋. 불가능. 골르다.
자신이 속해 있던 팀 중에 내가 쟤보다 잘했겠다 싶었던 포지션이 있나요? 네, 얘요. 아니 뭐 그래서 미드로 대기였잖아요 제가 한번.
아니 저도 기다리고 있었는데. 골드. 진짜 맵지만 궁금한 건데요. 선수분들은 같이 숙소 생활하시면서 각자 다른 인간의 삶 욕구들을 어떻게 해결하셨나요? 일단은 먹는 거는 별 문제가 없고요. 자는 것도 그렇고 다른 거는 이제 뭐 휴일이 있기 때문에 이거 보시면 감독님들 휴가 좀 많이 주셨으면 좋겠어요.
마지막인데 그만 굴자.
이거 왔다 이거 왔다.
젠티 담립 티젠 담립 객관적으로 누가 더 잘한다고 생각하시나요? 이건 좀 무리인가? 알면서 왜 물어본 거야? 이건 좀 무리야. 그건 일단 말하고 가면 좋을 것 같은 게 리브센박 요새 잘해요. 제가 예전부터 리브센박의 크로커 선수를 눈여겨보고 있었거든요. 좀 잘하고 센스 있다고. 근데 좀 빛을 못 보다가 이번에 프린스 선수 들어가면서 좀 많이 잘해줬더라고. 나머지는
순서를 정하려잖아. 쓸데없는 말 하지 말고. 이거는 슈퍼.
그래, 가발 쓰고. 청아 한번 하자.
이거는 좀 이건 좀 무리인 것 같기는 해요.
나 근데 너무 무서워. 내가 이걸 뽑았을 수도 있잖아 이거.
이거는
나 너무 무서워. 네, 뮤비는 남아서 찍는 걸로.
네.
자, 오늘은 여러 가지 롤 관련 질문들에 대해서 답변하는 시간을 가져봤는데 앞으로 또 궁금한 주제 있으면 댓글 달아주세요. 협박 다이너스 수고하셨습니다.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me. I'm just a star.
저 욕먹을 것 같은데요?
So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone,
아 나는 지금
카메라 보고 지금
너무 치명적이야, 지금.
섹시한 매체적인 눈빛.
어수면 위에 비춘 starlight. 언제나 반짝인 my heart for you.
아, 근데 피디님 그 심판 관련된 건 없네요? 질문이?
뭐 심판도 있고 뭐 최근에 논란된 거 은근 많지 않았어요?
그런 거 저희 시즌 끝나고 나서 특별 편성으로 한번 싹 다 털어볼 예정이니까. 네.
그날 LCK 큰일 나는 날이다.
우리 아까
대위기.
얘기하지 않았어? 우리 언제 망할 것 같으세요? 그거 있었잖아요.
그건가?
SK는
그날이라고?
그날 망할 수도 있다.
のことば繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
이번 파이널 라센과 T1의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We got our second match of the night. KT Rolster up against Nongshim Red Force. Still me, Valdez with Wolf. And yes, this is going to be an interesting one. Nongshim have been having a lot of trouble recently. They got a couple of wins, but have been a bit downhill since then. KT looking on the up and up.
And we talk about this a lot with teams that are trending upwards or downwards going into a series. And once again, we do have a bit of an opposite scenario. KT looking better and better week after week. Nongshim, their problems, to put it lightly, haven't gotten any better. It feels like it's gotten worse and worse. We won't even see Snowflowers starting tonight. Will be effort on the support role. So a lot to talk about, a lot to break down here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you never know what can happen. Maybe Nongshim show up today, which could be exciting. Let's take a look at the points of the match and see what we have in store for this one. On a rapid rise, you know, you could say a bit of a roller coaster. Return of Summers, KT.
Yeah, and against a static Nongshim, I don't know if I agree with the use of the word static here, because it has, yeah, in terms of, you know, the fiery nature of KT right now, how they're looking, I guess comparatively it does feel very static, but it feels like a rise versus a plummet. Now we are at the edge of like the biggest plunge for Nongshim right now, and we're getting close to the same territory, of course, as Hano Life and Frederick Brion right now. 7-match, 10-game losing streak Nongshim. It's time for a breakthrough. It was time for a breakthrough last week. It was a time for a breakthrough the week before that. It's always time for a turnaround here, but I think against KT, like you said, an upset could happen. This could be the moment where we turn it around. But it's just the fundamental coordination problems this team has right now, I don't believe can be solved in this roster with the time they have left in this season. I think we are probably going to break it up and do it again, but there's still a few matches left to be played here. Is patch 12.2 Talia. Where will she go?
Where will she go? Let me let you know. It's going to be on the ban list. We will not see Talia today. If we do, that's a mistake. I think Talia is really strong, especially into other champions that are strong in the meta, but not only that, just in general, she is very strong. The red side has been having a lot of trouble. I think that if KT have a weak red side game, there is absolutely a chance for Nongshim to come in and swipe away a win. Even, you know, maybe they do get a first pick to Leah or something like that.
So this is specifically on the last 2 weeks of play, 12.12 to 12.12b. Nongshim here, their stats not looking great in the early game. KT has also not had leads in the early game. They start to pop off much later on. And if you've been paying attention to KT Rolster, you've probably noticed that there's a reason why. They have been playing around aimings late game 80 carries, where later on in the game, if he isn't pushed too far behind in lane, he pops off. And that is going to, I think, be the expectation for this series as well. The strongest point of KT is the bottom 2v2. The weakest point of Nongshim is the bottom 2v2. That's a mismatch for this matchup tonight. That is one of the big reasons why KT Rolster are expecting to take the 2-0.
Yeah, should be pretty comfortable coming into this one. As you see them lining up for this, Vikla once again starting. Had a little bit of a scare in the beginning of the season, but he came back and now he's looking better and better as well. I like the way you put it. You know, playing around aiming is absolutely the way that KT play, but still a pretty well-rounded team. You know, I don't think anyone's really dropping the ball here or not really up to the level of the rest of the players, but yeah, certainly like to play around that AD carry.
KT are looking very consistent right now, which is something we very rarely can say about this team. That's why we never get excited about KT, because the moment that you start to feel like the team is really turning a season around, that's when things fall apart. But so far, KT Rolster, ever since they started playing around aiming, just haven't really dropped the ball. They haven't looked weaker. And so it is a very promising second half of the round robin here so far. We'll see if they can continue the momentum. That would land them a playoff spot.
Yeah, they do feel like they are in prime position to get that playoff spot. And over here on the side of Nongshim, not looking very happy. But of course, you know, just trying to keep the mind clear, just trying to be ready. Efforts, you know, he was subbed in for Snowflower, even gives us a little bit of a smile there. That's very nice to see, as the players are still smiling coming into this one. And yeah, I thought that maybe Effort overall in terms of mechanics looked like a better fit for Nongshim, but at the same time didn't really have a great start either. So trying to struggle and figure out which one will be better for the team.
My take is that Snowflower is such a late addition, coming in only at the second round robin because he's a new addition to the roster, which means he's not eligible to play until round robin 2. If he was a Challengers player, he could, of course, been subbed in really at any time. Because of this, I think he didn't gel with the team, and it's desperation mode now. We're just going back to comfort and what we know. I think if you're the Nongshim coach, like, look, Snowflower didn't gel fast enough. There's no time. And we've been playing Effort mostly all season. Let's make a big pivot here and focus on the mid lane, where BDD, despite having individually pretty good performances, hasn't been able to find the success we expect from such a god-tier player, one of the legends of the LCK. You can see, in terms of damage, he is #1 on his team. 30% of the damage share. It's not Ghost who's getting it done in an 80 carry meta. He's out damaging him, and I think that tells us all we really need to know in terms about where Nongshim has looked their weakest.
Damage gold, definitely a very nice stat as well, because it just shows you that regardless of how much gold you get, how much you are doing with that gold is important. You know, from ahead, from behind, doesn't really matter. And BDD's got #1 in the league for mid laners, so it should tell you a lot. The guy does a ton of damage, but a lot of the reason why they're not winning is just because of, you know, communication, lack of confidence. The team isn't gelling well together, so he might go in, get like a huge knock-up with the Azir, you know, a couple of Emperor's Divide, stuff like that, and rack up the damage, but there's no follow-up, or people are out of position, or somebody's late to the fight, or they don't go in all together. You know, all of this stuff together is really what is hurting Nongshim at this time.
It has felt sometimes like BD has abandoned his team as well on the Azir. We've seen so many fights where he doesn't Emperor's Divide or is just almost playing for KDA because the team fights are so disjointed. He gives up, walks out of the fight, and we don't know what's going on internally in Nongshim, how they're trying to play this one out, but they have looked very emotional in losses, and we are seeing only L's. And the one thing we know for sure is this team is trying so desperately by any way they can to take a win a best of 3. And every time they're so close and they drop the ball and they end up falling, you know, you can see the players are so crushed because it's been a long and hard season for a super team. I mean, this is basically a super team. On paper, a stronger roster than KT's, and yet the dichotomy between these two teams could not be more different. KT didn't get the players they wanted. They couldn't get Scout, but here they are. It's Vikla. He's showing up. He came in after Arya late in the season. He's popping off on Silas, strongest mid pick right now. And so it's still a chance. It's not too late for playoffs is what that sign says. Has to start
Just
tonight.
7 wins in a row is what he's hoping for. Just 7 wins in a row. Has to start with this one against KT, and KT get blue side. So let's see what they're going to go for here as the Poppy is highlighted first on the ban list.
Poppy taken away the Talia from BDD. The flexibility there is strong, and now Nongshim, I think, have to ban Vikla Silas. They will, of course, take with the Lucian and the Zeri too, because KT are very happy to put Rascal on the Gnar. Played 6 times this season. You ban the Silas, you get that, but you get Silas and Gnar here. and KT are feeling very good about their chances. And the focus, obviously, with these two AD carry bans, it's pretty common to see us on red side no matter what, but against aiming, we've seen him be given both of these champions with disastrous results for the team that was foolish enough to give those over.
Doesn't look like he's saying Silas, but he might be saying something else. Ezreal is what they are going to ban, so a lot of focus down onto that bottom lane, which means that it's a free Silas Gnar for the blue team, and it's Vikla, who is one of our... I wouldn't call him one of our best Silases just because we have so many strong mid laners here in the LCK. Even Faker playing it for the first time, just getting Pog right off the bat. But he is fantastic on the pick.
Yeah, what we can say factually is he's 3-0 on the champion.
Yeah.
And one of those 3 wins was with a completely botched laning phase where he popped off later on in the game anyways. It's a pick he likes. It's a pick he's comfortable with. And it means that they will get the Silas and the Gnar here. Now, Nongshim just lock up Aphelios Kench. This has been kind of standard here on red side tonight, and it's rising in popularity at the moment because we're moving a little bit more away from the hard carry, hard push bottom 3v3 type drafts, especially with these Kalista bans we're seeing. We'll see the Renata into the Tom Kench, very strong here.
Yeah. And if you want to, you could try to get priority pick for your AD carry and skip the Gnar, and that's exactly what they're going to do. It forces a red side Gnar ban for the second phase. Obviously, you don't get the Gnar. Getting Gnar is very fantastic. But let's say you're a team like KT that really wants to play around your AD carry, you just prio pick for the bottom lane instead.
This will also be Aiming's first game of Twitch this season. It has, been mostly a counter pick to the Zeri. As BDD's Azir, it'll be his 7th game. He is 0-6 on one of his most iconic picks. But I think it's a good pick for the draft. You have a lot of scaling here. And Azir Silas has been a very classic matchup where, Silas is winning. But I think it's, a lot of it is due to the fact that Silas gets a great ultimate from him. There's still a little bit of power and prio here with the Azir lane oftentimes. No Rascal Sejuani. That's taken off the board. That's, been his go-to pick, his best pick this season. Yeah. Not a shocker.
Yeah, Sejuani Gnar probably going to be the bans here. I would be surprised if we just see Gnar go through a draft. I think at this point in time, it's so strong that
this game
to have it totally ignored would be weird.
This Gangplank ban is super strong. Obviously, Azir Aphelios Gangplank scaling is massive, but it also means, you better ban that Gnar. You better take it away.
They could
basically
also
KT saying you have to ban it.
Yeah, you could ban GP Gwen.
Yeah.
It's something that Kana's played a lot. Maybe Kana's going to pull out the Jace here if the Gnar got picked. But instead, they are just going to go ahead and ban the Gnar, and they finally get to it. I think it's the right choice.
Yeah, we've only seen Zeus play that Jace, and I've been calling for it personally. I think it's still very strong in a lot of different types of drafts, but will be banned away as we expected. I think for KT here, you have a lot of different options right now. Might just go for a jungle ban on Dread, trying to control this early part. There's no Sejuani here. Don't feel as bad about the Trundle. Still going to ban it away. And that's just one way to make sure that you have a little bit of power bottom side here with this Twitch Renata. Can be a very strong pushing lane outside of the early levels.
Expecting a jungle pick here to save counter for Kana, unless with all these top bans you wanted to prioritize some kind of blind top pick. Looks like they are thinking about the Wukong, but instead they go over to Lee Sin, who has been having a lot of success in the jungle recently.
Lee Sin into Silas with the Azir makes the Azir matchup feel a lot better. As I think
Submarine?
This is a bit of a tease, but I do like it as a potential pick here.
Let's get some Submarine Twitch going.
Well, I mean, it's not a troll until it's a troll,
Yeah.
Still possible, by the way. Wukong will be a lot of extra engage here for KT. They have only one really high impact steal on the ultimate so far. There's arguably, you could say 2 or 3, but one that's really powerful in basically every scenario. But I think the Ornn is very strong in mid-game fights here and is going to somewhat bolster the Silas and Twitch scaling. And it's Rascal, who loves playing this pick. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Gnar is banned. The Sejuani is gone. This is a very awkward pick here now for Kana. I mean, taking something like a cannon here, I think is very risky, especially into the Silas. Just don't think it's an option. I wonder what he'll end up going with here, because
Jace is good into Silas.
Gwen is still up. Forgot about that, and I guess that's just the tier list pick we're going for. Doesn't feel amazing here, but side laning is pretty decent.
Yeah, certainly is. I think our Gwens, it's almost like they have a huge impact or none at all, strangely. And I hope it's the former rather than the latter. I hope that Kana is able to do something in this game, because our Ornns, it kind of fell off a cliff. You know, we haven't seen Ornn in a little bit here. You know, with all the Trundles and all the counter picks that eventually started coming out here, Ornn kind of slipped away. But with all the bans, he does make his return.
I think that KT have a far superior draft, but that is often how blue side goes, right? And it's BDD's Azir. And if you even asked me 5 weeks ago, I would have been like, wow, that's so sick for him. He's got such a strong pick here. There's a lot of power. Even into the Silas, you know, at that time, we would have felt like, yes, it's still definitely fine. Like, it should be okay.
Yeah.
But in recent times, BDD is winless on this pick. Vikla has played so many games of Silas. He is undefeated. It is the strongest pick right now in this meta. They have Twitch, who has some ability to lock down and burst down targets in mid-game. There's no great way to identify where he is or find him. It's a Lee Sin pick here for Nongshim in the jungle. Checking for wards, not going to be so great here with effort either. I feel like a lot of this game is about BDD and Kana, two legends of this roster. Will they be able to pull it off? Only time will tell.
A big question as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 1. And here we go. Lal Park packed on a Saturday night. Everybody gathering up as many tickets as they possibly can, as they are allowed to. And both teams, you know, even Nongshim, tons of fans coming down, still cheering them on, even through all of the issues they have been going through.
I mean, let's remember, too, they have two former T1 players on this roster who are Kana and Effort, who are very famous for their time. All Effort's very brief on T1.
Still counts.
Ghost, who is a world champion.
Yep.
BDD, who has been on several teams, the star player, and one of the big reasons why Genji made semis at Worlds and almost made a finals. A lot of people would argue, unfortunately, with his extreme clutch attempts was part of the reason why they did not make the finals in the latter part of that best of 5, but I digress. And then Dread, who was the star player of Afrika. This is a super team of famous players who have extremely strong backgrounds and histories of the orgs they've come from. And so that's why, you know, looking at a 2-9 Nongshim here in summer, after they had all of spring with the same roster to figure out the synergy issues, we're all shocked that this is where we stand. And I mean, I think even the best analysts and even some of the internal staff at Nongshim probably couldn't tell you exactly what went wrong. It's still a mystery to us from the outside looking in, but, you know, here we are. And that's why there's so many fans, because these are famous players. Just want to you know, reiterate that. Losing or no, like, they have so many people behind them.
Yeah, it's just great to see. You know, nobody's given up here. Not even the players. Everybody's still showing up, trying their best. Fans included. BDD takes a fantastic trade against Vikla. As you see that unfortunate stat, the 0 and 6 on the Azir. And also this stat, you know, when BDD's playing Azir, we always give him a pass, basically in whatever matchup it is, but Silas has been a counter pick, an answer, and, you know, picking Azir into it doesn't feel great anymore. I'm not sure if it ever did. So we'll see if BDD can handle it. I think that certainly in terms of these players' careers and on paper, he should be the much better player at this point, but we'll just have to wait and see how it does pan out.
Yeah, you could see with that first trade here, BDD does very well. Obviously, he took Conqueror in this matchup, and it's one that I think the laning phase of can go either way. Does feel like mostly Silas favored at the moment, but as we can see here, Vikla, this is not the first time Vikla has lost lane into an Azir and then won the game. In fact, he's been solo killed. So, you know, I mean, that's feels like all the stories come back here. We'll go full circle, but BD is playing it well, and like, make no mistake, Nongshim didn't go, oh no, I can't believe they picked Silas. I guess I'll pick the, thing Silas counters in the draft.
What a surprise.
Like BD was like, let them pick Silas. I want to take away the Ezreal. Then we'll also they'll pick Silas, and we'll take Aiming's other #1 pick, because both the Ezreal and the Aphelios he has 5 games of. They're trying to shut down Aiming while also BDD saying, I'm good enough to play this champ in lane. And even though I don't agree with the choice here, we could definitely explain it, and I just did. Like, I think Nongshim did this on purpose. We'll see if it's the right choice in the end. We could at least rationalize it a little bit.
Wow. That is a sneaky Renata in the bush as they do get spotted. They walk out here. The tongue not quite having the ability to get in there. And yeah, we do see that Cuz comes around. Hanging around, he is going to pick up this Scuttle Crab, but no big attention shown to the bottom side just yet, which has been a key marker of the LCK especially. Has been all of the pressure down in the bottom side. You'll definitely catch that tomorrow with Gen G playing. Absolutely no doubt in my mind.
Yeah.
That Peanut will be ganking the bottom lane. But for this one, not just yet.
This week we have definitely moved sideways, I feel like. We've moved both for some teams more doubling down on the bottom lane, but some teams have completely moved away from it, in fact, and have moved more towards top side. And obviously with the Aphelios Twitch, and 2 junglers who are very reliant on their level 6s. You know, it's been a little bit more calm down here. Notice Dread does path down here in case Cuz was looking for an early gank here because they have the wave in a very aggressive spot. But Cuz is not interested, and Aiming is just playing a scaling Twitch here. Yeah, he's going to obviously fall a little bit behind in terms of the laning for the early parts of this, but catches this wave, will catch up with CS. Ghost's going to get an early back. This is by no means a lead for either team right now. This moment in time. Scaling versus scaling.
Is this a Tom Kench gank? Because the mid laners are about to hit level 6. Yeah, we're getting in there. Dread's here as well. And Effort is ready to go with the exhaust as Vikla has stolen this. The damage not quite there. Now Cuz is in position to help out and push them away. Vikla survives against 3.
Flash traded for exhaust here, but this gives BDD a lot of lane control. So even though it's a, Emperor's Divide for an Emperor's Divide, Vikla's trying not to flash. It will eventually have to do so. And now BD continues to control this lane. He has the Conqueror, so Vikla just really has to respect it. I love that Nongshim, like if you look at this just from a pure meta perspective, I think everyone's rolling their eyes at the Azir into the Sylas, but how Nongshim have played it with the early Tom Kench gank. They sent Aphelios back, he had a nice back timing, Effort comes over. BD tried to dominate lane early, got a small edge. Now they're doubling down on giving him more control. They can turn this into a Drake. They're basically saying, no, BDD is good enough, and Vikla is a weak link in the laning phase with the Sylas. Let's find an advantage here. And so far, small advantage, but advantage.
Yeah, little one there. Top lane, we rarely get to talk about it, so I'll just mention it now. Funnily enough, Kana has fallen behind 15 CS. Not 100% sure how that did happen, as this is just annoying handshake here for Effort. He is going to have to get over the wall. No other CC in place. He is totally fine.
Yeah, BDD does not have ult, and Hijack's on a shorter cooldown, so it looks like Nongshim are just not willing to actually force this fight over Drake, even though they had Prio there for just a little bit longer, or just a little bit faster rather. They're just not able to fight it without that critical ultimate for BDD, so we'll just be kind of a reset here in the lane. And as that ultimate comes back, there is definitely an angle here for Nongshim. Dread has this Scuttle controlled.
So they're trying to push this one in, but at the same time, they leave the control ward there as KT see this, and Still Life is going to flash in for this one. Knock up onto the Renata Glass. Big Cyclone, though, is going to be enough. The turn is there. And now 3v2, Dread trying to get it in. He's able to, oh no, just barely not able to get the kill onto this Wukong, but Ghost has got about 5 billion chakrams and is able to trade it back and will take control of the lane.
At least Ghost is able to get this win here at the end, and like you said, takes control of the lane. They do have the power here around Drake once again. BDD has control of the mid lane, and maybe with Dread respawning here, they will force the fight. But Herald is also up, so this is very tricky for aiming right now. Because Ghost could just stay down here. He has Crescendum. Aiming is very low. He has no idea if Dread is coming down for a follow-up gank or if they're going for Herald.
Ult popped here by aiming. He's just trying to push Ghost out. Does he have the poison damage? He might. The flash comes in, and it is followed. The poison not going to land. Has some extra healing there for Ghost, and aiming just barely. It's not able to pick up the kill.
Wow. Aiming's thought process with tossing that cask there into the brush is, I think he wants to kill me. With the vision advantage he has, he'll be waiting in the brush, but actually Ghost was way more respectful, was actually back there, so he's not actually able to catch him there with that barrel or whatever you call Twitch's little thing that he throws. I don't know what it's called, but anyway, the poison that he's tossing in there. This will give Dongshim, though, still topside control. Don't get that early Drake. BD.
Ooh, Vikla able to stop that shuffle, but not amounting to too much as here we go. Fight over this Rift Herald. The first one, nice knock up. Nope, denied by the Ornn as the Ornhorn is coming in. Big berserk now as the Ornhorn knocks up two. Vikla gets the kick and misses the chains himself, but he's got a ton of damage as another knockup comes in from Rascal. A three-man! Divide comes in from BDD, massive to try to turn this, but still only trades 1-for-1. Mid laners are down. And the Rift Herald picked up here by Dread, still on the chase, looking for the Ornn. They've got the damage there, Dread and Kana putting 2 and 2 together, and they get a bonus kill.
Yeah, this is a very awkward fight here for KT because it's still early game Twitch. They're looking for a collapse here on the Kana, but he's kiting back. He should be fine. He's got this control ward here, sees them coming. But the hijack had been used on BDD, and we had to click on him moments before. The passive of the hijack where you cannot use it on the same champion twice was still active. So it's a very tough fight for KT to win without that stolen Emperor's Divide because he used it defensively earlier. So all of that mid-gang shenanigans comes back here in a big way for Dongshim, actually. Ghost still has control of the bottom side. We're going to see that lane swap come through here. As you guys could tell by the Renata there on top side. But Dongshim are in a really nice spot now in this game with the Herald under their control. Bottom side control means they have prio for Drake. And Ghost is not done yet. Like, he has effort here.
Yeah, should be 2 plates, just essentially because he built up a gigantic wave. And because of course, this turn, as that's a lot of damage coming in. The poison is enough, as aiming does proc that and picks up a kill, essentially by himself. And a bit unfortunate for Kana to get caught out by that one, but aiming, once again, he is 2-0 and 2.
Yeah, it's like, just don't give this guy kills. And the lane swap here gets Ghost some plates. Now he's going to get the whole thing, but...
difficulty impossible in this case, I guess.
Yeah, this will crash through here for Ghost, and that's going to be a bunch of extra gold. 690 he picks up because it's also first turret. But aiming gets a kill, so that's going to shore up some of the gold difference there. Now his is split, of course, here with life in terms of the plates. But it's hard to quantify what this Twitch getting this gold this early means versus what Ghost is getting when he gets the whole turret. Because it's a 2-item spike for the Aphelios, but Twitch getting 2 kills, 2 assists here, and some plates topside means that that advantage is somewhat mitigated because Twitch is going to be strong through the mid-game and has some explosive power in neutrals. As this is just, unfortunately for KT, not a whole lot of really strong follow-up here. The Ornhorn used defensively, but where is the damage? It's still early game. Twitch isn't in this fight at all. Emperor's Divide here locks them in, and like I said, there's no follow-up from Silas because he already had hijacked it recently.
Yeah.
They try to bail him out, but again, there's just not enough damage. If he gets bailed out, maybe a different story.
Yeah, Vikla just gets a lackluster kick and can't follow up, and the Rift Herald was taken by Kana, so the smite wasn't even on it. As you can see, this is how this happens. He just face checks and aiming runs it down.
Yeah.
In a good way.
In a good way. He
runs him down the lane with
chases him.
Yeah, oh, that's a much better way to say it. I should learn about that.
There you go. Well, we got there in the end.
Chases him, yeah.
Kana ran it down towards that bush.
True.
He ran it slightly bush.
Excuse me?
There we go. So yeah, if you actually cast it, it will continue to go off even if, okay, hold
Here we
that
go
thought.
again. The spray and the pray coming in. Effort takes a ton of damage in trade.
So remember what I said about the power spike being a little bit later for Aphelios in these trades? Blade of the Root King allows him to chase like this, do tons of damage, getting the Twitch accelerated in a 2v2 sometimes means he could just all-in you and kill you.
No play there for Vikla, and no follow-up, actually. Going to push Rascal towards the turret, but it is an Ornn. A Frozen Fist already completed, so not really much of anything happening on either side.
A big win here for BDD is that his Emperor's Divide now cannot be stolen, again, for quite some time. And like we were saying before, arguably the best ultimate, and the only real high impact for skirmish ultimate that Nongshim have that could be taken. Like Aphelios ult used by Silas, not so great. You know, the Tahm Kench ultimate can be okay, but very situational. The kick last time, lackluster. And Needles, that one, okay, I could see it in some team fights. Like, again, very situational. The Emperor's Divide is always going to be good, but he ends up using it here. And, I mean, it's going to be quite some time before he can use it again, which was an issue on that Rift Herald fight. And we go to a pretty even...
Looks like he still has it, actually.
Yeah, he's got it for a little bit longer. Well, you had to cast or curse it away.
Sorry, Vic. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Yeah, I'm just going to lose it there, and that'll be okay. He's going to have to wait and maybe try to find Dread. Or perhaps Kana. We'll see where he does go for next when that is up. Definitely a big talking point, because the Silas, when it is first picked, you can, of course, draft around it, or at least try in some ways.
Yeah, I do really feel like we can, to a pretty reasonable way, like rationalize what Nongshim's ideas were in this draft based on how they played the Azir early game out in the laning phase, knowing that Vikla has struggled even in this very matchup, right? Like with this pick. And Nongshim are saying, like, we're going to play this our own way. The problem is the Twitch is at a very accelerated state. Gale Force versus Display of the Rune King, you know, the utility the Gale Force gives you can give you survivability, can give you some execute, but if you ever get caught by the Twitch with Blade of the Rune King, you don't get out as most champions on the side of Nongshim Red Force. We saw Kana already face check and die. Same could be true of a lot of champions. The second Rift Herald spawns, Nongshim are on it straight away. This is something that, of course, KT can identify based on the fact that Kana has been missing for quite some time.
TP available for Rascal. This is where every team loves to fight now here in the LCK. We have deemed Shirley the valuable one as a double knock up into that backside. Great Devour, though, is buying some time for Nongshim, but it might not be enough. He's got that wall set up, this BDD, and now the Needles are doing a bunch of damage, but nobody can get executed. Aiming on the front line has to flash away, as Vikla wants to try to turn it around. Might be a mistake. The rest of his team cannot follow up on this, as Ghost actually does a great job shelling out the damage after that.
Great play from Effort. He does end up dying here, but they win the trade of the fight in terms of health bars. Like, the health bars are so low here for KT, they cannot continue to fight with a damage dealer that isn't Aphelios at this stage afterwards. And once again, Vikla desperately steals away Dread's kick, but can't really find value. He's trying so desperately to kill Ghost in the beginning of the fight, but the Devour is perfect. By the time he pops out Devour and the kick is used, it's not that great, and Ghost is actually basically secure and safe. The back of the team fight that KT have to then chase with, don't have great follow-up damage, and the trade is Nongshim. So kill goes to KT here, but Nongshim will be able to win the fight, so to speak. Not the Herald, but the fight, and that's going to give them the Drake here. 2 Drakes in their pockets.
Oh boy. Hextech Soul is gigantic for both teams. Here come the Needles. Needles versus Needles. Which Needles are better? Turns out the original is better than the sequel.
Well, Riftmaker versus Everfrost. I know where my money is in terms of items here. He has a stopwatch as well. Doesn't even need to use it. And Vikla, that was not the trade you were looking for, my friend. We talked about how Needles very situational. This was not the situation in which you would try to use them. So
yes.
Falls very far behind. Now Kana has 3 kills.
At least he found the Needles.
Yeah.
I was saying, you know, he's got to find the Gwen and maybe take the Needles, so I guess he did that. managed to do one thing. But, you know, seriously, this means now that he's gone, there's not much of a play. They're going to try to assassinate Ghost here. Does aiming have the damage? Well, the Devour turns out to be very useful multiple times now in saving Ghost's life.
That's so useful in situations like this. Now, if Ghost is caught by himself, it's a different story. This is still going to be Rascal's turret. And Kana is pushed away. Cuz is over here. So he's going to be losing control of this bottom side. But this is way more significant for Nongshim. The timing of this means they get both critical objectives. They get the second Drake. They get the second Herald. And watch Ghost in this fight. Vikla's got kicked. Oh, devoured. And wait for it. Oh, Emperor's Divide defensively here in the choke point. You can't get on Ghost, you can't get on BDD. Both damage dealers survive. So yes, Effort dies, but he did his job. So health bar win for Nongshim. Make no mistake, yes, somebody died on Nongshim, nobody died on KT, but KT lost the fight, which leads to a Drake. Then Vikla aggressively a level up, tries to trade out. Guess what? Gwen's kit has a lot of healing. She has a Rift Maker. She will Q you and you will die. That was a huge mistake.
Yeah. That's just not the read you would expect. Maybe it's just a little bit of a lack of experience, but Vikla's definitely a guy that's played games on games on games, no doubt, just like any other pro player. Perhaps not taking that fight very often as the Sylas versus the Gwen.
Yeah, maybe not playing a whole lot of top Sylas, I guess. And
yeah, could be a thing, you know, just to give him, you know, the benefit of the doubt in this case, because he did look a little bit silly there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think of like maybe somebody else was coming, or maybe there was another teleport that he could have used there to turn into a 2v1, but I just don't think that was the case. It's okay, people make mistakes. Players make errors. Aiming is, or rather, Vikla has been down with the Sylas and then popped off in the late game before. Herald will connect. Wow, just barely.
Gets in there, and Vikla has decided he's going to give it a second shot. He's going back to top lane. Says, this is my calling. And he's 0-2, but has a couple of assists. He is still Sylas. But yeah, he really wants Emperor's Divide more than anything else. So we'll see if he can get it at the right time. I think that's going to be absolutely key.
Yeah, it's...
The kick, even though the first one wasn't great, it can be very big. I mean, you can just be more, well, I don't know if it's more mobile, but similarly mobile Lee Sin as Sylas.
Yeah, it's true. And like, if you can get a kick into a choke point where your team has the follow-up damage, if aiming is actually there, then it works out really well. Obviously, the first one was lackluster. The second one was denied by a Devour from Effort. So Effort just has the heads-up play there. And need to be very careful about stealing Emperor's Divides in a side lane or in a neutral where you don't know if you're going to get value out of it, because you can't steal the same ult twice for a very long time. And that's why the observers kept clicking on BDD, I'm pretty sure, because they were showing the little Sylas icon there, like his ultimate is still unstealable, which is why BDD could be at the front there. Sometimes you'll see the Gnar or the Azir into Sylas be so far away in the team fight so the Sylas can't hijack them, but BDD knew he couldn't be hijacked, so could play very far forward there and get a lot of extra damage done.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out, just a little thing in the items, not your traditional items. Take a look at all the trinkets. There are 4 scanners and 1 blue for aiming on the side of KT, and all mostly just regular blue and yellow trinket wards on the side of Nongshim and only 1 scanner. So we'll see how that does work out in terms of denying vision.
Switch.
Obviously, KT will be looking to deny more vision than Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, those, they also had, as you were mentioning, that like 7 control wards in their inventory as well. Very much a vision dominant comp, or a comp that revolves around having vision dominance. And yeah, to say that, like, I guess more clearly, Runins is done here for aiming. He is now in a position where he's no longer, like, the spike he had with his first item is good for catching somebody and blowing them up. Now he's good in a team fight, just straight up. Same could be said, of course, Ghost does hit his second item, as they're going to look for a T1 Baron here.
This looks weird, though. Like, why are they not fighting us for this Drake, right? So immediately this is spotted with the 1 blue trinket that KT do have. And look at this, Cuz is just getting to work on this one, so they're just going to take a free Hextech Drake with no fight from Nongshim.
I think this is not tragic for Nongshim, considering they have a 2 Drake lead.
Okay, they've got a couple of members of Nongshim in the choke, and Dread is the first to go down, as Vikla does get the Emperor's Divide here. And we got a follow-up in that back line, but immediate exhaust has come out and lack of follow-up here from KT Rollster.
Vikla's coming, man. He's going through that portal. He's trying to get value out of that hijack. He's like, please. Oh.
He's going to have it for a little bit longer, but nice fight taken there by KT, noticing the mess up in terms of positioning from Nongshim.
Dread is trying to find a backline pick because, like I said, they feel okay about the Drake situation. It's not a back-breaking loss because of the 2 lead they have, and one solo Hextech Drake isn't the problem. If KT starts stacking these up, that's when you get worried. But Dread is here in the choke point. I think with the Sun Disc, they were hoping to try to set up this kind of bastion of defense where they could stop KT from coming towards this Baron. Maybe they could look for their own defensive Emperor's Divide and force a fight. But KT were just too quick on the punish. BDD takes the Hextech gate out. He's followed by Vikla, but Vikla's just not able to catch up to him there.
He tried his best, as Vikla decides here is where I'm going to use it. Gets the flash out of effort. So we are zooming in on Kana. But nobody... Oh, okay. He is not going to take the bait.
That was so funny. They, like, framed it twice. Like, zoom in so much that you can't see it with the vision exposed, and then turn the vision off, so you're like, ah, nothing was happening, but actually, it was 2 layers deep.
Yeah.
As only Vikla is behind here, but only
66 gold.
This is Vikla from behind, man. Order 66.
Oh, 17 ahead. But yeah, the biggest lead is in the jungle right now. Ghost is going to Gale Force away from that, but the Twitch is extremely scary. And that's the biggest thing. Every one of these fights seems to be taken on KT's,
on their terms, yeah.
Yeah, they're taking it on their terms. They are the ones that are fighting and pressing their buttons, and Aiming is always in position to do an insane amount of damage. And he has nearly 3 items already.
I mean, no sweepers available now, because like you said, there's only really one. Effort uses it, now Aiming takes his chance.
Aiming is just getting in there, looking to assassinate Kana. He has another idea in mind, as now we got BDD in position. Dread goes way too deep, and is able to back out of there at least.
Doesn't have flash for a kick play there, so at least he can retreat because he is Lee Sin. He goes in really fast, he goes out really fast, and will escape with his life. There's no real objective here for KT to take. They don't have the amount of vision control around this Baron that they feel comfortable starting it just yet. And there's no Drake available, so this doesn't end up hurting Nongshim too much. But the fact of the matter is, Dread is still flashless, right? Cuz is going to have his ultimate back up. That Cyclone usage there was threatening a kill. Forces out a big reaction here, and then Nongshim lose control of the map just slightly. But this is a game of very small leads. And finally, KT actually now have a significant gold lead. But I think it's really just about how they've been playing more coordinated, more together. Like you said, more pulling the trigger. They're the ones who are actually the initiators on the map. They're the ones who are, with this Twitch pick and the dominant vision control they've had with all these sweepers, with the control wards. It's very difficult for Nongshim to even contest vision or even push waves in mid. There's always a risk that Twitch just blows you up. Yeah. Now he's going for that Kraken Slayer.
And finally, we do have a second scanner taken by Kana. Definitely the right choice. I mean, Lee Sin wants to hold on to wards, and you know, you don't necessarily want your Azir and Aphelios clearing out vision. So, you know, because if you get in range, you're probably going to die if you find the Twitch anyway. So definitely the right choice here. It's good to have vision down the lane anyway, just to catch him maybe while he's stealthing. Also a nice try. As we do have the Hextech Drake coming up here in just about 50 seconds.
Kraken Slayer's up for Aiming, man. He does so much damage. Watch
Aiming
this.
Again. Whew. A very nice trade back, though. Ghost is really trying his best. I'm not sure how much lifesteal he's got in this build. Probably has some in the runes, no doubt. But compared to a Blade of the Rune King,
he also, of course, is going to have, you know, when he has his Severum, can do a bit of extra there. But Prio goes to Nongshim here on this Drake. Aiming back, is coming over here with ult. No ultimate for Ghost. But they do have, of course, the Emperor's Divide. Let's see where that hijack goes here for Vikla. Because, I mean, that ultimate hasn't gotten a whole lot of value here for KT this game. He's coming in late.
Just watch Aiming. There is no clearing of vision. Okay, that is a fantastic control ward. Because it's going to move forward, they're not going to protect it, actually. So, see you later, control ward. Another one does come down. Vikla sailing underneath. Very intimidating, no doubt, as the Ornhorn is coming in, just trying to deny this. They're trying to burst, and they do get it. Twitch with it, and Dread is now caught trying to steal the Drake. Not going to happen. Follow-up comes in. The Devour is available, but does not get used. That is 3 members of Nongshim at least that will be taken out on the backside of this, as in goes Vikla. Not going to find too much luck. Nearly dies. As the crown is still up here for BDD. Yeah. Means he's not going to take much damage here, but also means that, again, Nongshim don't go in as a team.
Hijack doesn't break that. That's all that, like, this is another one of those moments for BD where the dust settles, and I'm like, BD's got ult, he's got flash. And there's only one Emperor's Divide that gets used in this fight. I hope we get a replay of that one because it was such beautiful play from both teams. All right, one more contest here. He's still got his ult.
Okay, Vikla, it's not your day. Sorry, buddy, but he's trying his best, you know, and BD's getting a lot of damage done. They're really trying to make this 2v5 happen as BDD goes in, and it is just desperation at this point. No reason to do that, really, but you can tell that kind of broken at this point. KT Rolster with now a massive lead.
I do think this is one of Nongshim's best games they've played in a while, though. Now, look at BDD here. Vikla goes in for the port. They have enough damage to burst down Drake, and Vikla pushes BDD away here, gets the hijack, and when Dread comes through, they're just like, all right, we run out of ult, and there is nothing you can do. Vikla's threatening Emperor's Divide, so there's just no way for the carries to collapse in here and do damage. Ghost is on the low range of Aphelios, and killing that ward was really the winning move for KT. You have to deal with a Silas, who can teleport back. We'll have to deal with Skylar in Breaking Bad, but...
You're definitely thinking about Breaking Bad right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of Better Call Saul episodes coming out. Great season.
Yep.
And BDD does, of course, hit the big Emperor's Divide here with no follow-up damage. He's all alone, and he could have tried to use it defensively there in that last fight, but was completely zoned in. Hextech Gate is so busted for Silas in a fight like this, where he can completely just zone BDD away.
That's going to force Devour here now, as this game feels like all but gone. Absolute disaster. Maybe we get a Penta at least at this point, as there's not too much else to say. KT, they take one big fight, finally. It felt like there were really just little cracks here and there that they were finding, but now after this last couple of minutes, 3 or 4 minutes even, it is just a little bit too much for Nongshim to handle, and everything is falling apart.
Certainly did. This game was not about the Silas pick, it was about the Twitch pick. Bye-bye, Dread! See ya! Sorry, I did the play-by-play on that one, Valors. You can take the rest.
No, it was good. I loved it. We should switch it up one day. Yeah, but KT, they probably could have just pushed it in, but it is Azir, and so no reason to force it here. A couple of inhibitors will go down, and a Baron power play of 7,000 gold. Really going to boost those numbers here tonight, aren't you, KT?
700 bounty on a 707 Twitch? Lots of sevens.
Wow. It's time to
go to the casino?
Play the lottery, yeah. I mean, what's going on here?
The slots?
Yeah. Here we go again, as Nongshim, desperate to try to fight something. They feel like they have an advantage in this one, but honestly, the wallet's extremely heavy at this point. Ghost and BDD trying to play front to back, but guess who's here? It is the Rat himself. Not able to penta them, but he does the majority of the damage. Double kill for the 9-0-9 Twitch. Not sure what that means exactly. Maybe he's on cloud 9, not the team, but just in general. As Dread is going to flash away, will deny the ace. And maybe now KT will feel comfortable enough to end the game.
Which means GOG, Valdez. That's what it says.
I think you figured it out, Wolf. Wouldn't have thought myself.
Now it says Luke.
Oh no. GG. That's the end. The Nexus goes down, and the last 5 minutes were a blur. KT Rolster, they start up the steamroller, or the steamboat, as Chronicler would have said, and they put an end to this game.
It was looking so decent. I wasn't gonna say good, but decent for Nongshim though in the early mid. Like They played around the Azir so well in the early parts. We saw the early roam from effort. It felt like there was a way, there was a legitimate argument you could make for, wow, like this comp makes sense. Like on paper, you're like, wow, they gave the Silas over and they picked Azir into this. Like, how foolish, how crazy are you? But then they played the early parts well. And then they, because of some really big mistakes from Vikla in the early game too, got some early objective control. They had a 2 Drake lead. They got that Rift Herald fight in their favor. But unfortunately, they weren't able to stick the landing. It was the coordination that they lacked. And I think the biggest thing that you pointed out was the lack of vision with this comp that needs a Lee Sin that doesn't want to have a sweeper. I mentioned it in draft too, like only the Tahm Kench can realistically sweep safely the vision, and they just were never able to get away from this Twitch because Nongshim were holding, usually on average, about 5 control wards.
Yeah.
Look at the damage.
Yike. And look at the gold difference as well. As you mentioned, decent, close enough, doable for Nongshim, but eventually it was absolutely not. As we did get there in the end. KT a little bit slow to get the ball rolling, but I feel like it was more so them just buying time for aiming to hit item spikes, and then eventually, you know, just waiting for really strong fight opportunities, team fight opportunities, and then going for it rather than trying to force every single fight. As aiming did insane amounts of damage on that Twitch, which he did play. Let's see how it goes in game number 2. But first, guys, a break in the analyst carpet space.
이거 얘 누가야 해봐도 돼.
받을게. 여기서 봐. 하람이
앞에 레어번. 나 할게 나 할게.
하람이 좀 가져.
역 들어가자. 들어가줘.
왼쪽 오른쪽으로 쭉 가자. 오른쪽 쭉 가자. 미신 여기 있어.
끝내자. 미드.
나 W 5초.
나 이거 탱해줘.
나 몸 해줄게.
먹어. 먹어봐.
1초.
먹어.
먹기 돼? 아, 씨. 끝내자.
미드.
끝내자.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. I'm Atlas, this is Chronicler, and that was once again Nongshim getting a little bit derailed. It's become a bit of a trend here in the LCK, and unfortunately, it's a bit of a sad one.
Yeah, start with the draft. Banning Asriel instead of Silas is asking for trouble, and they got trouble.
Yeah.
And then also, I actually loved KT going for the Twitch. Twitch has been a traditional counter in the Aphelios. Pre-6, it's a little dicey, but post-6, between ambush and the range that you get with spray and pray becomes really hard for the Aphelios to ever do anything. And I didn't even feel like Ghost had a particularly bad game, but he just didn't get to play ever. Then we have the self-counter pick with the Azir as well, and as Carlos pointed out, eventually that BDD pass runs out.
Yeah.
And then you ended with Lee, which I think is fine. Not amazing, but fine. And then Gwen, it's just, and Nongshim's draft felt kind of uninspiring. And the KT draft is you have Ornn and Wukong, and then you team fight around your big team fight ultimates, and it kind of plays itself.
Yeah, and it certainly worked out like that as well. I really enjoyed the Twitch Renata lane as well. I felt like the Renata really made Twitch's life a whole lot easier. Of course, you think about how bailout would affect Twitch in a team fight as well, really allowing him to pop off with his spray and pray. Really worked out. Also worked in the lane. It's a fantastic pick into the Tahm Kench just in general. So really well played. And Twitch got off to a decent start as well, as we will bring up our first highlight here. Yeah, I mean, Aiming's been playing extraordinarily well, but this is another slightly unfortunate moment for Nongshim here towards the bottom side, as the punishment was swift.
It just never relents for Nongshim. Like Dread not getting the kill there, Cuz just making it out, and then Ghost picks up a counter killer eventually on life, but that's not enough. And then this is the type of moments where if a Twitch gets these kills in the main game, and it's really hard, I just want to reiterate that, like against a unit with stealth, though in this case Kana just face checks him, to not give him any kills, and he gets going, he just leisurely walks towards his 3-item power spike. Actually built a Kraken Slayer. Atlas was calling for it as well for the Ornn buff. And I think Kraken in general is just really good. I don't like Mythicalist past 2 items because of the passive. So, and then he's fed. And then what happens afterwards?
All hell breaks loose. And we'll go into our second highlight here and have a look at it. This is, of course, the dragon fight that was Vikla finally figuring himself out. Vikla had a bit of a happy game today in this first one, I think needs to be said. However, this Emperor's Divide that he steals away and finds was definitely the right one.
Vikla is a happy gamer. Like he's always, he's giggling. I don't actually think that half of his plays are plays that you should make. But what you see here is that there's nothing to be done, right? Like all you need is a little bit of time for the Twitch. Aiming's just full health throughout all of this. And every single team fight felt like it went the same way. It was kind of okay. Then Twitch arrives, and he just booms everyone that's in front of him. And then no one on Nongshim ever was really going to reach him, especially not with the amount of peel that was available and the amount of CC. It becomes really hard to play it out. And for Nongshim, it's rough.
Yeah.
It's rough again.
It's just continuing downward spiral here for this Nongshim squad, and I don't know what the answer is. They obviously don't know what the answer is either. Maybe it's Snowflower coming in for the second game, but I personally don't even think that that's going to change things for the better, because Snowflower has shown that he doesn't necessarily have the hugest of champion pools at the moment. It's just a bit of a rough time.
It really is, and unlike a Fred Brian that now have been on the upswing, or Humble Life where you can see the lineup and be like, we know what we're expecting. We always go back to the expectations. And spring there was COVID, but now in summer I think a lot of us, including me, were expecting them to bounce back.
Yeah, me like as well. I had weeks where my predictions were absolutely destroyed.
You kept waiting for it.
Yeah, by the fact that I just keep remembering about how good BDD was at Worlds, about how good Dread was on Afrika, about the fact that Ghost is a world champion, and Effort and Prince were actually a fantastic part of Live Sandbox last year. There's so many reasons why it should work.
Yeah.
And then it just doesn't. And honestly, the more you lose, the more you're likely to keep losing.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
If it's all part of this emotional and mental game for Nongshim, which it obviously is, it doesn't get better when things get worse. But let's have a look at our player of the game here on the side of KT. Of course, aiming is going to pick it up. 10-0-9, the loop, as the boys were saying, and over 1,000 damage per minute. The guy was an absolute monster.
Our AD carries are eating well, Max.
They are.
Atlas, I gotta say, like overall, it's incredible to see how many of our carries are just consistently popping off. Is it on Twitch? Is it on Aphelios? Is it on Jit? It doesn't matter. Is it on Zeri? No, that's banned. Is it on Lucian? No, that's also banned. Is it on Ezreal? Apparently also banned, as it has really been the meta of bot lanes. I think that when it comes to roles within the LCK, you know, our jungle pool not necessarily doing the best. We have had some rougher times, but when it comes to our AD carries, I think we can match any region, because between aiming, between ruler, between Prince, the fact that Deft and Teddy are like, well, they're kind of okay.
The fact that Gumayushi isn't necessarily on that list all that high as well is crazy. As we see you, media. And don't worry, Twitch chat sees you as well. Make sure that you get that spam in there.
Cause I actually had a really good game.
No, he had a really good game. But he wasn't the Twitch. He wasn't the one launching the Venom casts to the Nexus. It was a great game for KT. Let's see whether Nongshim can turn it around and find us, like, at least a competitive game here for game number 2. Let's throw it back to the boys on the desk and get into it.
That's all we're hoping for as well, Atlas and Chronicler. Thank you. But, yeah, I don't know. It did feel like the spirits of Nongshim were kind of crushed after they lost that second Hextech Drake fight. Just kind of didn't press their buttons, and from then on, it was just a bit of a sloppy game. And we'll see. Maybe they can pull it together for game 2. Always hoping for at least a competitive fight, as here we go. Snowflowers in for game 2.
Yeah. I think very little about what happened in this game was about the support on the side of Nongshim. Same way that very little about that game was about the Sylas first pick, in fact. We'll see how they can play this one out this time around. I thought Effort's save on the first Rift Herald fight won them that exchange, won them that fight. Like, I don't think this is a personal or a personal performance issue for Effort, but there's a lot that we can speculate about. I'd rather just not. Let's go into this draft. Nongshim has blue side.
Yeah.
And BD has only played the Sylas one time and has avoided it elsewise when it has been available throughout this season.
Elsewise?
Yeah, I just made words.
I don't
know.
Sounds so good, though. I feel like that should be a word.
Sometimes I just make words up and hope that it sounds cool enough that I can get a pass. I think at least I got the Valdez pass on this one.
Yeah, I like it.
Definitely Atlas is shaking his head back on the desk.
True.
But all right, let's talk about this, because I don't think KT even necessarily have to, as you can see the frustration here. I don't think KT even necessarily have to ban the Sylas here, but it is going to hurt the Gnar pick. I think putting the focus on strong side bottom is definitely the way to go. Kalista gone, no Zeri here, take away the Talia. I think they're just going to leave it up. Looks like it, and it would be interesting if Nongshim also ban it here. That really just sets the stage for
yeah.
he is not interested.
Let's see. This is where it begins to get interesting, especially because for KT, they have not banned Zeri yet, which always makes me nervous.
Well, what's really interesting too is if
now
you have to ban the Zeri and Nongshim will get Sylas. So I was going to say, if you just ban something else here and then they leave Zeri up, you could just, as aim, be like, cool, I got the Twitch again. But now that the Twitch is banned, they will ban the Zeri, and let's see if Nongshim actually accept the Sylas. Because like I've said before, they don't
Please
always.
Do. I don't think it sets a good precedent if you're not picking the strongest mid laner right now when it's available.
Yeah, I'm also just setting the tone for don't be shocked if they do not, but I expect they will. Because this is, again, I mentioned this before we even got into the draft. I just had a feeling they're not going to pick it. KT knows this too. They're like, nah, I'd rather ban away the Talia that BDD is also really good at. Jinx is going to be the response here for the range, and they get the Sylas, which also means Kana can't play Gnar. So Nongshim are playing around comfort here at a heavy price.
Yeah, I mean, when you ban this many AD carries and a bunch of them are banned, you feel okay to prioritize the Aphelios, but there is a pretty standard, not counter pick, but response in the Jinx that often gets picked, and it's more important that you get the strongest mid laner in the game right now in the Xylus. So they let go of that. They take the Ryze instead, so it's not going to be an Azir, so they do take away another potential great ultimate, I suppose, that the Xylus could steal. I mean, Realm Warp is great in terms of a macro sense.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think KT can use it better at this point in time, so.
I think this Trundle pick means we'll probably see Nautilus for KT over the Gnar here. This is something I mentioned in the previous series. I think it's very strong against dives. It's Trundle Ryze. Doesn't matter what support Sunflower ends up picking here. The game plan is pretty clear. I want to control bottom side. Although, KT cover the Gnar. They will lock it in instead. We'll see what the next step is. But, like, the way that we could have looked about this for Dongshim was completely different. Like, there were so many different ways they could have approached this draft and tried to play around strong side Kana with this Ryze pick, and they still can, technically. Like, they could do something very old school and put Kana on, like, Aurelia here and hope for the pop-off. That would be very unexpected, but let's see, because right now I'm really heavily leaning towards KT's draft.
Yeah, 100%.
No Kench, and I think Nautilus is gone, too.
Yeah, Kench, there's a couple of, yeah, I don't know. You kind of have to ban it, and that's taken away supports from yourself as well. So the standalone Aphelios, I hope it was worth it in the end. Narrator's note, it wasn't. So, yeah. Subjugate, a fantastic ultimate, by the way, for Silas to steal. Basically makes him unkillable in fights because he has so much health steal as well as everything else.
I think there was a way, like, there's a few ways that Kana gets the Gwen here if KT wanted to ban away the Renata instead, which I think would have also been a fair choice here. But they're clearly saying, okay, there's no way this bottom 2v2 goes wrong for us. We feel very confident in that regard. And I just want to make sure that Kana doesn't play a comfortable matchup into this Gnar that we've got. We've got Silas Gnar. Nongshim will ban the Renata. This feels like a very easy Nautilus pick to me for Life. I know it's not a pick that Life particularly likes. In fact, it's 1-2-1. It's only played it 3 times in a very Nautilus prevalent meta, but I think it's just so strong into Trundle Ryze. See what they go for. Locking up the jungle first will be Lee Sin.
Yeah. You know what you're playing into. Lee Sin is a nice pick to pick up here. You can see what Nongshim are going to play as support first. Obviously, you lose priority pick on the Nautilus, which is what you were kind of getting at. I wouldn't even mind for Nongshim to pick it up here, of course. Aphelios Nautilus.
It is also the
very nice.
Only champion that Sunflower is playing right now.
Sunflower.
Yeah. Gonna be locked in. By the way, I want to note the speed at which KT responded with every pick except the Lee Sin.
Yeah. They know exactly what they're getting at here. Camille has been an answer for the Gnar, and Camille Ryze has been a strong split-pushing duo in metas past. The one thing I just don't know if Nongshim are in a position as a team right now to make that happen, as Taric is the choice.
Okay, well, that's not quite the Nautilus defensive support here to stop dives, but Taric protect, but he also attack down there on the bottom side. I really like this Camille. It's a different and more standard response. Like you said, the Ryze Camille much more common than Ryze Aurelia into the Gnar. They would see Keen play the Aurelia into Gnar very recently. So the idea here for Nongshim is to try to subvert this draft and say, okay, you might have thought we were maybe planning on controlling the bottom lane because this is what we always do. This is what everybody does right now. We're going to try to control top side, get the orange buff going. This is a very common thing. Camille Ryze, Camille Galio, Camille, and Twisted Fate. These are like the ways you shut down an Gnar. You need so many resources to kill Gnar because he's very mobile, has his ability to hop away, Gnar ultimate, etc. But Hextech Ultimatum can lock him in place. You could snowball that lane. Then you have the strong side push, side laning rather, with the Camille Ryze as you mentioned. But I think this style of drafting is extremely complex. And I think most LCK teams can pull it off. But
that's
right
the issue
now,
I have.
Yeah, right now, Nongshim, I just don't think we can trust that they'll be able to pull off the coordination that's required to play this draft.
They're going more towards T1 rather than Fred Brion in terms of drafting style, and I don't think that's a good idea. We'll have to see how it goes. Let's go on to the Rift for Game 2.
Did I call him Sunflower? Is that where you were
did.
laughing?
Yes.
Oh,
I even said it again, and then
when you said it, when you said it, I was like, I don't know if I get the joke, but I was like really thinking about like how many Nautilus games he's played and stuff, and I was like really in the zone there. Then as we went through, I was like, nah, I think I did say Sunflower, didn't I?
Nautilus has the letters for the word sun in it, so I can see, you know, how the brain makes connections.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look to the sun, as Nongshim should.
We just casted Azir in the sun disc, right? You were just talking about that, so I kind of figured somewhere in the brain it kind of mixed together. And sunflower, you know, that's, you know, sunflower's very pretty. I like sunflowers.
Yeah, the sunflower will naturally move to face the sun.
True.
Nongshim will naturally move to not block in Silas first pick on blue side. Those are the differences.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any other team that wouldn't have picked up the Silas in this spot.
But it's so predictable that, you know, in the draft I can say, no, I just don't think they'll do it. It's like that predictable, so much so that K2 were willing to leave it open so they could get it themselves, and that's kind of a problem. And when like in the first part of that draft, when KT left it open, Nongshim ticked down to the last second. What did KT do when the first pick fellows came in? Insta-locked. They insta-locked. They were like, yeah, insta-lock Jinx Silas, like, this is exactly what we want. Not interested in even thinking about it. Like, KT were always so prepared. And just shows the kind of draft preparation that comes through even on red side here for KT, and you get edges as a result.
Yeah.
4-0 Silas for Vikla.
And Life first pick on the Taric. This is not a normal pick. I think this is the first pick of Taric in summer. I don't recall any other game, maybe even this year.
I don't think so.
That we have seen Taric.
Has been played in other regions. Not here.
There was actually one draft. I remember I was desking. I was doing analyst carpet space with Chronicler, and I told him, you know what? I feel like Taric would actually be pretty good in this spot. They didn't go for it, because obviously nobody plays Taric except, I suppose, Life. But yeah, glad to see it coming out. There are some good spots. This is an interesting one because you're playing against a split push comp, and Taric is very much a team fighting champion, obviously.
Yeah.
With his ultimate, so, and his ability to dazzle with his teammates, right? So, as you can see, it has been almost a full year.
And it was Life. Did it last time?
A fellow Taric enjoyer. Glad to see there is one. Lifetime 6-1.
Yeah, Life just likes to pick these unusual champs. And as a result, that he gets this as a result, this lane is going to be very difficult to play out for Ghost and Snowflower aggressively, but they pivoted towards the Camille, right? Where we are seeing, you can see that on the mini-map and on the CS numbers. He's trying to get advantages. Okay, there we go.
Dazzle. That's the name of the ability.
Yeah,
that's what they call it.
Cuz is just taking some of these camps away. Now here comes the topside dive. They showed here, so Dread rather knows enemy jungle is bottom side, but look at the positioning here of Rascal, so respectful. As Vikla is just getting wave cleared by Ryze, that is what happens. BDD is playing this lane in the early parts very well again. We see this Ryze response sometimes to the Silas have, you know, over quite some time actually across many metas seen it because of the wave clear that you get against a melee champion. I'm guessing it's going to be DPS build here for BDD again. We saw this last series.
Yeah, I think that's the way nowadays. Certainly a lot of damage here on the side of Nongshim as Dazzle misses, Chains miss. It's just not his day, man. What to say? It's just not lining up for him. Vikla's a great player, but
you know, BDD stands
ain't it.
Big Dodge Daddy.
that is one way to
I don't know.
to
dodge all the abilities by just sidestepping once. Like everyone on KT was all on the same page. Like, we're gonna hit him exactly here. He's like, nah, watch me walk down real quick.
Yeah.
BD's early landing has been very good this series. You know, like that's not one of the aspects of his play that we can criticize tonight. And that has continued thus far. He's aiming back for a cull. That is why Life was roaming over there. And he's back in lane now. Calibur's very annoying, and it's a pretty slow early game. Like, we've been so accustomed to the 3v3 bottom lanes that when we see these Aphelios Jinx lanes again, it's like, oh yeah, this is what the LCK used to be like.
Yeah, it's true. Just wait until tomorrow. Peanut is going to be playing Poppy, no doubt, unless it gets banned. Let me see, are Genji on blue side? No, they're on red side. Against Helma Life, and I think that Helma Life...
Well, assuming they have pick prio, maybe you don't know what they're going to pick. They could...
You think Helma Life are going to choose red side?
Yeah, you never.
Is that going to happen? Yeah, we'll see. I think Helma Life's drafts are actually pretty decent. I've actually, it's been one of the teams on the bottom side of the LCK where I'm like, oh, you know what? I can see that. It's just the play hasn't quite been there. Which kind of makes sense.
Dread is down here.
At times.
But
not all the times.
Yeah, no, I think it is important to put the asterisk there. Because there have been some less ideal drafts. But
it's like
overall,
sometimes it's good, and other times I'm like, whoa. Not sure what happened there.
I think it's really easy to pick fun at or to heavily criticize drafts of a losing team.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I don't think Nongshim's draft was meta last game, but I do not think it was terrible, and it was actually doing quite well in the early parts. They just obviously lost control at some point against Twitch, didn't have vision, etc. This game, I think it's a pretty big draft dip, if I'm honest.
Oh boy, Ignite coming down here as well, because in position, Q lands onto Ghost low. In effect, a second Dazzle has to be flashed.
Yep, that extended Dazzle is going to force Ghost to peace out, so 2 summoners down. And that's going to be a lot of control here bottom side. And unfortunately for Kana, you know, he hasn't found enough resources up here top side. BDD hasn't been able to Realm Warp over and force anything down. Doesn't have his Everfrost just yet, so the CC follow-up isn't as guaranteed with the Rise here. He's probably not building Everfrost as we talked about before, just still thinking about old Rise, Camille. This is not going to be that game. Probably he'll go for the Ludens. But still, I mean, the respect that we're seeing from Rascal in lane and how Cuz is actually shaping this game in the jungle. He is 0-0-0 because it's a 0-0 game, but like, he's down here on the bottom side when KT want to move forward. They're never actually overextending, they're never taking risks. And when he's not on the top side, Rascal is just hugging a turret, being like, yeah, I'd rather just not get killed by Dread. BDD has Realm Warp now, gonna show a lot of respect. And KT are playing not to lose the early game, and that is exactly what this comp is designed to do, is to scale up later, Jinx range advantage, etc.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty nice. And, you know, certainly in this game, I feel like Vikla is going to have a better pick of the litter in terms of ultimates. Both Nautilus and Camille that were picked at the end. A couple better ultimates that he could get. Speaking of which, Hextech Ultimatum here onto the Gnar. No Mega Gnar. Rascal flashes and hops away. And he will survive, but that does mean that the Gnar is essentially out here. They're trying to isolate Ghost, who does not have Flash, who does not have Cleanse, who is level 5, and who is now dead. And is just caught there. Cuz pretty low, does get taken out. Dread has to hop out of this one himself. But this is Vikla now frontlining, and there's no health bars here for the side of Nongshim. As the chase is on, it doesn't look like they will continue on to Snowflower. They will just take down this Rift Herald.
And basically all melee fight after Ghost is picked, there's no way to play this out anymore as Nongshim. Silas becomes Aatrox, basically. He's like, oh, I have the sickest kit, ult or no. When nobody has ultimates, I'm actually the greatest champion in the game. And as a result, when that choke point is held, there's nothing they can do. Nongshim loses the health as well of this Herald that resets. There's no way they could just back off and try to smite it away, so they lose the top side of this and bottom. Yes, Cuz gives his life here, a little bit unnecessary, but at the end of the day, like, look at what Vikla is able to do in this fight. They have aiming here with extremely long range, and everybody just needs to hightail it out. So, yeah, big win here for KT Rollster, even though it started off a little bit rocky.
It's Subjugate Silas, so, I mean, good luck killing that guy. He steals it away and then immediately uses it. And, yeah, it's even going to do some nice damage. Aiming comes down here. He's got a lane to himself somehow. I think that Nongshim kind of rotated up to the top side there to secure the Rift Herald, which KT, with low death timers and with low health bars, didn't want to just force it there. So they do give that one over to Dread, who immediately does follow up on that.
Yep. And Aiming only gets one plate down here, so not going to be disastrous. Ghost realizes quickly, comes over, won't lose anything really. Has a significant CS deficit, and Aiming's about to finish a call, so he is behind, make no mistake. However, could have been much worse, and maybe he'll pick up some of the gold here from this Herald. The question is, will it be able to be dropped bottom? Like, there's two great solo lanes to put this in, where you have the pushing Camille, you have the pushing Ryze, who has really nice wave clear. But that's not where you want your money at this stage. If you can kill Rascal and then kill the whole turret, that's amazing. But Rascal's will level up.
I think they can. They have Realm Warp, no flash here on Rascal.
Well, they don't have Realm Warp yet. It's almost there.
Yeah. When it does come up, you know, they could try to make a play up on the top side, and you see that Dread is hovering around here, because if you can unlock the Camille, you know, kill a turret, kill a Gnar, that's definitely one way to play with this composition.
Problem is that, like, nobody's putting resources bottom, so Aiming is just going to get that second plate, it looks like here. They also get a Drake. Let's see. Realm Warp is still not up. It's on a very long cooldown, but maybe they can still make this dive work anyways. The problem is Rascal literally just waits until the last possible second. He's holding this Gnar bar so incredibly well. Okay.
He's waiting for that, so in goes Kana, but immediately the ult does come down. No Subjugate used, and he's only at about half health here. So not a very convincing play onto the Gnar. The Rift Herald comes down now, and I think this is just going to be a basic two-plater. And I don't think we're going to get much else out of this, as even trying to take that one down very close, as a big rotation up from KT will deny anything further.
Oh, BDD has been able to get quite a bit of gold in his pocket. Actually goes Crown this game, so can deal with the hard engage that this comp has a little bit better. I don't mind it, actually, this time around. I think it's going to be pretty strong, a little bit stronger than the Azir Crown last game.
Looks like the Ghost was trying to deny backs or something, but they were hiding in the bush, also trying to cover for taking out this ward, but it's not going to happen. And so Aiming and Life going to be fine. No Dazzle does hit onto Ghost, who does have both of his summoners now, so not as big of a deal this time around.
I feel like the play that you and I were so excited to potentially see was just really botched for Nongshim on the top side, and now BD is going to lose his crown. Nothing too impactful here. But like, that really weakens the potential tempo play of this Camille. And Ghost can't get plates value bottom side like we were talking about. The Ryze isn't going to use it well as... Okay, Ghost, you got to be careful, man.
Not just that zap, which is nice. He will be totally fine, not slowed up for the Chompers.
Yeah, that was very scary because the Chomp, obviously on the wall, makes it very difficult to get out there, but he just barely does. Doesn't have the flash or cleanse. But Rascal is dealt with this Camille pick extremely well. You know, it's 2 plates down, yeah, with the forced Herald crash, but I think this is the whole point of the draft. The whole crux of this is to try to snowball topside. Could have been a bottom side play instead, but obviously they decided to pivot in the draft, and Ghost is not having much control here at all whatsoever, down a level, down 20 CS. And it feels like a very good game state here for KT at the moment. It's Ocean Soul, so the 1-for-1 Drake doesn't even feel that bad as KT. Like, you're not like, oh man, we could have had 2 if we had played a little bit better in the early parts. Not even really.
Yeah.
In this case.
We have Cuz really hovering around this bottom side. The vision is covered and cleared out, but nobody's really doing much in terms of the jungle spots. You know, Cuz has been down here a couple of times. Red up on the top side, but hasn't really been about the big ganks or too much action coming out of these jungle players.
Yeah, I feel like Ghost and Snowflower have been pretty wise to these potential setups. This is just going to be a back attempt to deny. Failed.
Really wanted to stop that.
Yeah. I think
now no Moonlight Vision.
I think it's worth it if he does get it, but because there's no objective up for like 2 minutes here. All right. He doesn't get it though, so stops Life's back, I guess. Delay that.
Got him.
Got him. In terms of items here, like, the Aphelios is miles away from being very relevant, whereas aiming has a Kraken Slayer now.
Is he on vision there? How did he miss that?
I think he might just barely be out of range of that ward because it's super deep in the bush.
Yeah.
And there's no minion wave, so.
He's waiting for the item completion. He's still waiting for the item
so
completion.
far behind.
There we go. Aiming is like, nope, 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 no thank you. I would not like to fight Rise.
That's pretty reasonable flash there. Unfortunate that he loses it, especially right before this third Drake is going to spawn here in 45. But the Aphelios on a Gale Force versus a Jinx on a Kraken Slayer, if she gets excited, if anybody dies first, if anybody gets popped, if they pick Ghost again, you could kiss your chances of taking a team fight goodbye. Very scary time to fight here as Nongshim over third Drake. I advise against it. In fact, maybe try to side lane, slow down Rascal, do something else.
I think the second Rift Herald is miles ahead in terms of value. If KT want to go for this Drake, let them have it. Looks like they are indexing very heavily into the bottom side of the river right now. One Penguin onto the Rift Herald. Rascal currently alone up on the top side of the map.
They have the Rise on the wrong side of the map to actually be able to use Realm Warp effectively, and he doesn't have Teleport active at the moment. He's sitting on a heal. So KT actually really in control of both sides of the map right now. As we do see Rascal head over here, is Narbar not in the greatest state, so they're going to try to rush this Drake down, and this could be the chance that Nongshim is looking for.
Yeah, BDD leading the charge. There's not too much to proc that crown, by the way, as we're trying to get on top of aiming, as he has the Taric ultimate on top of him, but can he be saved after this? That's a lot of damage immediately. Just chomped down, and Rascal's going to get isolated too. A double kill here for Dread, and Nongshim make a proactive play to secure an objective. Nicely done.
Yeah, really nice Realm Warp there from BDD. They trap them there, and they blow up aiming. And you feel kind of immortal when you have a Taric ultimate next to your side as a Jinx with a Kraken Slayer. You're hoping that, in theory, you're going to be able to do so much damage you could turn that fight instantly. But the Narbar expires right before this for Rascal, too. It was just such an awkward fight. Kana has teleport so he can get in there very easily. And KT had control of both sides until Rascal decided to come down. And then they kind of got rung around the rosy. Like, Nongshim just circumvented them positionally here by the Realm Warp. Like, Rascal
clear this ward behind
him. Yeah, no ward clear here means the teleports can come through. And yeah, they do set up a trap here. And it does get a root on the Kana, but who cares? He still gets in here. And then aiming dies after the ult. There's no follow-up damage. There's no peel whatsoever. Rascal's the next to die. Doesn't have his Gnar. And just kind of as simple as that. If they get on you, you're going to have a really hard time. That's kind of the point of the composition. It gets harder the later the game goes on. But KT really dropped the ball in terms of the setup there. Without that ward clear, or with a ward clear there, I think this play is not really possible for Nongshim.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'd just kind of be waving around in the dark if you did not know exactly where aiming was. Could be kind of a fun play, actually. Just guess where he is and just try to Realm Warp on him.
Let's not give them any funny ideas, Valdez.
Let's do that for number 2, Nongshim, please. I want to see it. Yeah, but the vision was huge and nice. I just like the fact that they were confident enough to go for a play on their terms. It's been a while, it feels like, for Nongshim, and that's unfortunate to say, but it is the truth. Unfortunate, too, that the 2 kills went on to the Trundle. I don't think that Trundle really needs too many kills after this. He'd like to get a bit more tanky, of course, after his Sunderer. But, you know, getting a couple of kills into an Aphelios or a Rise or a Camille, definitely going to be better in this case.
Rascal will get 1 turret as a cross map here as Nongshim get Drake and Herald. Second Herald now in their possession. Looks like the target is going to be top side here for that drop this time to finish what they started. And KT, you know, I mean, we're going to go into this lull state here because it's not soul point or anything like that. KT don't even necessarily have to fight for this next Drake. But it will have to be a lot better set up and prepared and have more vision cleared. As you can see, look at the map now. Like, they have been very vigilant since then at making sure there are no flank wards or any angles for BDD to Realm Warp in, where they are kind of caught with their pants down. So Gonna have a bit of a time here where nothing happens, and that's to be expected.
Yeah.
I think the biggest thing here for Nongshim is that the Rise is difficult to kill because, like you mentioned, the Crown is so difficult to pop, and he's going to do a lot of damage later on. So they have a second carry. Vikla, on the other hand, not really that type of damage here for KT. So much pressure is on KT to get the first pick and get aiming accelerated. He went for Kraken Slayer, has the Taric behind him, so I think it's absolutely possible. But they need to do that consistently.
Nice little play there. Dread joins Kana, and they take down a turret. Meanwhile, it's free farm for BDD and Ghost. As finally, KT going to get back out on the map, but certainly feels like finally Nongshim in the lead here, getting stuff done. It's nice to see. But yeah, we're just going to be hanging out here, aiming 30 CS ahead. Looks like he may have just completed his first Zeal item.
Yep, PD probably. Rapid Fire Cannon also good, but it is PD that he picks up here, and Rapid Fire Cannon will likely be next. Go for Infinity Edge. He has a Kraken Slayer, so he has a lot of flexibility because he is just relying on the Taric ult. Like, he doesn't really need utility that much this game, which is why in a theoretical fight where he's just not chain CC'd to death by himself.
And has Flash.
Yeah. He should have actually been able to win that and pop off, but that's what I'm saying. He's the only one on KT who has a gold lead. It's a slight lead everywhere else for Nongshim, but it's a Silas Gnar, so there's not a lot of damage. He needs to be given that first takedown to get excited to pop off and use that small advantage he has in items right now in this mid game. Otherwise, Nongshim can just take small victories in fights and then use their extremely strong 1-3-1 comp to just take over the map and take away all the vision. And Nongshim are definitely in a very favorable game state at the moment. All about aiming, and that's what every KT game has been about, including the last one, but this time I feel like it's extremely so all about aiming. Even more so than last game, if you can believe it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that Vikla has some good ults to steal. He has stolen the depth charge here. It's a nice one for the Aphelios, just to be very annoying. Drop it in, make sure Aphelios can't just be hitting in there. We do have Rascal teleporting to mid, so it looks like KT really want to get on this Drake and actually get a fight going.
Crown is broken, but it should be coming up in a few seconds here. They need to get a single pick. Who's the target? Like, Kana is so survivable here on the side. Positioning for Ghost, very good. He has Flash and Cleanse. So complicated here to get that Jinx accelerated.
Lack of vision here on the right side for Nongshim. As the drill comes in we go. Cuz gonna kick over the Trundle, but he's gonna go down. Trade of junglers here, but the Aphelios, a ton of damage there on the backside of that fight. And that makes it a 4v4.
Yeah, and I think this is a 4v4, a one-team fight here for Nongshim. They have Cryo now on this Drake. Camille doesn't have to ult, has control of this side. Rascal has his, but doesn't have an R-bar anymore. And Nongshim are going to take more than just a Drake here. It looks like they want to push the issue even further, taking out this turret, now rotating into Drake. And it was a nice set play from Cuz to try to set up for that pick for aiming, because they go for the depth charge from Vikla. He sets up the first ult. Cuz is looking for potentially a flash or just a kick. Either way, he is able to connect the Sonic wave there. But the pick itself isn't enough because they have to give so much of their health bars on the way there, and there's just so many damage sources here for Nongshim. KT, this is playing with fire here, trying to take this fight.
They do have Mega Gnar, but it's a lot of damage on the side of Nongshim with the Rise and the Aphelios. We do have Dread coming on over. Both junglers now back in the fight. A true 5v5 as the hook comes in onto the Mega Gnar, trying to go forward. The Taric ultimate gonna get so much value here as Aiming is trying to shell into Kana, but he is so survivable, he finally goes down. Excited is the Jinx, as he gets a ton of damage into that backline. But here's the front line, BDD, and Dread will take out Aiming and the entire bottom lane of KT. An ace for Nongshim as they take the fight.
A lot of teams are very willing, with the game state here, the control of the choke point, and the objective that Nongshim had to let them take Ocean Soul Point. I mean, this is not a massive win for Nongshim on the objective. On the team fight, a whole wipe at 24 minutes. Yeah, that is something they will take. Yeah, getting the Aphelios back into position. You're getting the Rise extremely fed. Yeah, you'll take those. And KT were just so desperate to take this fight when they didn't need to. They don't have a third item here on this Jinx. She doesn't have setup to be excited. And she's on the end, like you said, she has so much health. Like, she's untouched, but she has very little mana, and there's no peel for her after that initial survivability. As we're going to go way back here. This is Cuz trying to set up with the depth charge from Vikla onto a pick that gets aiming excited, so then they can win this as a 5v4. But unfortunately, he's traded as a result. Now watch aiming in this fight. He's so low mana, so doesn't actually get to use long-range attacks very often in this fight. And also, Rascal's Narbar
Kana survives forever.
Yeah. The Narbar here is great for Rascal for the initial fight. He does get value out of the target ulti, but look at aiming. Once Kana's on him, yeah, he can fight this back, but look what happens to the front line. And then eventually, BDD is like, I'm Ryze with so much damage, with my crown back, you can't kill me. So it's just a great front-to-back fight here. Ghost also, by the way, who the observers did not focus on, he was not really in shot, is popping off and doing a lot of damage too. There's more sustained damage here for Nongshim. And I mean, aiming, watching it a second time, like it still looked like you could have made an argument for KT's fight here if he does get to pop off, but so many resources had to be used onto Rascal, and then once he came out, he died. It didn't matter.
Yeah, the Gnar not doing too much. It kind of knocked BDD and Dread closer to aiming, who was like, sorry, that's not what I wanted. And they eventually killed Kana, but it's not, you know, didn't end up doing much. So now Nongshim on the front foot, stepping forward in the lead. So refreshing to see for this team. Would like to see them continue with what they've been able to set up in this game, and I feel like it's an extension of game one early and mid game, which was decent from them. Now they don't have to deal with the Twitch. Now they have tools to make plays, to be proactive, and we're actually seeing it.
Kana here looking for mid inhibitor turret. Like, I just don't think this game is winnable for KT anymore outside of a miracle or an overextension. There's at least one more fight here for Soul. But Nongshim might just walk away from that as Kana.
Okay.
So Relmore
trying to take the fight here, and this is absolutely Kana and BDD's fight to take, as Mega Gnar not going to do anything. BDD shells down a ton of damage. Frontline, though, here, Subjugate, Dread, and Snowflower going to get caught out in a rocket for aiming to pick up a kill. That's not what you want to see.
Ghost has Flash and Cleanse here, so not really going to be vulnerable for any follow-ups here. They don't even actually get either of those summoners, so you get one back as KT, but you're going to need a lot more than that, as this comp has such strong side laning. And you took out the Trundle, as BD is just going to back off over here and look for some damage onto this inner turret. TP.
Okay. And this is a Silas. Vikla is going to take a huge chunk of damage. Do they have enough to take out BDD, who is not going to get over the wall and does not have Flash? So he is going to go down, and that is a nice little shutdown there for the Gnar. Rascal getting a nice injection for himself.
A little bit of a sheepish grin there from BDD as well, as he knows it was not really his fault. He couldn't get out of there with the blast cone, but this is a Relmore committed to the mid. Like you said, this is a fight that between the two of them they should be able to take, but obviously more players from KT rotate over. Then Dread ends up getting caught because he's trying to come over here and help his team out. Then he gets just chain CC'd together here. Vikla takes him out. We go to this part where they don't expect the Silas teleport to come through. Kana is 2 levels up on Vikla, so you're like, okay, we win this. But he has stopwatch. BD doesn't get the blast cone, so this is a small win for KT, and it's a big shutdown. Goes over to Rascal, unfortunately, but this is still not enough to turn this game around for KT. Might be enough to at least for now give them prio to prevent the Soul from going into Nongshim's pockets. One step of many they will need to fight their way back into this game if they're going to win it. Ghost just picked up IE.
Man. Yeah, he is he is huge. And as long as he doesn't get caught, he is going to be doing insane amounts of damage. The front line here for Nongshim is huge, especially in 5v5s. You got the Camille as well as another stolen Subjugate. That has been the key for Vikla in these fights. He's not quite level 16. He would love to have that, but not going to happen here. Same for Rascal, who is running out of his Mega Gnar bar. It is gone.
Yeah, he hasn't had the greatest time managing those this game around, and I think it's kind of hopeful they'll be looking for a Drake start.
This is the time for Nongshim to fight. The Subjugate gets a decent amount of value. Probably would have died without that, but now it's a wasted Taric ultimate. Into the backline goes Kana, and here comes the team fight. Not able to kill Vikla just yet, but BDD and Ghost are huge, and they have the front line, as I said, and they will be able to just pummel through the jungle here as they take down Life, and Cuz will get away, so will Rascal. But it might not matter as Noshim are looking to push.
Been a long time since KT's been behind in a game like this, though so significantly, especially the AD carry. IE gets hit. Yeah, you've got 3 items on a Jinx, but it's more about popping off in the later parts of the fight as Rascal's just going to come over here and show us a house. He's like, hey, anyone interested in buying?
Actually, it's a drill.
Okay, well, we like to say house here in the LCK.
Oh, sorry. They're trying to just kill that cannon, and they are having mixed success here as they do kill the cannon. Will it buy enough time is really the question. Rascal doing a great job of actually kiting this out. Will flash away, and he bought enough time for KT to stay in this game somehow.
They will lose their mid inhibitor, but like you say, they survive.
And he might die too.
Rascal, yeah.
It's like trying to take the blue buff. I mean, I guess when you're going to die anyway, it doesn't really matter too much.
Yeah, I mean, he also needs the Gnar bar to maybe survive, like so he thinks his Ghost will block this.
I feel like that was by accident.
Look, I'm just trying to give players the benefit of the doubt.
Good job, Ghost.
It almost looked like
great work.
Stepped into it at the perfect moment.
He did, it's true.
Realm Warp to this Baron to make sure they get started as fast as possible, but this is the fight where Ghost has IE. He has a Collector and Gale Force. 3-item spike for the Aphelios, much stronger than the kind of awkward Infinity Edge-less Jinx, who also doesn't have rapid fire cannon, so she needs to be in the thick of things, and she's so reliant on the Taric ult. As, where's the Jaws
TP
music?
is coming in, yeah. And yeah, we have life here, but who cares about the Taric at this point? Aiming is just gone. Life is too, turns out.
Yep. So that is that. That is probably the game now going into Nongshim's hands.
Hey, Zonia's for Snowflower.
Yeah. Ooh, he's got a lot of money.
Yep.
He's 2-0-10. Sitting at 75% kill participation. And, like, I don't know if we're ever going to get a replay of it because Nongshim just keep killing people and taking over the map, and we do have to show what's happening in live, but KT forced another Drake fight that was unwinnable based on the position they were in. And unfortunately, this is not Aiming's game. It's not Vicla's either. And Rascal just unable to compete with the side laning. They're just going to push to end. 2 minutes left on this Baron buff.
Yeah, more than enough time. You see Rascal still mid.
Yeah, he's keeping that wave.
Yeah, does a good job of pushing that out. And he will pick up the GA, so, you know, some of those infusions from the past. We'll see if it can actually help KT in some of these fights. They will have to dig themselves out of a massive canyon here that they are in, down 11,000 gold. And this did not help.
Yeah, we're going to go back to this double pick here. It's a teleport commit, so it's not for free that they get this, but BDD is Rise, so teleport not as impactful on him as other mid laners because he has Realm Warp. I think that the ways that this game works for KT, the way this draft works for KT, we've kind of passed the point of no return in that regard. Because Aiming will not be able to compete in a team fight without proper setup. And yeah, Gnar is going to potentially help, but Rascal's Gnar bar management has not been great. KT have forced a lot of fights. Like, I really feel like this game is a product of KT kind of forgetting what it's like to be in a mid to late game scenario this far behind. Like, it has been a while for them, actually.
Yeah, it's true.
And they're just forcing fights as if they're ahead while they're significantly behind against Machine Gun Rise, who has, I mean, he's not even full damage, but he has quite a bit of damage, but also he has his Zonias, he also has a crown. Like, you can't kill him. You can't assassinate the Trundle. He's too tanky. That's why we have the LDR built here for Aiming. He's hoping maybe he could burst down the Trundle.
He desperately needs IE.
Yeah, and
like,
he's so
they
close.
Will not win a fight if Aiming does not have IE.
He's close, but he had to build so much other stuff in the middle.
Yeah, Nongshim are doing a great job of actually playing this comp out. You know, from this far ahead, it's looking pretty good. There's only one inhibitor turret left. That is pretty big. Aiming going to take a big chunk. Still the Baron buff available here. Rascal on the front line just trying to hold on as that is a massive hit, but it is going to be Kana left alone, but he is a worthy sacrifice as another inhibitor is going to go down.
Yeah, you'll sacrifice your...
or maybe not.
Okay.
Yet.
Yes. I think they get it. Ghost has Infernum. He's
okay.
Like, got the wave there. I think you'll take that. I think this has not been the cleanest end game.
They're trying to go for a fight here. We got the Taric ultimate on 2 as Trying to get a front line here for aiming. Maybe he did just pick up that IE. Not sure it's going to matter as BDD is just unkillable. Flashes in. Going to get into the back line here. Double kill for him as Vikla, he's nearly unkillable, but BDD is just a monster at this point, is aiming the last one standing. But the zoom in from Jonah Strong means that this one is over. Nongshim will bring us to a game 3. Pentakill here for BDD as the cherry on top, as finally we get some smiles for the Nongshim players.
My man, BDD, he may not have been able to win on his iconic Azir. He might be 0-7 on that champ, but he said no to the Sylas again. He looked at it in the draft. He had a little bit of a finger wag. He said, I'm not interested in that. I want to play around my man Kana on the top side. And this is what we have been talking about, or at least especially me, but I think us collectively on the global side have been saying, I think it might be time to stop playing around Ghost and insert support player he is playing with in this game and play around Kana's strong side. They draft around Ryze, Camille. They find early advantages. They win some team fights where KT overextend. And my man BDD said no to the Sylas. He played Ryze. He popped off. He did a ton of damage. And we're in a third game now. They actually did it. They brought us to a third game. BDD gets a pentakill. Feels like redemption. In those final moments, Nongshim, was it the most perfect game from a head though? Was it the cleanest game from a head though? Could they probably have won a lot faster? Yes, I think so. And the fact that we had it aiming almost 1v5 when he picks up his 4th item IE was a little bit concerning, but they close it out. They take the Nexus in the end. And I think that Nongshim proved that in their own way, they realized maybe we shouldn't play around Ghost as much in this game. And yeah, they gave him the Aphelios early on in the draft.
Yeah.
But the way they pivoted towards Kana on the top side was great to see.
Yeah.
And BDD pops off with his prio he has against the Sylas.
Playing around the solo lanes. Love to see it, especially with these two players. I mean, you have to. Fun tidbit here. Well, fun depending on what angle. Last time Nongshim won a game was against KT on July 6th. Almost 3 weeks ago, and they do it again against KT. Once again, finally, they are back on the board with some smiles. Let's see what we have for game 3 after the break.
좀 더 천천히 빨면서 해봐. 좀 더. 아 이거 플래시 이제 돌거든. 나 앞에서 몸 해줄게. 이러고 집 가야 될 것 같은데? 잠깐만. 좀 깊어. 아래 상자. 깊어. 리신 너궁. 딜로스 났어. 리신 너궁. 야 사인. 다 뛰었어. 리신 너궁. 야 몸 해줄게 앞으로 가봐. 징크스 봐야 돼. 징크스. 봐줄래? 이거 앞에 봐줘 이거. 너플 징크스. 앞에 나를. 징크스 너플. 나 펜타. 펜타다. 줄 수 있냐? 나 천천히 기동 못 쳐. 먹어. 펜타. 나이스. 와우, 펜타킬. 끝내자. 태어나서 펜타 처음 해봄. 와, 첫 승리다. 나이스.
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me. I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer. 'Cause when we're gone, everything goes on. A 약속을 걷던 우린 너무 아름다웠어 환하게 비춰줄게 No you won't have to cry Cause I'll do the grieving While I'm by your side like always 또 다른 시작일지 몰라 Darling 잠시 머물던 우린 스토리 안에서 난 더 흐릿해져도 괜찮아 떠나는 왜또 Everything goes on 어둠 속 멀리 비춰줄 뿐인 여린 빛을 지킨 너의 마음 나를 잊어간대도 Don't apologize Memories stay forever 그걸로 충분해 You and I 그 언제보다 아름다워 넌 Darling 화려히 반짝일 너의 스토리 안에서 난 더 흐릿해져도 괜찮아 떠나는 왜또 Everything goes on Conquer you here They cannot conquer you here
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space. Nongshim pick up a victory over KT. It is not a match victory just yet, however, they did it in beautiful fashion. They countered the Silas with the Rise that we've seen picking up steam here in the LCK, and apparently, BDD just got his first pentakill ever, and I can't believe that that is the truth. We're having G-Sun fact check it right now just to make sure, and it's confirmed. BDD had never got a pentakill before this moment, and it is so heartwarming, Chronicler.
Yeah, that clip of BDD smiling after what has been.
And he said, my first pentakill in my entire life was the translation. Just so sweet.
Okay, I gotta talk about the draft.
Yeah, let's
We gotta
do
talk
that.
about the video
Do
game,
that a
because
little bit.
otherwise I'm gonna.
We can
get
cry
teared up.
afterwards.
Yeah,
we can cry afterwards. It's fine.
So, I didn't actually like the Nongshim because when you give over the Silas and the Gnar, I get a little worried. I actually thought the Taric pick was quite nice as well. But what we've seen with Taric fairly consistently is that I think Taric, in theory, is a really good pick into Nongshim because they have only a single AP threat in the Rise, so the armor is very valuable. And there's a lot of linear engage. Trundle runs at you, there's Nautilus, and there is the Camille. But in practice, Taric actually didn't do anything. I don't think live played particularly, and you really have to be very precise in how you play out the pick.
Yeah.
And it feels like the idea is good, but the execution with Taric really, it's very narrow between this pick 1v9s and this pick does nothing.
Yeah, and also I think you have to be on the front foot when you're playing Taric as well. And we saw actually in the mid game, they were attempting to, put the Bastion onto the Silas, and then Silas lands the chain. Unfortunately, like part of that whole flowchart is Silas lands the chain. And if the Silas doesn't do the land the chain part, the flowchart goes back to we don't win the fight, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and there are a few engages where it just didn't get off the ground, and then KT couldn't roll any snowballs.
Also a Jinx comp without real, besides Peric, that much peel or front line, so Amy didn't really get to play the game that much.
Yeah, it was a problem. Let's get into our first highlight here as we check out the beginnings of the Nongshim Snowball.
And this is a Nongshim that we really haven't seen on Split, which is proactive gameplay, everyone. Nongshim making proactive plays. Great use of the ultimate share. Clean teleport as well from Kana. And even though they stay alive for a little bit thanks to the Taric ultimate, they don't actually have anyone there. So there's no damage, there's no counter whatsoever. And as a result, this is what we start to see kind of the idea behind the composition from Nongshim. But we still didn't really have any faith because Nongshim has gotten small leads before and then kind of thrown them away.
Yeah, let's just say that there is a chance that I might have lost my hair again, and I only just got this back.
You made some off-screen promises that we're
I
not
did,
gonna...
I did. But they weren't on broadcast and therefore not official, so no, I will not be buying you Xenoblade 3. You're gonna have to buy that for yourself. Okay, let's get into our second highlight here. And this was the ace. This was the culmination of all of Nongshim's efforts and a fantastic fight. And once again, BDD playing amazingly well, getting into the backline and killing it.
Yeah, and the key thing here is that, crucially, the actual DPS, which is Ghost and BDD, don't get smashed forward here. So yeah, Kana goes down eventually, but look at the backline, right? Like Vic was trying his best, but he alone can't do enough damage. And then Machine Gun BDD, who, by the way, love AP Rise. So happy that it's this Rise instead of Tank Rise, which was very dreadful to watch through. And then from that point on, they get the Baron as well. They completely take over the map, and there never really is any recourse for KT because their comp from behind does run into the issue of like, we're either melee or we're Jinx with no setup. And then you can't really play the game.
Yep. Do you know who could play the game? BDD. Let's give him the POG. Give it to him right now. There it is. 11, 1, and 9. Almost 1,000 DPM on Rise, which, as you mentioned, Tank Rise, we didn't see many of these numbers. It was amazing. 40% of his team's damage. He does about that on average, to be perfectly honest here for Nongshim. This time it led them to a win.
And BDD, I think in spring was like just not in a good shape, but in summer it's been a little bit more of a gray area where like his stats are actually quite good, but it's the team as a whole that looks lackluster, and BDD definitely did make a lot of overforced plays. So maybe the answer is just make sure that BDD gets fed and then watch him demolish, which is what he did here, first pin the kill of his career. And yeah, that'll get you to 13 out of 13. First one of the day.
Yeah, you can't even be a cheeky media
no,
anyone else this game. I think it's the only option that was on the report card as well. You just could only say BDD. Well, we'll see whether we're going to be saying BDD after game number 3. Let's throw it back to the boys and see whether Nongshim can actually take down KT.
That is indeed the question. Can they actually get it done in a best of 3? As I mentioned, the last time they won a game was against KT, but they did not win that best of 3. So let's see how it does go from here.
I am, really pleasantly surprised with how big of a turnaround they've had in this series. And both games they were willing to play to their own win conditions, right? And maybe it gets you a win against KT. It might not get you a win against Gen G or T1 or Live Sandbox. But right now it's baby steps that Nongshim need to get back to former glory. If this team could start feeling better. As Atlas pointed out in a previous Carpet Space segment, like, this has clearly been a team that's emotional. They are affected by the momentum that's against them. And for the first time since they played it against KT last time, as you mentioned, they will have a win in a best of 3. And maybe that's enough, as the players look much happier going into this third game. Will be Snowflower staying in, no substitutions. And blue side, of course, will go back to the hands of KT Rolster.
Uh-oh.
Let's see how this draft comes together, because we saw...
Blue side 5 for 5 today.
We saw BDD, yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
And it is very strong, especially in a Sylas meta like this, where the Sylas is basically 2 picks in 1. That Rise is not allowed. Let's see if...
Denied.
I would love if they just ban Azir here, too. Because, nah, sorry, BDD, it's not about you anymore. You don't get to play any of your picks. But no, they're going to ban Kalista instead.
So Nongshim, they banned Ezreal in the same spot the last time around, but this time they're going to ban Twitch. So they don't seem to care at all about Sylas.
And this time, Amy will get Aphelios. Now, obviously, BDD is the strongest player on Nongshim overall, so you feel pretty good about giving him a prio pick in the mid lane, and we feel less good about giving Ghost the Aphelios. But Aphelios has been Aiming's best pick, and he is 5-0 on it, is looking for his 6th win tonight. So yeah, you ban away his Twitch, but he's happy to pick up the Aphelios, and we've already seen that Nongshim aren't interested in playing the Sylas, so you don't actually have to prioritize it here as KT.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Nongshim are setting themselves up for a similar feel, but this time without the Rise, perhaps. Trundle comes in. Dread's like, oh man, I gotta play Trundle again.
Yeah, that definitely was a I don't like playing this champion phase.
But you gotta do what you gotta do to win for your team. Now, Ashe and Trundle get that glacial synergy, but not only that, I feel like Ashe is just very strong. It's very strong utility 80 carry, can be played as a support as well. Not sure that they'll actually do that. But I like the pick in general.
Looks like it's going to be the Sylas Gnar here for KT. Rascal did not have the greatest game in Game 2. Nor did Vikla, of course, but playing into the Rise is very hard as the Sylas. Of these two players, we know who's the veteran and the better laner. It's BDD. This time, we don't know what it's going to be into. The Azir is still open. As picking up Gnar here, you have to do it here. It will be banned, so you have to make your choice right now if you'd like to take that or try to take the Tahm Kench for life. I'm kind of leaning towards Tahm Kench, to be honest. You know that Nongshim are not interested in picking up the Gnar here. But they want the Renata, actually, not even the Kench. Defensive option here against the Trundle. And obviously good for lane.
Yeah, absolutely. As I don't know why I have this like Galio itch. I feel like I don't really want to see the Galio. I think they're going to lack a lot of damage in that case. This would be a lot better. Go for the Gangplank. Obviously, it does mean that the Cannon Barrage can be stolen. Another fantastic ultimate to take away. Actually, there are 3 on the side of Nongshim already. Not to mention, there are 2 more spots. So the Gangplank will be taken here. They shouldn't have too much of a damage issue now.
I think you can ban Ornn pretty comfortably. And Ornn is pretty tough to pick into Trundle, but if you just are a little bit worried about mid-game fights, the AoE and setups you have, obviously Ornn plus Gangplank ultimate that Steve gets stolen is strong. Could take away the Wukong, same sort of story in the mid-game with his ultimate. Sejuani not a concern here for Nongshim because they have Trundle, so definitely not something Rascal's looking forward to potentially playing into the Gangplank. Can be a tough matchup also. I love this ban because it's just saying, BDD, nah. Not allowed to play one of your best champions. Not allowed to get on comfort here. There's Ashe, Arrow, Gangplank, ult, Zoe. There's so much pick potential in this comp with the barrel chains after somebody gets half health by BDD Zoe. pillar. Yeah, just don't allow it.
Trundle Zoe is very strong. I'm not a huge fan of Zoe in this meta, but I like the combination that you were just talking about with everything, including the fact that BDD just picked up a pentakill for the first time in his life, and well, at least in competitive play. Viego also off the board, so we're back in week 1 of summer.
Yeah, there's a very thin pool here available of champions that Cuz can play. Poppy is still open. But, early game into Trundle can be a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it does feel like the Gangplank kind of negates the Gnar pick, and then the Trundle negates the Poppy pick. So it's kind of interesting the way they have drafted as uh-oh.
The Ezreal, obviously, just as a precautionary measure, because it could just be the support Ashe you mentioned. Now, Victor into Sylas.
Oh.
We've seen this a lot. It has not been very successful.
Yeah, it has been a bit of a bait pick for a lot of different teams, not just Nongshim.
Yeah, it's... thing is, the Azir is open, but it's Azir into Sylas, right? So that's kind of tricky. Stealing away the Victor ult is also strong for Sylas, even in the 1v1. But it feels less bad in terms of what you could do wave clear-wise here. Victor can trade pretty well. I think Victor is not doing well because some of the builds we've seen and a lot of weaker teams have lost draft. And sometimes when you're losing draft, you end up picking this pick because you're like, I need something. Oh man, we messed this up. We need some damage mid. I think Victor as a champion on his own is still okay. As still hovering the Nocturne here, and they will lock it in. So Cuz is going to be playing this one in the jungle. Gwen will be on top side here as the Tahm Kench makes this an Ashe 80 carry, but there's a lot of survivability for the 3 squishy carries here.
Yeah, I mean, Tahm Kench making it all this way against the composition that KT has is really, really nice. Obviously, the Renata Glass, Aphelios, the idea to deal with the Tahm Kench, but the pick itself and team fights will be fantastic with the Devour.
I think that the only other option for BDD here, realistically, because the Zoe was, I think, really strong in this comp. I think it was a sick ban here from KT. Was the Azir, and the reason why KT didn't ban the Azir was because they were like, no, Sylas wins this matchup, we've already showcased we can defeat this, and even though BDD played the laning phase well, it was clearly a big problem for him in the later parts of the game when he was playing the Azir. And otherwise here, like, are you going to play Orianna? Like, that's another option I guess they could have gone for with the Engage. But Victor is going to give you a little bit of extra damage, sustained damage, a little bit more poke, and it moves you away from an all-in on just running at the enemy. So now you're more based around slower poke damage here. And the Nocturne is going to be one way to get onto the back line and dive here with the Sylas, with the Renata. And Azir, he's got a lot of range, but he's kind of vulnerable in moments like this, whereas Victor can kind of play both sides, and it could be kind of a battle mage in the middle of things, like a Ryze. So I don't hate this pick in its isolation, but the coordination, once again, for Nongshim, it's going to have to be really good to pull this one off, because I think on the side of KT, they have the much easier to execute comp.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how it does go, as it has been back and forth all night tonight. Let's see as we hop on the rift for Game 3. Off we go into this one. And I feel like the biggest win of the draft, outside of, stuff we've talked about already a lot, like the Sylas, was the fact that Snowflower just got Tahm Kench on R5.
Yeah, that's just
it
kind of
just
crazy.
went all the way through, and you have Victor and Ashe already, 2 very immobile carries that are squishy against a bit of a dive comp. Like, how did they get that?
I feel like the Tahm Kench Ashe, in its own isolation, doesn't feel amazing, especially into Aphelios Renata. But Tahm Kench, who can empower 3 strong, damaging champions at once, actually feels insanely busted. And I think the Victor pivot actually makes this pick a lot stronger for Nongshim. I think we're going to see, it's always hard to know, I always get very upset when we see, like, Leandri's Lichbane Victor, but I think we are going to see either the Ludens, but more likely the Crown actually here for BDD. As remember, Victor was the mage in spring when Crown of the Shattered Queen was introduced to the game.
Yeah.
It was the pick. Like, everyone wanted to play Victor with Crown. It was the new way, and I think we're kind of going back to that a little bit here in this draft. Having extra survivability into the Gwen, Nocturne, Sylas is going to be pretty big, and there's not a lot of great ways to pop that, actually, outside of Renata. So
yeah,
I think that's the build, and I think it's a good pick here. Like, I'm going to be the one to say it. Like, I'm going to say the brave thing. I think Victor makes sense here. I like it.
You were getting close. I was wondering when you were going to let us know about your feelings about the Victor pick. And yeah, I think it makes sense to go for the Crown as level 2 hit. They just want to fight, and not a bad time. The Guardian, though, here with the Renata and the range will be enough to stave them off.
Yeah. See how well Victor can lane into the early game Sylas. Now, this is obviously somewhat player dependent. Victor's had some pretty rough laning phases, but as the Victor, you could just kind of queue the Sylas repeatedly, and that is exactly what BDD is doing here in the lane.
They got a couple of lanes where you can do that. Mid and top, as that's a pretty big trade coming in from Vikla. No follow-up auto here from BDD, so nicely traded back at least.
Yeah, that was... You usually have to make sure they can't follow through on you like that, as he did previously, but he's got a pot and a cookie. He'll be all right.
Ooh, they would love to stop the back here. Oh, stopped back himself, but now spotted. Here is Dread. Can Rascal run away? The answer should be yes. There's a fight on the bottom side. 2v2 flash out of Ghost. As they look for a bit more gravitum here onto Snowflower, but it is Tahm Kench. Actually, the Lick getting a nice amount of damage back here as Kana really wants to stop the back from the Gwen, but will not be successful.
Unfortunate here. Teleport's going to come back through, too, and he's going to hold this mini wave. And this is getting a little bit awkward there. A lot of resources committed here from Kana. Looks like he's just going to take it back himself. We'll scry this. Actually goes straight back to the lane. As bottom side, you know, Cuz was rotating over. Now we're going to see some action over the blue buff.
Ooh, pillar, wow. But yeah, Cuz taking that time. They spot the Trundle on the top side, so he says, thank you very much for your blue buff.
And so, like we were saying before, the Tahm Kench is kind of crazy with his ultimate, with the Victor and the Ashe and the Gangplank.
Just that he got it at R5. Yeah. Like, how did it go through this draft?
But also, like, well, I mean, we thought it was going to go with the Aphelios, right? And then they picked the Renata. But the Renata kind of dunks on them in this lane, as we saw there. Got a cleanse and a flash out of Ghost. As the Ashe and the Tahm Kench pre-6 are sitting ducks in the lane.
I just feel like it's perfect as well for Nongshim as a team because you're not expecting Ghost and Snowflower to win lane against Saving in Life. It's like, well, you know, you don't want to get dunked on as long as you guys can stay alive. It should be pretty good, as actually more than staying alive here, Aiming will have to flash to get out of this gank. Maybe we'll see a return.
Trundle just going to pay a visit. We'll get the flash, like you said, and it means follow-up ganks can be strong, but I think this is going to be a very slow early game, and we're going to see action pick up around that first Herald fight, where all these ultimates come online. Vikla's ult here, probably going to be the first hijack on Kana if he can. Obviously, Kana could just kind of avoid the fight for a very long time and then come in and try to set barrel chains. Can barrage from a million miles away, so Vikla might be forced to just go for the Victor ult instead. The Chaos Storm going to be pretty strong in early mid-game fights as well. As I love how in basically all 3 games, BD is like, nah, I'm not scared about laning against Sylas. He's been very confident in his laning. Did take that one poor trade, as you pointed out just a few moments ago, but otherwise has been pretty solid here. Yeah. He like went for the biscuits, so he can kind of trade aggressively like this without really being punished.
Yeah, and without going for any kind of a potion or anything like that, just went for the Dorn's Ring.
Yeah, which has been changed to give you more mana when you harass like that, so.
Yeah, not a bad idea. And so he has been totally fine in that lane. He's holding 3 biscuits for now, which I'm sure would drive some people crazy. Actually, 3 people are holding 3 biscuits on the side of Nongshim. That's kind of most of the time the argument against the biscuits is that if you're not even going to use it, why even take it? As Aiming is in a lot of trouble here. I think he's absolutely dead. Nothing that life can do to save him. Cannon Barrage comes in. First blood for Gangplank as Kana from top lane takes the kill.
Rascal's like, oh man, this is just not going to be my day, huh? Try to set up an early gank on me, zone me out of some CS. Now you give my laner an early kill. He's already sitting on a Sheen. This is very frustrating. And it's pretty significant, I think, that this goes over to the Gangplank here. And as funny as it is for how annoying it is for Rascal, I think they would have definitely preferred to give that one over to Ghost at this stage of the game. Because the bottom side of the map is where, on paper, Aiming and Life have a little bit more control, as we saw. And even though Aiming was killed, he will just come back to lane and take that control back. And now, well, not now, but in a few seconds, there will be a level 6 Doctor on top of that too. And something that Dread will not be able to match the rotation of. So I think having just a little bit of extra money on your Ashe would have felt really nice here. But still a massive win on the side of Nongshim. We're going to go watch it one more time. Aiming and Life with so much power in this lane, but Aiming stepped way too far forward here. Is, of course, able to stop the Abyssal Dive. And runs forward. He's like, maybe I'll get the bailout and we'll get a kill back. No, you won't.
You gotta get that plate. No, not gonna happen. And yeah, I mean, just a bit of a mistake. You know, he didn't take everything into consideration, including the cannon barrage. And going that far down the lane, you're just not gonna get away if the Trundle's there. So, just goes down. Close enough to even get Abyssal Dove. Not the way. So, a little bit of whoopsie, but it does happen. And yeah, just returning to normal lane state, you'll see that outside of that death, Aiming is still heavily winning this lane, as is expected. And Ashe, more of a, utility. You can kind of go for a bit of an on-hit build and just try to stay alive and get a bunch of arrows out and stuff like that. And you'll still be a benefit to your team, especially with the rest of the damage that you have with the Victor and the GP.
Yeah. It's, so much vision. There are ways. Okay, Snowflower, careful. Careful. He's okay, level 6 available for Life and Aiming, so that was a very dangerous moment for him there, as Dread is going to come over here and start this Herald up. Or rather Drake, excuse me, and this is a kind of risky call here. Like, Vikla's rotating over.
Seems like they really want to take this fight, but we have the hostile takeover in the choke, so immediately Nongshim, they should at least just back away. Paranoia as well, you gotta get out here. Devour as well, but now everybody just on the run. The Gravitum over the wall as well, just everybody getting caught up, but especially Snowflower. He is just going to go down without burning exhaust or flash.
There's just, this is not a team fight comp at this stage of the game without a barrage setup or a nice Ashe arrow. Like, it's kind of pick-based, the way that this works for Nongshim, or you have to have an insane zone control, because Vikla just walks over and takes Subjugate, and he's like, I'm Subjugate Silas. We saw how that worked last time around. It's busted, actually, in these early fights. Last time it was on the Herald, this time, of course, on this early Drake. And I get it for Nongshim, you're frustrated because you lost Herald basically for free and you want to trade something back, but now you've given over bottom side control here. And if they had gotten even one more kill, I think they just instantly drop this in bottom and Aiming actually gets on the plates.
Tana has flash. He is going to flash the chains here, but Slow comes in from the queue, and now he's in a bit of trouble. Very fast is the GP, though. Vikla looking for it. The cannon barrage committed to, and it's not going to do anything as Vikla just picks it up. Easy peasy. 2-0 now for the Silas.
Yeah, and that's a lot of money in Vikla's pockets early on. That's a Gangplank removed from the map. They're going to try to make a cross map.
Okay, that's an Abyssal Dive under turret. Flash away into huge Infernal ultimate, and now Aiming is going to get exhausted, but I'm not sure it's going to matter too much. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. Life picks up the kill, and Flash on in now as an arrow forces another Flash. Nongshim trying desperately to make plays, but they're not quite working out.
I just have to say, I love that Vikla has a tough laning phase in Game 1, still picks up the win. Game 2 gets totally destroyed by BDD, frankly. And then in Game 3, he's like, it's almost as if he just forgot the first 2 games happened. He is playing like it's the first day, or the first game of the day, and he is just ready to pop off. In this fight, he steals the Trundle, like we said before. It's just not a winnable fight here for Nongshim. You're grouping up over this. Your Victor is not here. That is the ultimate you absolutely need to have layered onto a team fight. Kana, really nice flash here, and thinks he's okay with the Cannon Barrage. He runs really fast, has some oranges, and then Cannon Barrage, and he's actually caught by the explosive part of the chains connecting.
I think he tried to eat an orange, and that's why he stopped moving.
I think you're right.
I think if he just keeps moving, he lives just barely. It was close, and can't blame him for that one.
Like you said here, this is just a very aggressive play from Snowflower into the turret. And Vikla has teleport, and yeah, it's like 3-14. He's thinking he's okay, but no, Vikla runs to the turret where he already is. He is on the turret. Vikla's ready for more.
He's hungry. He wants more. Let's see what he's got. There's an arrow moving up the map right now. As will it hit anybody? No. I mean, I suppose it hit Nongshim models, but not going to amount to too much. It's over the wall. Did they even see? Yeah, well, they know now.
They know.
If they didn't, and yeah.
Silas hasn't spent that much time in lane, but he's only basically 2 waves behind. Like, BD hasn't been able to do much. He got a plate and 2 extra waves of minions. So the 2 extra kills that Silas has in his pocket are more valuable gold. He's using the power that Silas has in early mid so extremely well. This is going to be a Rift Herald to crash mid, give him some additional money. As Vikla's ready to pop off this game, he has been in position every time, every step of the way.
Every single ult, it feels like, is getting so much value, too. Even the Chaos Storm to zone them away, to secure the plates, make sure Shelly gets the charge. Here we have 3 plates for a Gwen already. And yeah, just feels like KT are compounding upon their leads. I think that Vikla has been so proactive, and it's been very nice to watch. As you were mentioning, just to follow up on what you said, I think it's very important for pro gamers to have short memories. You know? Just say, okay, game happened, whatever, new game. And I think that's been very difficult for Nongshim, but not difficult for Vikla.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the things that Vikla has shown he is better at than Arya. Because Arya has had rough games and then has just kind of completely collapsed in series. We saw it in spring. We saw it at the very beginning of this season. Vikla, not so much. He is just ready to play. And maybe he had a mental block, took a little bit of a break. And just like we saw from Pioshik yesterday, we heard it in his interview, the reason why Juan was playing was because he requested time off. He wasn't in the right state of mind. And you see that he was yesterday, and Vikla is tonight. So,
yeah.
I mean, these are the things that we don't normally talk about as casters because it's kind of... It's not objective fact, and it does, sometimes you could just see it with your eyes, but you don't have proof. But one thing we all know for sure is Vikla's feeling himself this series. He is not playing with fear. He is not being indecisive. He is being very clean and decisive and aggressive in a matchup that BDD chose because he wanted to actually have a little bit more power in lane, and we saw him trade well, but that usually doesn't matter as much as actually taking people off the map. You see the gold lead he had with these 2 kills with the CS deficit was only like 220. Which is significant in itself, but it's what he's done with the kills, like the power they get, the plates they get elsewhere because of those kills.
Okay, ult against ult. Gwen should win this one as Kana takes a fight here. He thinks he has the item advantage, and honestly, those items do look scary, but not against a Gwen when you're eating 100% of the needles.
Yeah, he's going Collector second here also, which I think is a very bold choice against a composition that is going to do damage so quickly and win fights so fast. And I guess the hope is you'll burst somebody down who's trying to kill you, as Rascal will get pillared.
Yeah, Trundle's not really a big fan of Gwen. No, that's not a very fair matchup. I'm not even sure why Dre's still chasing. He will clear out the ward.
I try to do the color caster thing where I say the words and then I'm like throwing it to my caster in case there's something I didn't see here, but... But no, he
nothing
just
to see
walks
here.
away. Yeah.
A little bit of... Yeah. And, speaking of which, another Trundle game where, yeah, denied some picks, but I'm actually liking this kind of Nocturne tech that we're getting in. It's like, ooh, new little pick that we don't see all the time, but can farm much faster than the Trundle.
Well, what's so funny about it is, we can watch this one more time. Rascal has his Q stacked, and he has Riftmaker and hits every needle, doesn't care. The Nocturne is up 60. That's right, 60 creep score.
Well, 56.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew you were going to do it.
Yeah, well, oh, that was a weird interaction, but Nocturne can also do that, besides being up 60 CS.
All he did in this game so far is press Paranoia twice, basically. But that's enough, and he's out farming. He's got Strikebreaker. Now he's actually a big threat. And if he gets on top of this Victor, the crown isn't going to be enough to save him.
Okay, they really do not like Rascal in this game. Subjugate comes in too. The pillar is on the wrong side.
Rascal's not even running Ghost.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Trundle really hates Gwen. Other than, you know, all the resistances you can steal when she's in the mist. But other than that, your pillar and your kit doesn't do too much.
Yeah, we did see the Moonstone Renewer for just a second there. I don't know if that was a UI bug or if Life was actually considering picking that one up this game. Don't think it's a good call. I do like the Shirelias a lot more for this comp that just needs to run at the enemy really fast. That's the point. It is the crown build from Victor. Like, we expected this. It makes a lot of sense. Just wanted to kind of say that to confirm the words, confirm with these words that in fact BDD is on the same page as us. And right now we'll have very low damage at this moment in time, but later on in the late game is going to be a big scaling threat that's somewhat survivable and safe. Just we're not there yet. Because KT have so much control over the map right now, and it's a tempo-based comp with Gwen ahead, Nocturne massively ahead, Silas a little bit ahead, and then Aphelios, who, you know, is slightly ahead, but because of all those other aspects of the champions that are ahead, his low range doesn't matter, and he actually will be able to do safe, succinct damage. I don't think that's the right word. Succinct, nah. His damage will be safe and deadly and fatal and
true. Big lead.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna have Cuz coming in here doing big lead damage as well, as Kana is unfortunately once again caught out, this time a little bit too far down the lane. Now the barrel is going to be pretty nice, and he oh, okay, actually gonna get the burn down onto the Gwen, so does trade it back just barely. Definitely was not expecting that, so he gets a trade kill 1v3. Absolutely worth.
Yeah, absolutely worth. Unfortunately, though, there's no way to drop the Rift Herald and all the chaos here because they don't have control of the other side of the map, and trading back 1v3 doesn't mean that Trundle could be like, oh, I guess I'll just go over there in the aftermath and toss them down. As objective bounties are available here, sub 20 minutes. We don't see this very often here in the LCK, but it's a 4,000 gold lead here. And a lot of it, of course, is on the top and mid lane, but I think a big part of this is actually the CS advantage that Cuz has right now, because the game calculates, and we don't know exactly how it's calculated, it's not really public, but I mean, I think the lane matchup calculation is definitely a big part of this, is why we've had like John atop and stuff like that earlier in the year. As yeah, this is going to be the Gangplank trade back kill.
I think he said I think I can kill her.
잡았나?
Trial by fire.
다행이다.
Oh, he said, I think I'm dead. It's like the exact opposite. But he was like, oh, I got her at the end.
Trial by fire and corrupting bots, I think the main reason why he was able to burn through that.
Trial by fire?
Isn't that what it's called?
No, I think you're right. I'm just like, whoa, how do you know that?
I don't know. Atlas says a lot. I learn all the things, the hard words.
Yeah, Atlas knows all the words. Yeah. That's true. He's very good with the words.
Alice knows all the names. So I cast with him, you know, 2 days a week, and I also I'm on the desk with him a third day, so I'm picking up all the vocabulary. Okay,
that's true.
And
we have Infernal Soul, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty big. It's pretty massive. A bounty is picked up here as well, which is actually pretty massive. Kana is able to take that one off the map, and will pick up some gold for his teammates.
Vikla, he is so tanky. He like doesn't take any damage. He's just gonna flash away as the hostile takeover does, you know, catch a bunch of them. Here's the vision of Cuz taking Dragon, though.
Cuz is like
Infernal Soul points. So.
Cuz is like, I kill dragons and I turn off the lights. I also kill jungle monsters. That is what I do. That is my job. It's like he's the janitor. He's like, gotta make sure the lights are off after the school is closed. Clean up the mess, clean up the jungle. Gotta make sure the lights are turned off.
Restock
at
the shelves.
Yeah.
Doing a great job.
Just making sure there's no drakes lurking around the parking lot.
It's also security. Oh, man.
Well, that's
doing a great job of clearing up the rift, that's for sure.
2 objective bounties, 1,000 gold picked up between those 2 turrets that were taken down because of the, again, massive advantage that Cuz has in farm. But I think that's one of the biggest ways that objective bounties are calculated, as a specific lane matchup differential in gold. If you have a support item, it's not the same. Remember, everybody remembers the Jana top, like I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
So 70 CS in the lead actually gives Nongshim 1,000 gold, but yeah, 1,500 he's sitting on right now without really doing anything except turning off the lights. That's how ahead KT is. The Nocturne is not really a threat. He's just a janitor. While the real problems here are the top lane Gwen, the Sylas that's coming around and stealing some high proactive early. I'm using a lot of words wrong today. Some high value early proactive team fight ults, like
the way it goes.
The early subjugate value. Yeah, game 6.
Yeah,
I'll get you.
That's true.
It's Lich Bane here for BDD, which normally I don't like, but I think in this game the extra movement speed is actually huge for him because of the survivability.
It's a lot of it's 3 melee champions that are going to be right in your auto attack path. You can get a lot of burst damage done, the movement speed as you mentioned. I think it's a good idea, actually. I think it's definitely not traditional, and it's very bursty and survivable. But other than that, you're not going to be doing huge crazy lasers and sustained damage in team fights or anything like that. You can get multiple Lich Bane procs, but it's not going to be as good as, let's say, I don't know, a Shadowflame Ludens build with an eventual death cap, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's Collector's second here for Kana and this Lich Bane build. I like it for survivability, but I think these are symptoms. This Collector, the Lich Bane, and the AP Ashe we're seeing are 3 symptoms of a failed draft, actually. To be totally honest. I know everybody everybody likes to pretend that AP Ashe is really cool and good, but the last time it won was had nothing to do with the Ashe. They were just
hey man, you shot a lot of arrows. Okay.
Yeah, we don't all have to pretend like we're all hipsters and AP Ashe is good. This is a failed draft that has 3 band-aids put on it.
Hey man, I saw an OPGG a month and a half ago about AP Ashe. I knew about it before anyone. Not actually, I'm just parodying.
Yeah, well, I just want to say it before anybody says, it's the StarCraft effect. You and I talk about this all the time off camera. In StarCraft, there was a casting technique where anytime a force field was used, everyone would say, nice force fields, even if it was actually, totally terrible and, didn't hit anything. It was just, a mechanism. I think whenever we see something unusual, we're like, wow, I love this build, because nobody ever does anything different in the LCK. I don't like this Leandris that much, to be honest. But, what is she going to build? She's Ashe. They need more damage.
That's the thing. It's how are you going to do damage? You're never really, although to be honest, you do have a lot of, you have a Devourer and an Exhaust and a lot of melee champions that are going to be diving you. There actually are methods to be auto-attacking as Ashe in this game. Kana is left alone. There is a blasting plan. He elects to flash and die instead as the hostile takeover comes over and gets 2 flashes out of them. A lot of damage onto life here. The follow with the Chaos Storm not amounting to too much.
Get away from me!
That was more of a backhanded slap than a handshake. As now Snowflower, they chase for very long. Not sure why they're still trying to fight this 3v5.
They just don't have damage, Valdez.
Back away. Did you see that burn, though?
Yeah.
Leandris was burning.
Somebody mouse over it and show me the damage, please.
Can we get a stat on the Leandris burn at the end of the game?
I just don't really like this Ashe pick, and I was careful about it earlier. I didn't say how I felt about it yet because I want to see how it worked out in execution, but it's a utility build on this Victor to survive, which is meaning that it's at the cost of a lot of his damage. This is when Cuz decides he wants to be more than just a janitor and actually use his ult to try to kill somebody. It almost goes poorly, but he is able to flash away. Meanwhile, Alive, actually a faster step here for Nongshim, so I don't want to get too into the weeds on this replay. Dread's in the front line.
Yeah. Let's see how this does go. We do have Mr. Turn Off the Lights down in the bottom side here, just casting, off of this. As, here we go, TP in the backside. They did not clear out the vision, as maybe they're trying to get on top of Cuz here. Barrel will miss, as they do have the back ping up on the top side, as that burn onto Vikla actually is getting some work done. This time around, in comes Rascal. They knew he was back here, or at least they should have. In comes the Nocturne. As not too much damage, but they finally do take down Dread. As following up here, the arrow into Rascal will go into that stopwatch. As no jungler here for Nongshim, so they cannot contest. And the Infernal Soul will come in for the side of KT, as now Vikla is getting into the thick of things here, as he gets actually bursted down by a huge Gangplank hit. But now it's only the Gangplank, basically, who's on the run.
Yeah, Kana is basically doomed. Snowflower has left him out to dry. He is running away as fast as his frog legs will carry him. He's not hopping. He's waddling back to that turret, but it's a huge win in this team fight. Once again, KT lose out on Rascal, who has a stopwatch and bailout, and it is so close to him actually surviving because the stopwatch actually extends the bailout duration. And if anybody dies, he actually is able to turn this around. Look at the Vikla, or rather BDD get devoured. Like, this is the power we're talking about. Yeah, helps the Ashe, helps the Victor. But at this stage of the fight, like, you need more damage, and they just don't have it. Like, without any real follow-up here, no barrel chain setups, KT are like, oh, and then they just run at them. Snowflower's like, I'm out of here, and once the Infernal Soul damage comes through, it's just doomed. Like, yeah, Kana gets one back, which is kind of lucky, but he's getting some collector value there. But otherwise, this is kind of, I don't know, just feels really hopeful as finally BDD is trying to get some extra damage here, has half a death cap.
Yeah,
half.
That's the thing, you know, going back to this itemization for Nongshim, if you're going to have the utility Ashe, the guys that are supposed to do the damage should actually build, like,
the real damage.
Some real damage builds, you know? So the Crown Lichbane, I think, is the biggest one. The Collectors, you know, there's not going to be that much armor on the side of KT, but there are 2 Zonias being built. And, you know, there are other ways to just go straight crit builds here on the side of Gangplank that are I would have rather seen that. Yeah. So, you know, could have gone for that. There are a couple of choices, as you say, maybe just a symptom of the draft, but yeah, I think there were ways to itemize better with this draft as well. You know, just a bit of a thing.
But I do really feel like these items are like, oh, these items are bad. I'm like, oh, the draft actually means you have to build these items, and that's a problem. You know, it's kind of where we're at. It's the Baron's at half health. Rascal wasn't even here. He's showing up now. They have the choke controlled.
Aiming, please.
Okay. Just trying to keep it interesting, huh?
Yeah, he's really just giving us something to talk about here.
Yeah, speaking of itemization, I love Aiming's build. He has Gale Force, Bloodthirster, and IE. He's going to have extra shields.
Common.
Yeah, and it's just, how do you kill him with a half Victor, half a Gangplank, and half an AD carry? Like, you have 3 half DPS characters.
AP carry. Well, he has a mana.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got some extra ability haste in there, but
yeah.
Like, Snowflower can keep all 3 of these carries alive, and that's what I liked about the Tahm Kench here. But they're building utility / collector, which is very odd here for Kana, and it just doesn't matter if you save them because in the longer fight you still lose to this Aphelios who has real items.
Yeah. You saw what happens when a volley hits Vikla. He now has a shield. Cuz is caught out here. This is kind of unfortunate. Going to turn out the lights now as frontlining is the Trundle and BDD, actually. So that utility getting him some value in this one.
They still have the life ult here, the hostile takeover, so KT have choke points in their favor if anyone tries to chase or follow. They still have vision control around the Baron itself. So even though Nongshim win a trade of ults here, arguably, because theirs are on such low cooldown and are less important for them in team fights, like KT are still ready to be like, nah, we have more damage, we have a real AD carry.
They're doing Baron.
And they will kill the Baron very fast as we as is pictured on your screens and your television sets.
Yeah, Baron's going to go down here. They read the situation very nicely as, nope, it's going to be denied as Rascal just going to get hit by that. And yeah, that's going to be the Baron fully. They read, okay, they're all going to back here. We did a lot of damage to them, so let's just go for the Baron. Follow up after we pretend to back. And they do pick it up here. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it's because, man, this game, it's so funny when we see this flashy Nocturne pick, everyone's like, ooh, the game is going to be about that. And it's like, no, actually, he's like the parents that are like, he's about to Flame Horizon, by the way, Dread. But it's like the parents are like, it's time to go to bed, kids, stay up till late, just flickers the lights. And Nongshim like, oh, but I was about the team fight. He's like, no, you weren't. No. It's actually past your bedtime. It's past your comp's expiration date. The Aphelios has real items, and he's going to kill you.
And speaking of which, very nice flash, actually, on the tip of the iceberg there, as now Kana going to be feared up, has the oranges, but the damage just a bit too much, as the better Gangplank in this case is Vikla, the Silas, will steal the Cannon Barrage. Actually does a heck of a lot of damage.
That's what happens when you don't go to bed when Mom says so.
Yeah.
She will ult you, actually. She doesn't always have to, but she can use it aggressively more than just flickering the lights on and off.
Yeah.
Mikado was just way too far out there against this comp. You can't side lane against the Nocturne.
No,
not easily, you know?
It's just really interesting, you know? It just does a lot of things better than the Trundle. I feel like it is a very nice answer to it. in this case, is that's one way to get the crown off and nearly kill Ghost. So tons of damage coming out from aiming it with, as you said, a real build.
Yeah, like
doing insane amounts of poke damage as well.
It's like, would you rather have a Nephelios with Gale Force Bloodthirster IE, or an Ashe with Leandri's Muramana and a Chem Punk Chainsaw or Chainsword Heal Deny build, because he built Executioner's Calling earlier, like whatever that item is called. I think we all know which one is better. I mean, aiming is up 3 levels. It's not a fair comparison, but this game has very quickly been it's been unwinnable for Nongshim. Let's just say, like, the team fights have not been going their way. They're going to group up for one last one here on the Elder. They need a miracle.
Okay, Banshee's Veil down. Again, ability haste, so he's going to have that back in just a moment. I feel like Nongshim are actually backing for that and allowing BDD to get some poke in. Again, pretty difficult.
Rascal is pushing the base also.
Yeah.
Like, there's a clock on this one, Nongshim, and you don't have the damage to win these longer fights.
We've seen this happen so many times in the LCK. Rascal has Baron. He's pushing an inhibitor.
Now he can TP in.
Stolen Storm is not actually going to hit BDD, so even the Q from the Nocturne not enough. BDD getting a lot down here as he's actually going to force Vikla to flash away. So perhaps this is the moment for Nongshim to try to get in there, but the lights are off and down. No, the Devourer comes in. It's used onto the Ashe, though, so BDD's just running away. The hostile takeover hits the front side of Nongshim, and the rest just melts away like ice cream. And that is going to be BDD alone by himself, doing a lot of damage per gold to yet another Nongshim loss. It's looking like here, Wolf.
Yeah, it's one of those BD stats games, man. 0, 1, and 2. He built the crown. He wasn't dying. I think it was a good choice. There's just too many threats, frankly, in Nongshim that Nongshim has to deal with. Snowflower can only devour once. Yeah. And there's no Zhonya's here. And there's no follow-up damage. Like, oh, we almost killed Victor, but he survived. But we're doing a lot of damage. No, you're not. You're not doing any damage.
Everybody else lives, and down will go the Nexus. KT takes them a while. Couple of telecom teams tonight that, you know, on paper, much better than their opponents, but struggled to cross the line, but got the job done in a similar fashion. So KT will take the win tonight. Definitely very good that they pick up the win for them because, of course, nearing the end of this summer season, you want to make it into playoffs very, very badly. And getting every win is going to be very important.
Tough POG vote for me, man. I think it was a... I'm just going to go with aiming. He did a lot of damage. He had the real build. I mean, we keep joking about this, but, like, he was the real carry. I think there's definitely going to be a split vote between him and Cuz and Rascal. All 3 players had a pretty critical impact, but also at the first half of the game, it was 100% Vikla. Second half of the game, it wasn't as much about him, but he gave KT a huge lead, so he might end up picking it up. Like, I feel like it can go to anybody, probably except Life, even though he also had a decent game. But, I mean, this is just a complete dismantlement of a draft that the itemization, and we basically spent the entire time talking about, so I don't want to, you know, I don't want to go beat a dead horse anymore, but I think that draft really showed, KT's draft showed, if you can threaten these 3 carries so consistently, it doesn't matter if the Nocturne gets kills or not. All he has to do is turn off the lights. Like, and that just is those moments where we saw Nongshim just walk away and be like, oh man, we just can't fight this anymore. We can't fight this anymore. Oh, Silas stole the ult, like he's too strong on the mid game. Oh, Silas has the Trundle ult again. Oh, we can't fight this. Just showed that, once again, Nongshim wanted to draft for comfort. And, you know, sometimes that can work, but in this game, in this third and final one, like, KT drafted for the meta.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that KT eventually crossed the line. That guy came a long way to watch for his first time. And there were some moments for Nongshim, especially that gank down on the bottom side, but yeah, kind of not really having too much luck here in the beginning. You did pick up that first kill, actually, with the Cannon Mirage down in the bottom lane. But other than that, it wasn't doing too much on this GP.
Yeah, there were so many overextensions here for Nongshim. This is when Snowflower was diving under turret and then just gets punished. I think that one thing we could say really positively about Nongshim in this best of 3 is that they were not afraid. I think that is... Yeah, I mean, with their itemization, they kind of were, but that's not because they were actually afraid. It's just because the enemy had so many threats. But They did try to get advantages early. BDD did play very aggressively and confidently in all 3 games into the Silas. Like in his Victor game in the 3rd one, I felt like he looked the most ready to actually try to win lane and get ahead, but there is only so far, or there's only so much you can go against the grain in the meta. Watch these final moments here. Calling out the gangplank, got him. Push mid and finish.
오케이. 가지 말자.
About life.
Let's not go.
팅 얘기해준 거 굿.
내가 잘했지.
좋았어. 너무 좋은데?
You did great.
Yeah, it's hard to tell exactly who's talking because they're all wearing masks.
I think Cuz was the one that said I did well, right? And someone else said, yeah, you did. I'm not 100% sure, but
Yeah, I think Life was jokingly saying let's not go as well, but I'm not 100% sure.
I think it was just saying not to chase the victor.
Yeah.
멀어가지고.
It's done, it's done.
나이스.
Nice. Pretty straightforward comms there, but not the cleanest 2-1 victory here for KT Rolster. I think a lot of people expected them to smash it today, and like Fred Brion before them, I think Nongshim showed up tonight a lot more than we expected. Like you mentioned, both telecom teams expected to take a 2-0, but had a bit of a rocky path to a dominant end in their series.
Yeah, I mean, dominant in some facets, not so dominant in others, but wins nonetheless, 2-1s in this case. Kana actually ended up doing the most damage by a pretty decent margin there, so the Gangplank getting some good value at the end of the day, but not quite enough to get them across the line. But that's going to do it for us, guys. 6 games was quite a lot, but let's see what the guys on the Analyst Carpet Space have to say about that last one.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. And yes, welcome to the Analyst Chairs and Collaborative Carpet Space, where we had our moment of celebration. Nongshim picking up a win and BDD getting his first pentakill. That was great. And then we dropped back to reality, where KT were just a better team. In this particular game, at least.
Yeah, they really were. So going over the draft, a couple of things to hit. I don't like blind Trundle very much. I think Trundle is very good into a number of champions. But he does have some issues. His dueling early is really good, but Nocturne never really is going to duel against you. And I think in this case it was Nocturne, but there's plenty of other champions that do really well into Trundle, provided that, you know, the Trundle was there. So don't think that's a good blind. I actually thought that the composition overall from Nongshim could have worked, but it was hinging on a couple of things, which we'll get into later as we get to the replays. And for KT, I still don't think you should be allowed to get Silas on red side. That maintains a thing that Nongshim, or rather in this case on second rotation on blue side. But like, suffice it to say, like that pick is so high priority, and Nongshim need to be able to play it because it is just too strong. I think Vikla to me was again one of the highlight players here. And then finally, that Gwen pick really is my least popular of all the filler champions that we have right now. I think Gnar, GP, all of them do a better job, as in this case it did get the win, but overall I think we do clearly see that up until this point it was on a 4-game losing streak, and it just doesn't really feel like it ever really gets that much done. Even in this game I thought it was fairly inconsequential.
Yeah, no, exactly. I actually felt like the one thing that the Trundle did do was force that pick not to be an Ornn or a Sejuani, perhaps.
Yeah, that was
cause
nice.
Fear of the subjugate or whatever, but I feel like that's kind of a trap as well. If you're picking Trundle for that reason, then you get Flame Horizon in the jungle by someone that farms way faster than you, is actually able to have far more utility than you at the same time. The Nocturne from Cuz was absolutely fantastic this game. Let's get into our first highlight here, as this was the fight around about, 20 minutes into this game, where we kind of found out that Nongshim didn't quite have enough damage or the coordination to get this really working.
Yeah, I want to highlight. I think that I didn't necessarily love the build from Ash here. I think that in some situations it can provide a lot of value, and if you're ahead, the draft is very impressive. But a bigger issue to me was the fact that Kana was playing a pretty lackluster game, and if you don't have an 80 carry threat, you need your GP to work well. I do think the build of GP made a lot of sense, because like you don't ever want to go Bruiser, so Collector into Lord Doms into IE I think is the only way, but he didn't even finish IE. and you really have to be accelerated with the GP. So then the comp just kind of falls apart.
Yeah, no, it just really didn't work. And we've seen Gangplanks actually have a really good time into Gwen's. Yeah, Zeus, for example, definitely does it, but we've seen Nogri have great performances on that side of the matchup as well. It's not like the Gangplank struggles super hard into this iteration of Gwen. As we've mentioned, she's not necessarily performing all that well here in the LCK at this point in time. Just really wasn't a great third game for Canna, unfortunately. And when the comp hinges on him, and of course, as we get into our next highlight, but of course the build coming through from Victor as well, really not able to augment the magic damage side of things.
Because the problem with any Lichbane build is that if you have time, it's very, very good, but into the KT comp, you're not going to get time. So I would have much preferred, I think the Crown, honestly, is defendable, but like instead of Lichbane, if he went for...
Crown, Shadow Flame, Rabadon.
Well, he went Shadow Flame, and then, but it was
Skip
third.
the Lichbane,
Well, exactly, like go for Shadow Flame, pick up a lot more AP, and again, I think if Kana actually has his IE, doesn't fall so far behind, died 5 times. Imagine if instead of dying 5 times, he was actually able to pick up like 3-4 extra waves, has his IE, then maybe you have the damage. But Nongshim, after what was a very, very cool game number 2, just again, kind of faltering, both in top and in support as well. Snowflower also not looking too hot.
Yeah, Snowflower didn't have a great game. He also didn't have a great game number 2 either necessarily, even though he subbed in and did manage to be alongside the team for the victory. I think the reason Snowflower comes in there is to try and be that morale boost, be that leader, take some control. That absolutely worked for one game. But this is against KT, and this is a team that's vying for playoffs as well. And we have to remember that if Nongshim can take games off KT, then they should be able to take games off Fred Brion, Humble Life Esports, you know, like our team's lower down the standings. So it might be that they could eke into, you know, maybe a 6th position, but that will be very difficult.
Especially because it's against KT, and KT is looking like the likely 6th place team.
Yeah.
Right, so a direct loss against your direct opposition is, I think, really rough.
It absolutely is. Let's get into our player of the game, though, and award it to the happy gamer himself. Vikla picks it up here, 3, 1, and 6. We got a happy chronicler, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely voted for this gentleman, and I think he finally got into the swing of things here, game number 3.
Vikla, to me, is the archetypical challenger players, where it's clear that his hands are great. Sometimes just he needs to take it down a notch. But in this game, with the draft that they have, not taking it down a notch is actually the correct approach. As we see, went for the Chain Lash Max, which does incredible amounts of damage. This sequence of play, shoving in, roaming top, getting a kill, then teleporting bot and winning the bot side matchup as well was absolutely huge. This chain over the wall here, also forcing out an immediate devour, was really, really nice. And I think overall, I'm just really happy to see challenger players grow from, and in Vikla we saw all the faces. We saw the not so great, and in this case I think the quite great. Really like the Cuz votes as well, though I didn't want to vote for Cuz because I was a little bit put off by the fact that a large part of it was just farming camps. Which
I mean, he was actually being a janitor. I think the boys got that one absolutely right. And the Rift was spick and span. I may have actually voted for him, but I don't have a vote. And maybe that's the reason why. Just too many janitor votes. That might be it. But, ladies and gentlemen, thankfully, to save us from our janitorial conversation, we have Ji-sun alongside for some interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the KT Roasters POG interview, joined by Aiming and Vikla. Summer KT is fully activated. You guys are on a huge match win streak and on the 5th place. How do you feel? I'm so proud that we actually managed to get a long winning streak, and I want to keep winning in the future too. Same, I also want to keep winning. I have a question about game number 1 drafting. So KT drafted Twitch Renata into Aphelios Tompkins. This was the first time we actually saw Twitch with a different support other than Yumi and Rakan. So they actually, the opponent had a lot of pressure facing against, you know, Twitch playing a little bit like an assassin there, and also Silas was able to steal great ults as well. Renata was doing a great job too. I think today we had a great result. You know, the outcome was really good, and playing in game was really comparable to go with Renata together. I think you were playing Twitch like Zeri today. This was your first ever Twitch game on a competitive match, and you were so good at it. So I guess you were having a great time with that pick in scrims, right? You know, I'm a bit of a talented player kind of a type. So even if I don't really have a lot of experience of certain picks, I still do good on stage. Aiming flexing on a little bit of his talent on the stage interview over there, but Vikla, you were able to play Silas for 3 games in a row, and your Silas is currently sitting on 5 wins and 1 loss scoreline. Tell me about your Silas. I'm really good at not getting scared of the opponent and being really aggressive in team fights. Whenever Silas is open, do you want to always play that, or is that KT, the team's opinion? I like playing Silas, but also our team thought it was a good pick for our comp. In game number 2, we had Tariq as a support for Jinx, but you guys were not able to connect that into a victory, so how did you guys learn from game 2 loss and prepare for game 3? To be honest, whenever I play Jinx, I kind of lose a lot, so I didn't actually wanted to play Jinx, but Jinx was the only option available at the time. But whenever I just play Jinx, I lose, so I think it's cursed somehow. Yeah, I was about to ask about it, but you were not able to get a single victory on Jinx so far. What do you think goes wrong? I mean, when I play Jinx, I get through lane pretty well, but I die a lot later on, and also my teammates just gets like doomed in lane, so we get doomed all together. So I hope next time we can get a victory. Maybe a little bit of a Jinx on your Jinx? Yeah, I think so. And Vikla, KT Roaster is really good at snowballing once you guys get the lead. And in game number 1, you guys actually made 9,700 Baron power play. And also in game 3 as well, you guys are able to close out the game really fast after grabbing a single lead. Who's the centerpiece of this kind of a playstyle? It's me. I'm always full of spirit and energy. I always call for fights. I don't agree with him. He's just being too confident, you know, overflow of confidence, and I don't like that. I think KT, all 5 players are doing a great job, so it's a teamwork, I want to say. Aiming, you are just carrying KT Roaster on many different picks together with Life on the bottom lane. So tell me about your, you know, teamwork at Life, and how much credit do you want to share with him? Well, whenever I get POG, you know, I actually get it thanks to Life playing so well. So Life is my personal player of the game every time. A very wholesome conversation. Over to Life, adding to this interview, and your next opponent will be T1, the current first place in the LCK. There were a lot of unfortunate matches against T1 in the past, but I really want to overcome that and finally get a win over T1. Me too, I think T1 is really strong right now, so I really want to take them down for once. And this will be the end of the interview from the KT Roaster POGs. Back to the carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation. Absolutely adorable hearing Aiming talking about giving his POG over to Life. Cutest thing I've ever heard. Fantastic performance. Great to hear from Vikla as well, who's just having a bit of a giggle there during his interview. Starting to be a bit of a charismatic player. Let's check out the standings and see how things have shaken out. As 5th for KT, and Nongshim still 8th place, managing to pick up a couple of victories. That win against Kwangdong Freaks is now ever more crazy in our minds, but picking up one of the wins here against KT, definitely good news, and especially good news for a team like DRX looking to catch up.
And for tomorrow, we will have Kwangdong Live Sandbox, definitely one that can be interesting. And then Hanwha Live Gen G, which I wish I could say the same thing about, but I'm an optimist. And I'm not even I'm a believer in that one, because that is our winningest team. It's our team that is at the bottom of the standings.
Yep, Hanwha certainly haven't even found as much success as Freda Brion, who did manage to pick up a win against T1 earlier today. Maybe it's Hanwha's turn to start fighting back.
T1, and this is Gen G, and T1 is good at beating Gen G, but Gen G is good at beating everyone else.
And also T1 does like to drop a game or two to our lower tier teams. But ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this evening's LCK. We still have one more day this week though, so we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK action.